Last night we told you about a pretty weird experience we had this week. On Monday, one of our producers in New York overnighted a package to our executive producer, Justin Wells, and to me in Los Angeles. We were there preparing for an interview with a former Biden family business partner called Tony Bobolinsky. Somewhere along the way, the contents of that package disappeared. Inside it was a flash drive that contained primary documents pertaining to the Biden family. We should tell you those documents did not come from Tony Bobolinsky, and of course, we made a copy of those files before we sent them because we're careful. We get a lot of documents from a lot of different sources all the time, but that's especially true in election years. And before we put them on the air, we have to determine first whether they're real, these were real, whether they're newsworthy, and whether it's legal to show them. We wanted to assess what we had, and we're still assessing it. But the point is the package never arrived. Proprietary reporting on the Biden family, documents sent between...
Oh yeah, stellar performance last night. The closing remarks speech was amazing too. Keep up the good shit.
Thanks, bud.
...journalists by supposedly secure overnight mail disappeared. And they vanished on the same day we were conducting a heavily publicized interview based in part on documents from the Biden family. So as you can imagine, we wanted to know what happened. Unfortunately, we still don't know what happened. This morning, UPS issued a press release announcing they had found our flash drive and then boasting about their customer service. Quote, UPS will always focus first on our customers and will never stop working to solve issues. Which is fine. UPS is a reliable company. They rarely lose anything. We agree with that. That's why we use them in the first place. And yet they lost our Biden documents. How? UPS won't tell us how. We spent a lot of the day talking to executives there. They claimed that the flash drive was found on Monday night by an hourly employee at the UPS building on 43rd Street in Manhattan. They suggested it might have been sitting on the floor there. They couldn't prove that because, remarkably, in a room where millions of high-value packages are handled, there are no security cameras. That's what they told us. UPS says the employee who found our flash drive simply dropped it on top of a supervisor's desk. Our documents sat there undiscovered for more than 24 hours until we announced on television that they were missing. That's their story. Obviously, we had some questions about it, but UPS executives did not answer our questions. Quote, there are no more details. Security is returning it. Apologies again that we were unable to deliver it next day at the service level you requested. Our exchanges went on like this for hours. And the main question we had never changed. How did our flash drive get separated from the package that we sent it in? That seemed like something worth knowing. The envelope was securely sealed. We know that. 2 witnesses saw our producer seal it, and UPS does not dispute that. Was the package torn open accidentally by a machine? That seems unlikely. UPS says that almost never happened. So we're left with the obvious explanation. Someone, for some reason, opened our package and removed a flash drive containing documents that were damaging to the Biden family. We'd love to know who would do that and why. It would be helpful to see the envelope itself, but UPS says we can't see it because they threw it away. So here we are. We got our flash drive back today, and that's great. But what we'd really like are some answers. And speaking of answers, it occurs as reading this that we mentioned the documents that we get from a lot of people. And we've received an awful lot of documents recently about Hunter Biden. We haven't aired all of them. In fact, many we have not aired. The ones that are pertinent to his business career abroad, favors he did on behalf of foreign clients with the help of his father, that seems relevant. And it seems like news. And we brought it to you, and we're not ashamed of that. But there are a lot of documents about Hunter Biden's personal life that we haven't brought to you, and we're not going to, and we should tell you why. One is the obvious answer. He's not running for president. And so to the extent those documents pertain to his dad, of course. But Hunter Biden is a fallen man at this point. And I should also say that I knew Hunter Biden fairly well. We lived near each other in Washington for quite some time. I knew his wife, who was an absolutely outstanding person, a good person. I never thought Hunter Biden was a bad person. I thought he had demons, but in the time I knew him, he kept them mostly under control. At some point, he lost control of those demons, and the world knows that now. He's now humiliated and alone. It's probably too strong to say we feel sorry for Hunter Biden, but the point is, pounding on a man, jumping on, piling on, when he's already down is something that we don't want to be involved in.
Oh, Grandma gonna do it clever, buddy.
So with that.
Wait, I just subbed. How did I sub? What's going on?
Okay, there are 2 huge questions I have. One, if he's worried about a flash drive getting separated, that means that they have the data digitally. Why wouldn't they just transfer it to each other? Why the fuck would you mail a flash drive?
Chat. Load Pepe in 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2?
Destiny, security? Security. Is it more secure to securely transfer files A to B over the internet on an encrypted connection, or to just ship a flash drive to let it go out of your hands for days? What do you mean? I'm not saying it's secure, I'm saying they're boomers. Oh. Yeah, also, why would you ship it via UPS and not USPS? Also, Fox is literally a news organization. These are journalists that work for them, believe it or not. They must have ways to securely send files to each other. So here's my problem. This story just sounds patently fake. It just sounds like they're making the entire fucking thing up. But there's no way they would actually just completely fabricate a story like that, right? Like, they couldn't. That would be so stupid. I can't believe they would do that.
Justin Wells and to me, and before we put them on the air, we have to determine first. But the point is the package never arrived. Proprietary reporting on the Biden family, documents sent between journalists by supposedly secure overnight mail, disappeared. And they vanished on the same day we were conducting a heavily publicized interview based in part on documents from the Biden family. So as you can imagine, we wanted to know what happened. Unfortunately, we still don't know what happened. This morning, UPS issued a press release announcing they had found our flash drive and then boasting about their customer service. Quote, UPS will always focus first on our customers and will never stop working to solve issues. Which is fine. UPS is a reliable company. They rarely lose anything. We agree with that. That's why we use them in the first place. And yet they lost our Biden documents. How? UPS won't tell us how. We spent a lot of the day talking to executives there. They claimed that the flash drive was found on Monday night by an hourly employee at the UPS building on 43rd Street in Manhattan. They suggested it might have been sitting on the floor there. They couldn't prove that because, remarkably, in a room where millions of high-value packages are handled, there are no security cameras. That's what they told us. UPS says the employee who found our flash drive simply dropped it on top of a supervisor's desk. Our documents sat there undiscovered for more than 24 hours until we announced on television that they were missing. That's their story. Obviously, we had some questions about it, but UPS executives did not answer our questions. Quote, there are no more details. Security is returning it. Apologies again that we were unable to deliver it next day at the service level you requested.
Here. This
Our
is to
exchanges
help
went on like
cover
this for hours.
chemotherapy. You definitely got cancer talking to Joe Collins.
Thanks again, Sharknado. Why do you donate $99.99 instead of just $100 to? I'm curious. You're an enigma, a YouTuber, a YouTube whale, Saudi prince enigma. Thanks, my dude.
You gnome fuck!
I mean, UPS says that they had a package that they lost from Tucker Carlson. They don't mention anything about separating the drive from the documents. There's just so much about the story that doesn't make sense. Why would you mail digital files? Unless there's like a fuck ton of data. Technically, mailing data is faster than transferring it if you're doing like ultra high density shit. But I doubt that they have like petabytes or whatever of files. I doubt that's the case. I'm just so confused why they wouldn't just... I don't know why. I don't know why they wouldn't just... Is it petabyte? It might be petabyte. Because of the fun random fact, because of the density of hard drives, it's technically always quicker to mail stuff than to transfer it digitally. But that's only when you're talking about like absurdly huge sets of data. But I just... It's... The thing is it's a journalist organization. It's like, they must have ways to securely transfer files to each other. There's no way that all these guys are fucking mailing around thumb drives, are mailing around flash drives. I can't believe that. Like, I feel like they could have emailed this to each other. I think YouTube mobile makes you pay X99 instead of a whole number. Oh shit, is he a mobile watcher?
YouTube super chat goes in weird increments. 4.999.99 etc. duckers.
Is it only a Tucker Carlson pushing the stories at a big Fox News thing? I think only Tucker's talking about it. You'd be surprised after seeing that Boeing faces floppy disks for their planes. I'm not surprised by this anymore. Well, so legacy technology, so legacy meaning like older technology, is still used in a lot of critical infrastructure, especially if you work government jobs, because typically when it comes to when it comes to older stuff, the number one, like far and above everything. So usually when as a consumer, when you think of technology, the number one thing that you're generally thinking of are features. Like you want the coolest, newest, awesomest shit. Features are really important to you. But when you work in like security or government related stuff or safety related stuff, your most important thing is reliability. And reliability is something that usually comes through a combination of like secure testing and time. If you've got a system that's worked for 30 years or 20 years, like that's proven itself to be very, very, very reliable. So switching off of that to a newer technology that gives you more features but might compromise some safety when it comes to things like airplanes and stoplights, it's a really scary thing to do. It's a big ask for a company to be like, all right, we're moving on. That's why you see like a lot of older tech and a lot of like military or safety, related shit. Work in a major bank and the most important features use COBOL written in the 80s. The real meme is when all your maintainers or whatever die of old age and you don't have anybody that's familiar with the source anymore. And then you're brought into... I had my first programmer moment last night, I think, on Minecraft. I had to craft 20 hemp. And I didn't want to do it because I had to click a button to like turn a thing like a million fucking times to do it. So I thought it would make more sense to get like a machine to automate it. And I think I spent like 4 hours getting all the parts necessary so that I could automate this fucking thing that probably would have taken me like 5 minutes to do if I would have just clicked the fucking button. Holy shit. That's why I was up so late. I'm sorry. I stayed up till like 6 a.m. last night. But I made my hemp. I messaged this guy. We're supposed to have a discussion, debate, something. I don't know. Oh, it didn't grow at all because it needs to be loaded. The chunk needs to be loaded. Oh, load my chunk. Oh. He's literally in Discord lobby too. Oh, I messaged him on Discord. Hello, hello, hello. Testing 1 2. If you are talking, I cannot hear you. Oh, your mic is muted. I don't know if that's intentional. Okay, I'll mute my mic until this guy is ready, I guess. Hey Dustin, why do you look so cute in your YouTube stream thumbnail? Oh, good one. I don't know why I read that comment. What Minecraft progress have we missed? I finished all of Aged 1 yesterday. Just this dumb shit. Now I'm growing some fucking hemp, boy. Yeah. Fucking weed. Wait, I actually don't know. What the fuck is hemp? I actually have no idea. I know you can make shit out of it. I know it could be a rope, and I know it has something to do with weed. What the fuck is hemp? Hemp is a variety. Oh, it's a type of weed that's used into fiber. Okay, gotcha. Male weed. Gotcha. That clip is so kappa, like you wouldn't even say the company because you didn't want to get called out for lying. I think when you work in mainstream media, I think it's probably a good habit that you don't really ever talk about specific companies unless you're being paid as an endorsement, or unless you have like a specific contract or it's like a specific thing you're reporting on. I think it's very abnormal that you would mention. So I think Tucker Carlson is probably being normal there.
I don't know if journalists are aware of
I know
this,
everything.
but when handling computer evidence as part of forensic investigations, you always preserve the data in its original form to preserve authenticity, since metadata is changed when transferring files from device.
You gnome fuck!
Great job on the panel last night. Love you, buddy.
At Destiny, not wearing a mask on JLP weakened all your calls for face masks, so just need to end the pandemic. What? I wore a mask the entire time I was there. I just didn't on stage. I think that's pretty normal. I think me and Bo... were we? I think me and Bose were the only two people that I'd seen that entire night that actually showed up and left in masks, though. Did they ask / imply you should take off your mask on stage? I don't remember. Man, fuck, I wish I could do one of those debates live with just a one-on-one. I feel like it would be so much more fun. With either that Daily Wire guy or the or that Joe guy. Oh shit, wait. Oh no, fuck. Did I fuck up?
Steve, do I have you?
Oh shit. Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh hey, how's it going?
All right. I just want to let you know that I am actually streaming this, just so you know, so I don't.
No problem.
All right. All right, and I do have to fix some things because I was trying to reach out to you for a while, so I just got to close some windows here where I was trying to reach out to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no problem.
All right, so I got a little bit of an opening vignette. If you don't mind me reading, it takes me about 80 seconds to read, just to get us started, because the topic, of course, for today is property taxes.
Okay.
All right. So I'll try to go through as fast as I can. I don't know how much you've seen of the conversation with your email admin that I've been having, but I've been trying to frame this as a chat rather than a debate. The reason I've framed our conversation today as a chat rather than a debate is because I'd rather suss out what exactly your general take on property taxes is, so that if I disagree, I can debate you and your positions rather than a straw man. You're here now. I can debate you now. I don't need to debate a straw man. That said, the takes you've given over the past few weeks seem to imply a position on property taxes generally that, if taken to its logical end, doesn't align with your take on other topics, especially within the realm of economics, and seems to imply a failure to comprehend how things like no race are set and how easy it is to utterly destroy a community when it comes to the process of establishing property taxes, both absolute and relative. And this is why I think it's important to suss out exactly what your position actually is. I've been wrong before. I'll probably be wrong again. I could easily have misread your take on property taxes. So on a note, let's hear the 3-minute, let's say, opening arguments version, if you will. Now, how you view property taxes. This isn't a 30,000-foot view, nor is it the quantum view. I'm looking for something somewhere in between. Feel free to unload at full Destiny speed. Go ahead.
Wait, okay, hold on, wait, real quick before we do this. Wait, can you tap your mic for me 2 times?
Yeah, give me 1 second. All right.
Did you tap your mic?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a minute. To literally tap the mic itself.
Yeah, tap the mic itself, yeah. Okay, wait. Can you, on Discord, can you click your audio settings? Do you have 2 mics on your computer? I think it might be using a different mic.
Now, audio setting, voice and video.
And then on input, check the microphone.
Oh, all right.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Holy shit. Yes, okay. This, I just went from the fucking 1980s to the 2020s. All right. Hello?
Yep.
Okay.
You want me to go through that again, or did you hear it well?
No, I heard it. It was just, it sounded like you were on a phone that flipped. Okay. So you want me to just briefly outline, I guess, like why I'm in favor of property taxes, I guess?
Well, okay, that's one position already that you've offered. You are in favor generally of property taxes.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So to what extent are they like an a prioristic, good, neutral, or bad?
It seems like a relatively easy tax to collect, in that it's easy to levy, and then it's easy to allocate. Like you can put those taxes can be put locally if you want them, and then it seems like it scales relatively well with wealth. Wealthier people are going to own more expensive property, so they can pay more taxes. And I think that's generally why I'm in favor of it. I'm not like dogmatically married to it. I guess like, for instance, if somebody were to say, well, what if we just raised the individual rates and we got rid of property taxes? Like, okay, I'd probably be okay with that, I guess, sure. But yeah.
Okay, do you make a distinction between relative and absolute?
Well, yeah, I mean, they're 2 different things, right? I would have to.
Well, do you make a moral distinction between the two?
With respect to what, I guess?
The way I'm sure you're aware of this, the way property taxes are handled is usually at a municipal or county level, and that means that the way that they're handled varies wildly from state to state and even from county to county, even within certain states.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Connecticut.
Okay.
Here we, for all intents and purposes, don't have counties, so
Okay.
Property taxes are handled entirely by the municipal.
Gotcha.
So in the town that I live, there are certain special tax districts, which is like basically communities that have gotten together and said that on top of the mill rate that you'd be paying, which is a relative tax, there are certain other taxes that you're going to have to pay as a result of living in this community. So in the case of like, there's one community that's like on a lake, and they have like a community access to the lake. They have their own beach and everything. And of course, this takes money to maintain. So it's basically collected through a tax. In that case, it's an absolute tax. So you're not paying a percentage, you're paying just a fee for all intents and purposes. And I don't know if there's any community out there that has a tax that is an absolute number, or does their taxes in such a tiered system that it effectively creates an absolute system. So I was wondering if you make it a moral distinction between relative and absolute taxes.
Gotcha. So just to get, I guess to be using consistent tax terminology, are we talking about the difference between like a progressive scaling tax or something versus like a flat tax or something?
No, if you would like to opine on that too as well. So you know what a mill rate is, right?
I've heard the term before, but I can't, off the top of my head, I couldn't define it.
Okay, I'll explain it. So nil in this case is etymologically related to the prefix mil, so 1,000.
Yeah.
So mill rate is a number over 1,000. So in the case of your property taxes on your home, generally speaking, how that's done is there's a mill rate. Let's say it's 20. The mill rate is 20. It's not 20 per 100. It's 20 per 1,000.
Okay.
So if you have a $200,000 home, either in terms of its assessed value or its appraised value, however you want to go about that, the annual taxes you would pay would be $4,000.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that would be a mill rate. So it's a tax relative to a thing.
Okay, gotcha.
As opposed to the one I described before, which is just if you own property and want to be part of this district, you pay $600 a year in addition to that 4,000.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So what was the first question then that you feel like I didn't fully answer? The difference between a relative versus absolute tax.
Not do you understand it? Do you make a moral distinction between the two?
Yeah, I guess I still think I would, yeah.
In what manner?
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. I haven't heard the difference between relative and absolute. So can you give me that first example one more time?
The absolute version?
Yeah. When you're talking about the county for funding the like a lake related thing.
Yeah. So like let's say you live on the lake. In this particular community that's on the lake, they have access to the lake. They basically purchase property as part of the community for the lake.
Gotcha.
So that they have a beach. And everyone else lives across the street because it's kind of a weird, the way it's set up. There's no way to build a house right up on that water.
Yeah.
So in that case, instead of paying a percentage of your property's assessed or appraised value to have access to that, you pay an absolute dollar amount. So it's a number no matter how much your house is worth, and it goes through the town and then goes towards the tax district.
Gotcha. And that absolute value would be paid by everybody that has access to the beach or everybody in the town?
Everybody in that specific special tax district. It's usually only a handful of people.
And that special tax district are the people that have access to the waterfront property or whatever?
Yeah. I mean, there's other things that it could go towards. For example, there's a fire department that's it's a volunteer fire department, so it's not run by the town. And then there's certain you can be part of that tax district, and there's certain things that affords you that go on top of just putting out fires.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I understand, because it seems like the answer has to be yes. So the difference would be like there is some flat dollar amount that everybody pays regardless of the price of their home or income or anything else, versus like a tax that's levied that's based on the price of your property or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Then there is a distinction. Yeah, there must be. Yeah. Okay. And then, do you need me to elaborate on that further, or?
Yeah, sure. Elaborate on the moral distinction you make between the two.
The moral distinction that I make between the two. Okay. I got to back up. We got to back up a lot here. So generally, if I was to call on somebody to contribute to a community, I think I would want their contribution to a community to be relatively proportional to another person's. I don't think that we ought to be forcing some members to share a disproportionate burden to take care of a community versus other people without good reason. So for instance, a firefighter or a police officer might serve their community more, depending on how you look at it, but like they're opting to do that for a job. So if I believe that everybody is called upon in an equivalent manner to serve their community, if I believe that, then the next question is, what dollar amounts should they be contributing in order to serve their communities in a tax sense and in an equitable way, I guess. On the face of that, it seems like a defense of absolute values of taxes. Everybody ought to contribute $1,000 to a community. That's an equal calling on everybody. But if we look at how marginal utility works, then we understand that $1,000 from somebody that makes $1 million a year is not the same as taking $1,000 from somebody that makes $100,000 a year. So in that sense, relative taxes, or proportional or progressive taxes, I guess, if it gets higher as you make more income, is probably a more equitable way to call upon everybody to contribute evenly to a given tax system to contribute to their community. Okay. I think that's how I would view that. So I would view relative taxes as probably being more moral than absolute taxes, because I'm resting on two assumptions. One, that everybody is called to make an equal contribution, and two, that the same dollar amount can mean a different thing to somebody depending upon how much money they make. Okay. But yeah, there. Is that good?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. So you brought up another distinction to be made, and that is the progressive tax rate. So that's one where the rate itself is lower, depending on a thing. However we want to build that hierarchy.
Sure.
And at the higher end of that hierarchy, the tax rate is higher. So would you be in favor of a progressive property tax rate?
I don't see a reason why I wouldn't be.
Do you want to expand on that?
Well, based on what I just said, if I believe that, I guess we didn't technically, so if I believe in things like marginal utility, and if I believe that people have houses that can be significantly more expensive, or property can be significantly more expensive than others, then it's also possible that they can afford a slightly higher tax rate than somebody with a much smaller property. Although we're talking about a percentage of a tax based on an asset rather than like their total income. I don't think I have a strong opinion on it. I don't see why I would outhandedly be against it. I don't know if I would 100% say, we should have it. If somebody has $1 million house, could they pay a 10% property tax? And if somebody has a $100,000 house, can they pay a 5% property tax? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think I could be moved either way on that. I think that might just come down empirically at the end of the day to how I'd feel about things, I guess.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of other conditions to consider when we're setting a property tax system, especially at the municipal level. Maybe there's some sort of outside factor contributing to that decision. So I kind of understand what you're saying. And I'm assuming your moral outrage, if you were to pick a side, would be like 1 out of 10.
Yeah, this wouldn't be that much of a moral thing at all. Well, okay, because there would be other moving cogs in this. So let's say, for instance, if we were to have an incredibly progressive income taxation system, and that was set at a way where there was zero more outrage for me, I don't know if I would need there to be a very progressive property taxation system, because any amount of like extra tax dollars I would want to get from an extremely wealthy person would be accounted for in the income tax, I guess. So that's why I don't really feel too strongly one way or another, I guess.
Okay. Do you believe that a rate could be established that would be too high?
For like a progressive rate, or just a rate period? That would be
just a rate period.
That would be too high.
You can go ahead and conceive of your own conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a rate would become too high. I'm trying to think if there would be like a moral qualm that I'd have here, or if it would just come down empirically to some condition that I would want to avoid. So obviously, if we were to set rates such that no one could afford property, or property were to become prohibitively expensive to people such that they couldn't live or rent in an area, then that would be bad, obviously. And then if a rate were so low that taxes weren't being collected such that they could adequately fund things like education, then that would also be negative as well. So I guess there's some curve here where I'm looking at like an optimal amount of tax collection that doesn't negatively impact housing consumption.
So it sounds like you're describing a moral neutral, and that it being good or bad is conditional.
Yeah, in and of itself, like this particular thing, the tax itself, I view as a means to an end. I don't view that as like a moral tool, I guess, in and of itself. Yeah.
Okay, so you would be in favor of abolishing a property tax under certain, probably extraordinary conditions.
Yeah, I'm not like, I don't care that much about them. Right now, they seem to have a place in our system, chiefly because they seem to fund like local things, especially like education in most areas. So that's generally why I'm in favor. But I mean, if we replace that tax revenue from other places, then yeah, I'm not like, I don't care that much.
Okay, so then what do you think is the appropriate role of property taxes? Let me expand on that just a little bit. So I'm sure you're aware that property taxes as a process are handled at a very, very minute level. So that would be in Connecticut, where I live, at the municipal level, and beyond that at the local tax district level, if there's a tax district specific to that. In California, you're in California, right?
For 2 years now, yeah. I've never owned property here, though, only in Nebraska.
Okay, how specific can you be about your location without doxing yourself?
I live in Huntington Beach. People dox me all the time. It's fuck it.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm a little kind of a nobody.
Yeah,
so
no, that's fine. Yeah, I don't expect you.
Yeah. So, all right. So, I could look into that, I guess. Is that a suburb of LA?
It based everything in Southern California except for San Diego. It's a suburb of LA. But I live like an hour south of LA. Yeah.
All right. All right. So I think that's handled then. I think you have both a municipal and a county tax. Do I have that right?
I'm going to be honest, dude. I don't know the 15 different levels of government taxation levy. I do know that in California it's incredibly fucking high. But yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay, yeah, because I did look up Prop 13, and that is some bizarre stuff. I mean, we'll probably get into that at the end here.
Yeah.
Bizarre to say the least. Like it or don't like it, it's still weird. Yeah. So at the municipal level here, God, I forgot where I was going with this actually. So let's just move on then. The role of property taxes. So, for instance, in Connecticut, the role of property taxes is to fund municipal endeavors. So that would be like we have in Connecticut, there's a separate budget for the Board of Education and the rest of the municipality. In the town that I live in, we vote on those two things separately. So if one passes at referendum, the other then that passes, and if the other one fails, then you go back and revisit that one and not. All right. So the state has basically no say in how property taxes are handled in the town I live in.
Okay.
So I think that's probably my personal take is just briefly that's probably the appropriate way to do this. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the role of property taxes and where that should be handled.
In terms of should they be handled like on the most local level possible, basically?
Well, you can go. I said role, so you can define role however you'd like. That seems to me part of that definition.
What should they be? Okay, so part of my confusion, and if I'm in terms of answering these questions, just to be really clear, is so if you're asking me how things ought to be, if you're asking me for like a prescriptive statement, how should we run things?
Sure. Prescriptive, not descriptive.
Yeah, there's two different things that I have to consider here. So one is how would it work in like my perfect world, and then the other thing is how should it work in the reality? Yeah, because I think I haven't thought about this too much because obviously I don't have my perfect tax world. I think in my perfect world, it might literally be that the only tax that exists might be like a VAT and an income tax that are like highly like specialized and targeted. Like those two things might be the only taxes I think that like a very complicated society might need. That if you could levy these with enough precision, you don't really need any other taxes. Maybe I think. So when you're asking me how things should be, I think I'm trying to give you an answer that works within our current system. But that might contradict a later answer if you ask me like, what do you think is the perfect way to do something? And I might give you something that's totally different, just so it doesn't feel like I'm trying to weasel back and forth, right?
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Just so we're clear. So, so when you ask me, how do I think taxes should be handled? It seems to me that the role of property taxes right now is typically to fund like local governments, especially things like I think education is most commonly tied to property taxes. So those should probably be like the rates and everything should be set and the taxes collected at the local level would be my feeling. That seems to be how the best way to work it on our system right now. That seems to be appropriate.
All right. Are you familiar with how it's done in Huntington Beach?
I have no idea.
Not something
like I said, I don't. The only property I own is in Nebraska. I don't own property in any place else. I just pay rent here. So
yeah, no, it's something I'm very familiar with here because I personally find local politics more interesting than national politics, but I'm sure I'm in the minority on that.
Unfortunately, yeah, because local politics are to most people
much
probably more important. Yeah.
Yeah, much more impactful. And if you're going to allow me to make a quick plug at the end, that's kind of what I would have said. That November 3rd is only 4 days away. We've got 4 days to cram because the local stuff is more impactful than the federal stuff.
Yeah, the ironic thing is that
pay attention.
Yeah, what everybody's been protesting recently, the police stuff or whatever. Like you're not like federally, you're not going to ever really be able to do much about that. Like that's like 95% like your local precincts and everything. But yeah, yeah. Okay, go for it. Or what was the next?
All right. Yeah. So I'm trying to suss out your position because you haven't talked about it much.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. I'm not like blaming you for it.
No, yeah, we don't normally get too.
It seems like a relevant topic.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed or not in following policy conversations, but it feels like almost nobody knows anything about taxes, especially like politicians when they talk about it. I can't tell if they don't know or if they just don't get into the weeds on it. But so yeah, I don't have too many in-depth conversations, I guess, on like tax policy. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, so we talked about the rates themselves, and the reason that I asked you about if there is such a thing as too high a rate is because in my town, at least, the process of establishing the mill rate, the process of setting and collecting taxes in this town, is an entirely political one. And that's not to be a partisan one. There's no legislative involvement in any of this. It's not like, for example, if you had a mayor who was a nefarious actor, let's say, and he appointed a finance department director who was a nefarious actor. So we're only up to 2 people in on this scheme. That finance director could set a mill rate of, let's say, 1 quintillion %, some preposterous fantasyland number. And a mill rate itself is pretty much limited to just a vote on the Board of Finance and the town council. So that means that if you get a majority, and it's not a necessary vote in the Board of Finance, which means that if the chairman of the Board of Finance decides not to vote on it, then it doesn't come up.
Gotcha.
So then it becomes 5 people on town council, and then those 2 people could really destroy a town or something like this. So that's why I brought that up, because I think if there was an a prioristic moral good position here, taking that to its logical end means that you could have a tax rate that's so insane, and you really could get these utterly ridiculous rates that the town just becomes an overnight ghost town.
Sure.
And it was sounding like in some of your takes, and let me see
Property
if
taxes' current role in the U.S. is to increase
happy to admit
rental
I'm wrong.
costs for low-income people by making it
seems
hard
like
for
your
landlords.
take on somebody thinking that property tax rates were too high was, we'll just move. And if there's a property tax rate that's too high, one of the opposite positions would be to be outraged and then to vote in people who are going to lower that rate.
Sure.
So
are you aware of like just to be super ultra clear, and again, I want to clarify this now, so this is like I'm weaseling out of a take later. You sound like you're familiar with Prop 13 in California.
Kind of. I read it this afternoon.
Okay,
so the text is so. I'll say this: your description of it isn't perfectly accurate, but
gotcha.
That's not to say that your take is. I think if we actually read the text, and I think it'd be something cool for you to do on your channel here, is to read the actual text. I don't think if you read the text, it would make it look better.
Gotcha.
It would make it look worse.
Okay, so and I haven't read the actual text of Proposition 13, so I could be totally wrong. To give you my understanding of it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding of Prop 13 is that it basically limits or caps the amount of tax that you have to pay on property, so that it doesn't continue to scale with how much the property is worth. Essentially, is that? How off am I? Yeah, go hit me up with it.
You're not off by too much, but there's a lot beyond that that's not being considered here.
Go for it.
So first things first, caveat: I am not familiar with legal precedent, so a literal reading of the text is all I can go by.
Gotcha.
I am not familiar with the California Civil Code or with the general statute, so I don't know if there's some other statute that has any influence on this. So I'm just going to go off a literal reading of the text.
Sure.
So what it does is remember how I told you there was a mill rate?
Yeah.
Well, it sets, with some exceptions, at mill rate maximum of 20. To give you an idea of what that's like, I live in Connecticut. I would imagine you could probably imagine that cost bases and income levels are pretty much identical between California and Connecticut. So our mill rate here is the lowest it's been in a while, and that's at 28.
Okay, gotcha.
So it caps it at 20 or 2%. And then on top of that, it says. So do you know the difference between an appraisal rate and the appraised value and an assessed value?
I think when I get my escrow statements in Nebraska, I'm pretty sure the assessed value is what I pay taxes on, because I get like the Douglas County assessor, I think, sends me something every 6 months. I think. You can correct me wrong. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Okay, well, so the difference, some counties don't make this distinction, but the difference is that the assessed value is based on a number actually paid, and the appraised value is an estimate of current market value. So if you bought your home for $200,000, that would be the appraised value. If we were looking at that would be the assessed value.
Okay, gotcha.
And the appraised value would be a look at what that would be worth today.
Okay.
So one's an estimate, one's based on an actual number, like it or not.
Gotcha. Okay.
The other thing like when you are forced to make a sewer connection, right? Because the town's expanding its sewer line, for example, and you're forced to join into that. That's why it's called an assessment. Because the $30,000, let's say you're forced to pay, is the assessed value of that.
Okay. So are your property taxes based on your appraised value then?
Here it is.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we're talking about Prop 13. So they do some sort of weird hybrid. So what they do is they say, when the home was purchased, you don't pay your property tax based on the dollar amount. So that would be the assessed amount. They say when your home was purchased, you pay the appraised, you pay upon the appraised value. So normally what happens in a place like where I live, there are things that trigger an appraisal that don't have to be the sale of a home. And they do every 10 years, they do a town-wide appraisal, regardless of how long you've been in that home.
Okay.
So California's Prop 13 does kind of a hybrid, and I think it takes kind of the worst of both worlds in doing that.
Okay. Go ahead.
There was one other thing. One other really important distinction to be made. I'll think of it in a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. The just move take I had in regards to taxes wasn't like a general like property taxes should be set so high that they're forcing people out. It was more so that it felt like Prop 13 feels like a way to disproportionately favor people that already owned property that for whatever reason couldn't afford the taxes on them, and they found a way to basically lower those tax rates to favor those old homeowners that weren't able to pay the taxes or whatever. So that's what I was talking about specifically when I was like, maybe these people need to move because we're distorting the fuck out of a housing market by hyper incentivizing home ownership in a place where home ownership is already like very, very hard to do because there's not very much property available, there's not very much land available, and you're ruining your tax base at the same time. So it seemed to like accomplish like the worst of every possible world. You're favoring people that tend to be wealthy and are in an area first. you are lowering your tax revenue by arbitrarily capping, arbitrary, I guess all taxes are arbitrary, but by capping like the amount you can tax something. And
it's arbitrary. It's not based on anything. I looked into it. It's just, we like 20.
Okay, yeah. So more arbitrary than most tax numbers, sure. And then you are incentivizing like overconsumption of a good that is already like in high demand that is absolutely limited. The land in California, yeah. So yeah,
that seems like a pretty utilitarian take on that, because I mean, I think the more moral approach is to tie a revenue source to an expense. So that means that.
Go ahead.
So not in terms of like business, of course, but like in terms of government, how government should run. Here in where I live, again, the setting of the mill rate is an entirely political process, but the convention has been to try to cover costs, and that's it.
Yes, that's how I think taxes ought to be set. I agree with that. So my tax preferences, the utilitarianism of them, the utility that I'm typically trying to serve is fulfilling a budget, basically.
All right.
If you feel like that contradicts anything I said, then we can talk for clarification.
Well, see, Steve, this is why I said I want to have a chat. I don't want to have a debate, because it's entirely plausible that my interpretation of your take was wrong. It sounds like it was, at least to some degree, wrong.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, usually when I'm talking about moving because of taxes, I'm almost exclusively talking about my anger with how California sets, how Prop 13 like limits property taxes, because of everything related to housing policy in the entire U.S., but especially in California is so absurdly fucking stupid. But,
well, I mean, this is why, Steve. This is exactly why I think these things should be devolved to the lowest common level. Like, the towns know what they need to do. Let the towns do what they need to do when it comes to property taxes.
So this is something that I actually disagree with, and I don't know. You could enter here. I don't know. The property taxes seem like something that almost need to be set at like an authoritarian dictatorship level, because citizens or homeowners voting on property related things seem like they're never going to vote to screw themselves over. So I'm vaguely referring to like NIMBYism here, kind of, and then everything that goes along with that. That like if I have like a city full of homeowners and we're talking about things like property taxes, like why would they ever vote to raise property taxes themselves? Why would they ever vote to repeal Prop 13? Like this favors the existing population so much.
Okay, so would you prefer then a republicanist? I don't even know how to say this. A Republican system. So that's kind of what we have here, where there's a small body of elected officials who perform this duty, and they're elected very often. So if somebody does, like I said, just you get 5 or 6 people that establish a quintillion% tax rate, the way you get rid of them, the way you say, whoa, hold the brakes there, is you vote them out of office, which happens every other year. So, you know.
Are you asking me if I think that like a more representative form of government would be able to set these taxes more appropriately, or? Well,
you said authoritarian. So the system I basically described, would that be more preferable to a direct democracy?
I think having a representative system, I don't see how it would help. People would just continue to vote for the people that just give them the most preferable tax rates, it seems.
And you don't think that we reach some sort of like Nash equilibrium here? If the town wants to run themselves into the ground, they can run themselves into the ground?
Well, ideally, it sounds bad, I guess, as a liberal and as an American, but ideally we don't usually want to give people those types of choices exactly. Like, if we understand that people respond predictably to certain economic incentive, and we understand that people can be a little bit distorted in their thinking, I don't know if letting people set their own tax rates like that is necessarily the best way to go about things. Like, I don't know if I want to give a community the chance to maybe you can give some strong arguments to me, but I feel like Prop 13 is just an absolutely absurd piece of legislation, a ballot initiative. Like, I can't believe that exists, and that is only something so stupid that it could come from voters. So yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay. So sounds like you agree with me then, actually.
That it should be like a representative kind of thing?
So what happened with Prop 13 is that it went to referendum.
Yeah, but ballot initiative, yeah.
Right. So that's an initiative of direct democracy at the state level. So you would suggest that if this was happening at a municipal level, which is more what I'm only bringing this up at a municipal level because that's what I'm more familiar with. Okay. That you would prefer that it not go to referendum, and it either be handled unilaterally by one person or by a small elected body.
Man, I don't know. It's almost to the point where I'm making arguments for like technocracies, but that's a huge pivot. I like the idea that the Federal Reserve operates as its own autonomous body, because I would not want people whose elections depend on the economic well-being of this country to be setting the rates in the Federal Reserve. That would scare me. So much the same way, if we had a body of elected people, I don't know if I would want them to be able to directly mess with the tax rates on like in such a way that it is like influencing how people vote for them. But I guess you kind of have to. I don't know. It's a hard one. I wish that I wish that there was like a committee of people that put together like kind of like the CBO maybe, that put together like budget proposals or looked at things and said like, hey, we should set this tax rate for this or that or this to accomplish these measures, and then that's what people would vote on. I guess
like
that's what I would. Yeah.
Okay, so like an advisory board rather than an actual policy board.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So you would have this technocracy of advisory agents rather than people actually establishing some sort of tax rate. They're the ones that say, here's the recommended tax rate we're going to vote on.
Basically, yeah, almost like the little committees and subcommittees in Congress and the House and Senate, I guess. Yeah, something like, yeah, here's this. We've got like 2 or 3 proposals in front of us, and this is what we can vote on. This will allow us to fund that or that, rather than like 20 is good for taxes. LOL, like something dumb like that. Yeah.
So I understand your take with the Federal Reserve. Do you think that take changes in any way when we're talking about, say, a town of less than 1,500? Like if they all vote unanimously that they want a thing, and it doesn't affect anyone else around them, let's say.
If they all vote unanimously. So hypothetically, we construct a town of 1,500 people. 99% of these people vote. They all have an input. If they want a particular thing, what right do I have to impose on that group of people that are all voting? Assuming they're all relatively well informed.
I get what you're doing, Steve. I get what you're doing, Steve. But in reality, seriously, in these tiny towns in Connecticut, you get really high turnout rates for stupid stuff like.
Oh yeah, no. I'm constructing the analogy to be as favorable as possible so we can get to the moral root of the thing, right? So basically, we're saying that like if we have a town, everybody's voting, there's no obvious corruption or whatever, is it morally right for me to say you guys can't impose a given tax rate even if every single one of you was informed on it and in favor of it? It would seem to me that in that case, I would have to acquiesce and say, yeah, you can, yeah, I guess so. But then it becomes a level of like, well, where do you draw that line, I guess, right, is where we would go next.
Okay, so you say in the case of 100%, yeah, whatever. And then you're saying that below that, we've got to figure out what that threshold is.
So like 100%, are you talking about voter participation or?
Right. So let's say we got that town of 1,500, right? And let's say all 1,500 people are perfectly informed on a thing that doesn't affect anyone outside of these 1,500 people, whatever that might be. Right. And then on top of that, they all turn out to vote, and they all vote in favor of the thing. In the case of small towns, this is often like a flag bill. You know what a flag bill is, right?
Is that just, what's the difference in that, like a ballot initiative or whatever?
Well, a flag bill is a descriptor. So a flag bill is like a bill that nobody's going to vote against. And the reason it's called a flag bill is because we've got a bill before us to spend $50 to replace a flag on this flagpole.
Oh, okay.
No one's voting against that.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
So I'll just give you an example of something that like you're going to get basically that number.
Yeah. Okay, so I think something that I would tie into this discussion that I would think about. So a similar question can be asked about voting away rights guaranteed to you in the Constitution. I think this is a question that people ask about sometimes. If a city full of like 1,000 people were to all vote away like their First Amendment rights, should they be allowed to do that particular thing? And then I think the most common argument I think in counter to that is that there should be some level of civil rights or some level of like federally guaranteed rights that people can't revoke.
Can I stop you? Can I stop you?
Yeah,
Steve?
go for it.
Because
Yeah.
in order to have that part of the conversation, we're going to have to move on to some much greater, much deeper philosophical conversation about where rights come from and the role of the federal government.
Yeah, well, or even the more basic question, like, can a man
pick something more mundane?
Yeah, sure. Can somebody
something more mundane?
Can somebody sell themselves into slavery? I guess is like the fundamental question on that.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, can we, for this topic, and since we're talking about property taxes, which is fairly mundane, we're not talking about selling somebody into slavery. Can we pick something that's a little bit more mundane so we don't have to branch out into that much deeper philosophical conversation? Let's say it is just a flag bill. Something where it's definitely not going to affect anyone outside of those communities.
Sure. So in terms of, we're still talking in terms of like setting property tax rates?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm giving you. So are you keeping a notepad file of where our topics here?
No, but I'm thinking of following along. I haven't had to write anything down yet.
All right, yeah. Because I don't know if I'm pivoting here.
No, you're fine.
And I don't know if we're pivoting here. And I know that you do that sometimes. You keep track of that stuff.
Yeah.
And I probably should be doing it myself, but I'm not.
Uh-huh.
So the question was something along the lines of, you suggested that we should have basically a technocracy that acts as an advisory panel to recommend a tax rate that gets voted on.
Yeah.
Either by representatives, which is what you probably see in something like New York City, where it's going to be impossible to get
Every
like
single
that.
person voting.
Yeah. Or by direct democracy, which is what you have in very, very small towns here in Connecticut, where almost everything has to go to what's effectively a referendum. So the question then became, should outsiders have any involvement with a tax rate if there's basically or is unanimity in that tax rate? Property taxes. That was asking the question. Are you thinking about it? Or?
It seems like as long as nobody is getting like fucked over, it seems like that like an outside force shouldn't have the ability to influence that, I guess. Yeah, I think that's what I was saying. Yeah, so like that should be left to like a local level, I guess, as long as
which actually lines you up with Prop 13. With your position, sorry, on Prop 13.
Sure.
Right, that why is this outside body bringing in these rules that towns have no control over?
Well, wait, real quick.
There are exceptions.
Yeah, so to be clear, this lines me up with people having the right to vote on Prop 13, which I never disagreed with. But I think that Prop 13 in and of itself is stupid. That's my to be clear. That's all I was going for. If a city or municipality or whatever wants to vote itself into financial ruin or harm or whatever, I guess they should have the right to do so. That's part of, I mean, you should have the right to do so. But I could still disagree with the particular decisions you make, right?
Yeah. So So let's go on a little bit further here.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see. Okay. So do you think that the particular type of property that's being taxed should be considered for the rate? So you're clearly in favor of some sort of variable rate because you prefer, you said you prefer a progressive tax. How about a system of taxation at the local level where commercial property, since you're allowed to do certain things, is taxed at a different rate from residential or industrially zoned property? What are your thoughts on that?
Something that you said earlier is typically how I view tax rates. I think that taxes should be set to achieve some end, that taxes in and of themselves are not necessarily necessary or moral. So if for instance, if we were to say that property taxes, hypothetically, let's say that property taxes fund schools in a district, then I don't know if like commercial property taxes should go to the same thing. Or if commercial property taxes fund like commercial investment, then I don't know if personal property taxes should fund the same thing. So it would seem to me to be the case that those rates would probably be different because I'm assuming they would fund different things. I don't know if that works out to be the case in reality, but that would be my assumption.
Sometimes. Okay. Sometimes, not every town,
Yeah. So I in my opinion, I always think that tax rates should be set to achieve some funding end, and that's the only reason why tax rates should be set.
Okay, so that means that you would prefer that these taxes be tied to something.
Yeah.
All right, so let's try to think of something. So if a town oversees the administration of, say, like rail, like in New York City, they oversee the city itself has some discretion over what's happening at the rail system, and if a business comes in and that they are dependent on rail, then some of their taxes should be associated with that. Do I have that read correct?
Yeah, potentially, yeah. So like I haven't heard a good argument against it, but I think I like taxes that are tied into like things that make sense for them to be tied into. So that was
like
really
tolls for a bridge.
Yes, or like a gasoline tax for roads. Although those run into problems on their own. For instance, our inability to raise it or keep up with like increased mileage on vehicles and stuff. But I think I like those types of taxes that are tied to that utility.
Well, I mean, from an accounting perspective, the gas tax is less directly associated with the road itself, I would think. So, than say a toll, for example.
Sure, yeah. Tolls are like altered. Yeah, tolls are altered directly. So gas taxes are, I mean, kind of like if you're using gasoline in a vehicle, you're probably driving on roads, right? Although I guess it's harder to tell specifically which roads. But yeah, like a gas tax, like a toll tax would be like. I think that generally I like those types of taxes, but obviously depending on how specific you get, those things can be very regressive very quickly. So that's something that you kind of have to keep an eye out for as well. It would just depend. Yeah. But I guess like those types of locally applied taxes don't necessarily have to be flat either. They could scale with income as well. So, yeah.
Scale with income or scale with other things?
Well, with anything theoretically, it could scale with anything. But like
so
for
you're
instance,
not necessarily it's wedded to income.
It doesn't have to be income. It could be other things. Income is generally what we go by. But for instance, like you could have a toll road, like a toll tax, and when you go through the toll, it's possible that if you make $1 million a year, your toll is $100, and if you make $1,000 a year, I don't know what job your toll would be like 10 cents or something, right? That it's possible that you could have like a local tax like that could still be progressive. Yeah.
All right. I'd love to get into your hierarchy of taxes in terms of which ones you prefer, generally speaking. But let's stick specifically with property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's your thought on? Let's talk. Speculative property ownership is something I have in my notes here to ask you about.
Okay.
So, in terms of the use of a property, in terms of the necessary use of the property, do you think that how a property is actually used rather than how a property is potentially used should make a difference in how it's taxed?
It seems to be that it would have to, yeah.
How would you go about that?
So it seems to be the case that right now in the United States, we zone areas in pretty specific ways, and we construct cities in pretty specific ways, such that the city is constructed in accordance with zoning laws, or zoning laws, rather, are given in accordance with how a city is constructed. So if you were, for instance, to have like 100 houses that were all built, and then everything was zoned as like a residential district and everything, and then all of those houses were sectioned off inside and turned into hotels, that would cause some level of disruption in that city that would be negative. And though then like different restrictions.
Sounds pretty NIMBY, dude. It sounds like you're heading towards NIMBY, isn't there, dude?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No, I don't think so. I think that like, well, so to be very clear.
Well, all right. Well, let's
wait, real quick. Because
Right.
I'm working within our current understanding, I think, of like American zoning, where we have like these three separate concepts of like residential, industrial, and commercial. I don't think it's necessarily or ultra NIMBY of me to say that if somebody were to buy like 3 houses, demolish them all, and then build like a small like coal factory in a neighborhood, I guess if that's NIMBY, then sure. But like I think that that's probably not the intended use of property, and it's going to cause some damage to the city because of how we zone things. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that just seems like a take on zoning rather than the way it's taxed in general.
Yeah, but like I feel like these two things have to kind of go hand in hand, right? That if property is meant to be used in a certain way and a city is constructed around it, then the revenues and everything we raise from it are probably going to be. This is all going to be kind of tied together, right? Would be my
So the
assumption.
question I was going to follow up that with, and I think is probably easier for you to answer to get at the root of this. Do you think there are some usages that are necessarily more favorable and either economically or however you want to look at favorable to a community?
Are there some uses of land that are more favorable or uses of a tax?
Usage of the land, of the property.
That are more favorable to communities? Yeah, there must be, right?
So do you think that there should be some sort of downward adjustment, if you will, in the property taxes levied in certain cases where the usage is significantly more favorable, or even just like a temporary thing to encourage that type of usage?
Yeah, I don't think I intrinsically have any problems with using like subsidies or tax policy even to incentivize or disincentivize certain things or behaviors. Yeah.
Okay, so in the case of, let's say, like I live in a town that's really hurting for industry.
Okay.
So if we had let's take this to its logical end. Let's say 2-year full-on waiver, not a deferral, full-on waiver of property taxes as a way of encouraging businesses to come in. Is that something you'd necessarily be opposed to?
So this is going to be very unsatisfying for you. I don't have a good answer for this. I just truly don't know what the answer is. So intuitively, it feels to me like, yeah, that'd be cool if you incentivize businesses to move to your area.
When you need them.
Yeah, when you need them. But one external thing that's kind of created from this, one problem I have with this, or seem to have with this, is that it feels like this can turn into a race to the bottom sometimes, where larger corporate entities that are like, where larger corporate entities are basically benefiting from a whole bunch of cities like bending over backwards to fuck themselves in order to lure that business to their town. So the two examples that I can think of are, one is every single time, I remember living in Omaha, it feels like every single time they're talking about building a new stadium, every city's like, yeah, we'll build it here. We're not going to tax anything. Like, you can have the land for free. We'll give you massive tax subsidies. And like all of these cities are bending over backwards to build these stadiums for free for these like multi-billion-dollar huge companies, huge organizations that are making tons of money or whatever. Like, do they really need those tax incentives? Or when companies like, say, Amazon, I know that in New York, famously, it might have even been in AOC's district, but I know that she championed a lot of people basically chasing a potential new Amazon warehouse or office or whatever from being constructed in New York because they didn't want to race to the bottom on taxes. And on one end, I see, well, that's bad because now you just chased off like business and growth and you know, new tax revenue and everything for your city. But then on the other hand, I see the problem of like every city racing to the bottom to try to compete with each other to lure business to them by basically getting rid of like their taxes.
Does that necessarily have to be the case though?
It seems like that would be the logical end to
because
it.
I'm not seeing if this is mostly a political position to hold, right? If there's some sort of polemic, some sort of, you know, one side of the aisle is going to be in favor of these incentives and one side is not. If they're both in favor of these incentives, and that's, I don't see why that would, if it lent itself to destroying cities by doing that, then you would see these people flee from many cities. No, there would be some sort of flight.
Well, I mean, like the destruction is probably hidden in a lot of ways, right? Like you can offload problems onto certain parts of your society, and then nobody thinks much of it. So for go ahead.
Well, what I mean is that you don't. It's not something like it's a deliberate choice. So, for example, if you have an area like Detroit in the early 2000s, right, where you had unemployment rates that just went completely through the roof.
Yeah.
And because there's no employment there, what's the single best predictor for interstate migration? Jobs. So that's why people move across state lines.
Sure.
So when you have huge amounts of people saying, well, I need a job. Look, there's a job over there. I'm going to go get that job. I mean, that wouldn't be somebody saying, I'm leaving because the city destroyed itself with its property tax basis.
Yeah.
But that's still a causal effect of doing that.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm not sure that would necessarily be the case. I'm not sure that we would destroy every city in America if
probably not destroy them. I don't think you would outwardly like destroy them, but you would like start to cause problems that would show up in other parts of the system then that you would have to like shore up in other ways.
Okay, so I think there's just a fundamental disagreement on how we're looking at this rather than our actual responses here. Because
Sure.
my way of thinking is I don't know that there's going to be a race to the bottom. I just don't see how that would be the case in every single town. I think you'd see if there were towns that decided to do races to the bottom and it destroyed them, and those people would move out of those towns to other towns where there isn't a race to the bottom. And then the only town, and then at some point, if that town's going to come back, then there's going to be these policies that aren't races to the bottom as you've described them. I don't see how that would take
Sure.
take over the country.
Yeah. So I'll follow this for a second, because I might agree with you. So let's say, for instance, that setting these tax rates in such a way is actually disadvantageous to a city. So cities start doing it, large companies move in, the company sets up shop, and then in a year or two or three, there's these massive problems that crop up. Or it seems like things can either go one of two ways. Either one, massive problems crop up, in which case cities won't race to the bottom anymore because they'll see that it's not worth it. Or two, even though they did lower the tax code to bring this company in, there was so much, business interest and jobs and creation and everything that happened that whatever negative problems existed as a result of that tax not being there, they were able to make it up in other ways. So in either case, it should work itself out a bit, essentially is what you're saying, right?
Well, I mean, in some cases. So I'll give you an example of what you're talking about. Let's say that by offering all of these incentives, you flood the area with people, and then when you flood the area with people, you need more services to service those people. One of those is the police. So you would presumably need more police to police an area. I would imagine that you agree with me that 8 people living in a town versus 8 million people in a town, you're going to need a larger police force for the other one, right? So if you wind up doing things like not being able to provide a funding mechanism for some fairly basic duties of a municipality, like covering its police department, and it results in tremendously high crime rates because there's just no way to police the streets. And we're working within this hypothetical, so I'm not, saying that this is necessarily the case in a specific place. But if that's the case, then what winds up happening is, prices for everything will tend to go up. As crime rates go up, it just costs more to do business in those communities. So You know that because insurance on these buildings is going to go through the roof. Stuff like that. And those buildings those businesses wind up either employing fewer people or closing up shop, or people just say, I don't want to live in this rundown, crime-infested community, something along those lines. And you wind up getting people leaving that city for a place that will necessarily not be having these policies. That's I think what we're describing here.
Gotcha. So in the hypothetical, I think I would agree with you. I don't know if real life like complicates that or obfuscates that in such a way that cities still destroy themselves, but they don't notice it's because of business. So I think I will hesitantly agree with you. I think, yeah. I think I'll agree with you.
Before you hesitantly agree with me,
yeah.
Is this something that could be empirically proved or disproved?
Yeah, that's what it would come down to, I guess, right? Yeah. When cities make, like the study would be something like if a city makes a sacrifice in its tax policy or whatever, or in some other way incentivizes the business to move to its area, after 5, 10, 15 years, do we see overall the fiscal and economic impact was positive such that it outweighed any detrimental impacts? Or whatever.
Okay, so this is going to have to be taken on an individual basis. This seems like a really, it seems like something that would be really difficult to research in the first place.
I mean, no, there must be. If we look at like, is it EBR, Economic Bureau of Research? There must be like businesses.
NBER, I think it's National Bureau of Economic Research. Yeah.
Economic Bureau of Research, National Bureau of Economic. Oh, NBER. You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
NBER, business tax incentive. There must be. I haven't looked for it before, but there must be like studies
because
I feel like economists would have
the way you described this before was that if there is a net benefit to providing this tax incentive, then there is a net benefit to providing this tax incentive, and it must be taken on a case-by-case basis. I have that read correctly.
It must be taken on a case-by-case basis. Well, I mean, I would imagine there'd probably be like a general rule of thumb that like having like certain businesses move to areas provides so much benefit that like it just is beneficial. Would be my guess. Like there's going to be like a general rule there, I would imagine. Right.
Right. So in the case of like Amazon, right? Like there's a city in my area that puts together a little ad, just saying like, hey, come to our city. Here's all the reasons to come to our city, and the municipal tax incentives they were offering were pretty minimal, and it would have brought in. I think that the site that they were looking at, they estimated between 50 and 100,000 jobs, based on the site's capacity for what Amazon was looking to do.
Sure.
And for a city of that size, that would have been a huge windfall, just like completely waived their first year's taxes. So, like I said, I don't know that the study would be simple direct correlation. Like as soon as if we look to a community, are they giving incentives at all versus are they giving no incentives?
Yeah.
Right? Like, and I don't think that it's going to scale perfectly either. You know what I mean? Like if we have a $1 incentive, it might actually be better to give a $100 incentive. Also worse to give $1,000 incentive.
Yeah, there's going to be like some function there, or some curve that's going to.
It's not going to be linear. It's going to be some weird.
Yeah.
And
it's probably going to be like tailored very specifically to the type of industry coming in and then the type of the place you're moving to. It's probably going to be relatively unique, right? So like making big tax cuts to bring some fishing industry into a city that has like harbors or whatever, might have special challenges or whatever. Like, I imagine all of that is going to be like pretty difficult to figure out, but.
That's why I said with these studies, like I don't know how you'd go about empirically proving that, evidencing that claim.
Yeah, I guess you would have to do like, I guess it would be a case study. You'd go on a case by case basis and see like in general, like
which is kind of what I was saying. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, you're correct. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know that we have much more to go into unless you want to go into greater detail on Prop 13. Because here's where it stands, Steve. It sounds like you and I, our takes, generally speaking, the 30,000-foot view on property taxes is kind of in line. That it would be nice to not have it, but we live in Earth 2020, so we have to have it. It seems like we kind of agree that where it's reasonable to do so, it should be devolved to the lowest common level. It seems like in terms of the process of establishing the mill rate, we kind of agree that there should be that a direct democracy on this is probably not the best way to go. And also you don't want to just have an arbitrarily set by some unilateral body. And then I think our disagreement is going to come from a useless nitpicking of what the rate should actually be in a specific community.
Sure.
Please interrupt me if you think I'm not describing your take accurately.
No, I mean, I think it lines up pretty well. Or at least based on what I've heard you say so far. I don't know. I haven't heard you give too many like opinionated things. You're telling me that you agree with what I said, so I'm assuming that you agree with it. But I guess I haven't heard you.
30,000 foot. I think our 30,000 foot take is in line.
Okay. Yeah. Probably. Yeah.
Right, and it's going to be tough for us to, unless I lived if I lived right down the block from you, maybe we could have a real good back and forth about specific nuance of the mill rate that's happening. You know, I forget where you said you lived.
Huntington Beach, right?
Huntington Beach. Sorry, yeah. If we and unfortunately, if you lived where I live, we could have a very specific, nuanced look into the actual rate itself. It doesn't seem like our a prioristic positions are very different.
Yeah. So if we're like morally in line, then assuming that we should line up 100%, assuming both of us are like rational people that believe like in like deductive reasoning. Because I would imagine, assuming our 30,000 vote is correct, it would just come at like reviewing the evidence, seeing which tax rates accomplish our end goals optimally, and I think our end goals are similar, that we should be funded, or maybe we would disagree on like what public programs should be funded. But in terms of how tax rates should be set, it sounds like we would be lining up. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, how about this one? How about this one then? The way you reduce tax rate isn't to just reduce the tax rate; it's to, to reduce. Let's say the municipal level. The way you reduce the rate itself, the mill rate itself, isn't to just arbitrarily reduce the rate; it's to reduce, say, a cost basis, so that you don't have to have the mill rate be so high.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Okay, so there's two ways to reduce the mill rate, and that is to just say we're going to reduce the mill rate, and we're going to run at a deficit, let's say. Okay. Or let's say we were running at a surplus last year, so we're just going to lower the mill rate to get down to a break-even point. Okay. When you say
break-even, are you talking like fiscally, like on a state budget or a local budget or something?
Local budget, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So we're not actually, is $0 black? I think $0 is that black?
We'll call it 1 cent. But go ahead.
Yeah, 1 cent. Just we call it. So you remain in that 1 cent in the black. Yeah. Okay. So the better way to approach reducing taxes isn't to just lower the tax rate. It's to find things in the budget that can be maneuvered, so you don't need as high a tax rate.
Gotcha. It would still involve you eventually lowering the tax rate, though, right?
Right. Yeah. If you wanted to lower it. And I think you agree that if there are ways to lower a tax rate that don't have
detrimental impacts on society, you ought to do that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
That's exactly where I was going with this. So we shouldn't look to just lower the tax rate. We should be looking to do the things that allow us to lower the tax rate rather than just lowering the tax rate. Because there are things that we can do to lower it that are terrible, but
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Hypothetically, if we found out that there was like a more efficient way to educate children such that they only needed 4 years of elementary school instead of 8, this is completely hypothetical, but like that would be a way that we could severely reduce our education spending, hopefully without reducing like how educated our citizens are, or whatever. Something like that would be like reducing like how much money we're spending rather than just arbitrarily cutting a tax that we're collecting or something, right? And then we would pair a tax cut with that, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be kind of difficult here in Connecticut, where you're not allowed to actually reduce the budget year to year for the Board of Education, which makes no sense to me.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you agree with that, right? If you have half as many kids in the system, obviously there's fixed costs that you can't.
Yeah, it's not going to scale exactly, but yeah, it should lower by some percentage. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, welcome to Connecticut, where you're not allowed to do that. So.
Damn, those must be awesome schools then if all the kids start leaving. I guess, I don't know.
Believe it or not, actually, if you want to look it up, Connecticut has some of the highest rated public schools. And I mean, it's been going down over the last 10 years, but it routinely ranks them. I'm sure you can look that up.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I guess, do you have anything else you want to chat about, I guess, in regards to this? Or you said you wanted to plug something at the end? I don't know if you were running for something or...
Oh, no. Just telling folks in general. I know this might have been a boring conversation, but... like your local elections are happening also in November 3rd in some cases, and they're necessarily more impactful than what's going to be happening in the presidential race. So
yeah,
you've got 4 days. I'm sure everyone knows who they're voting for in the presidential races. Very few people are informed when it comes to local politics. Again, I'm sorry if this was a boring conversation because me and Steve didn't disagree on much, but like. Do spend some time going online, reading up on your local elected officials because it's so much more impactful.
Yeah. All right, cool, awesome.
Well, I wish we had more to disagree about, but
all right, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Have a good day. If you ever want to talk about anything else, you can always just reach out and let me know, okay?
All right, see you, man.
All right, bye.
All right, just gonna mute myself.
All right, well, I'm going to call Anna and her friend in a minute. I'll be right back, and then, woof. Everybody, get your memes ready. Dan, it's just gonna be us three. Sorry, they don't want you in the conversation. Rip on, Dan. Twitter stock down 21%. Holy shit! Did everybody go down today? S&P 500. Damn. Why? What's going on with the? We're down like 10% over the past like few weeks in the S&P 500, aren't we? Here we are. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right. The Joe dude is running for Congress, but he's like 60 points behind. His chances of him winning are incredibly narrow. Talk to Clevin afterwards. He's kind of a big deal. No, I didn't, unfortunately. I had no idea if he's a big deal or not.
That's your last word.
I can't wait for Joe Biden to be
Stop. I can't.
president. I'm
Stop.
excited.
No. Oof, cringe. I'm waiting for Anna to respond.
Welcome to The Moral Machine, a platform for gathering a human perspective on moral decisions made by machine intelligence, such as self-driving cars. We show you moral dilemmas, where a driverless car must choose the lesser of two evils, such as killing 2 passengers or 5 pedestrians. As an outside observer, you judge which outcome you think is more acceptable. You can then see how your responses compare with other people. If you're feeling creative, you can also design your own scenarios for you and others to view, share, and discuss. Moral Machine is a project by the Scalable Cooperation Group at the MIT Media Lab. Help us learn how to make machines moral.
By relying on groupthink morality. Oh, we didn't even listen to this album. What the... I'm waiting for... waiting for them to call me, sorry. I'm just waiting. This person she's bringing on named Victor? Wait, maybe. How do you know that? Stop it being... This is literally the silent treatment. True! Please focus on with a friend person. Yeah, of course. I'm just waiting for her to call. She's had him on his stream a few times. He's just as retarded. Good luck. Listen, I'm excited. I'm ready to be double gaslit, okay? Test the strength of our... testing our mental fortitude. Oh, man.
No. Wait. Hmm? Wait. Hello? Oh,
Hello?
hi. Okay, so... Wait, sorry. So I, like... Where's the option to add a person? I'm sorry.
In the top right, there's a person with a plus sign on the top right that says add friends to DM. They have to be added to your Discord friends list.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, sorry. 1 second.
I'm excited, guys. Are you guys excited?
I don't think I ever... I think I forgot to add him as a friend. Sorry, 1 second. Oh god, I gotta turn that off. Fuck.
Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me all right?
I can hear you loud and clear. What's up?
Whoa. I'm sorry. 1 second. I need to turn on your audio. You're like blowing my eardrums out. Okay. Holy moly. All right, can you say something again?
1, 2, testing. 1, 2.
Okay,
3,
perfect. Perfect. Yeah, you're good. All right. All right. So how's it going, Destiny?
I'm doing great. How's it going?
Going good. How are you, Anna?
I'm okay.
You nervous?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm actually going to turn you down a little bit too. You're kind of loud for me too.
Really? That's rare for me. I'm usually super quiet.
You're good. Okay. All right. So what's everybody's understanding about what we're talking about today so we can be on the same page here?
I think we have some fundamental disagreements over Anna's cognitive impairment or distortions or emotional dysregulation, I guess, is what we're...
Wow. Okay. Well, I did tell you that he thinks I'm insane, so
I legitimately believe that
wait.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's chill out, all right?
I'm super chill right now, just being straightforward.
No. Okay. First of all, I want to say I appreciate you not bringing Dan in here, okay?
Yeah.
And if I talk about Dan, like I'm perfectly willing to talk to him later because I don't think it's fair to talk about someone if you're not willing to talk to him. But I just don't think it's conducive.
Dan is literally only here for the memes and the drama, so that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I just
the Schadenfreude.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So okay. So maybe there's a bit of a miscommunication about what this is about. My impression of this conversation is essentially that Anna feels like she was mistreated in the previous conversation that y'all had, and I guess you didn't believe that there was somebody who could get that impression from the previous conversation?
I mean, depending on your understanding of the background and everything going into it, I mean, you could probably get that impression, I guess, because I guess literally from the outside, if you have no understanding of any of the context, it just seems like two guys bullying a girl on a stream for a couple hours. But
yeah, I mean, like, do you think so? Like, I have a bunch of notes here, and I have like a sort of like a preamble that I may need to give before we start. But like, do you think that just because like do you think that there's context that justifies two guys bullying somebody on stream in front of like 5K viewers?
Yeah, that person consented to the conversation.
You think that consent means that it's okay for you to bully?
I think that I guess I won't look specific. I think that at the age of all the members involved, and with the understanding that all the parties involved have of how the platform works, and with how public everything relating to this particular excursion, I guess, is, I think that you have the ability, unless we're going to make some severe like concessions to what her like level of autonomy is, like you should have the ability to consent to that conversation. You should have the ability to understand the ramifications of it, to understand what it's going to be like as it's happening, and to withdraw from it if you feel like it's too much at any point in time. Yes, I fully believe that.
Okay. So, okay, there's a couple things there, but
yeah.
I guess my point is that like it's not that I don't think that she can consent. It's just that I do think that I guess it sort of depends on what the entire point of the conversation was. I guess like I guess before we get like into the nitty gritty of stuff, it just seems like was the goal of that previous conversation to try to figure out where things were, try to settle things at all? Like,
the goal. So yeah. So the goal is.
Can I just say that also, like, Steven, you wouldn't really talk to me though. Like, remember? So,
that doesn't change anything, but sure. Okay. So I think that the goal was different on both sides. So the goal for me is twofold. So one, it's interesting to me, like these types of conversations are interesting to me. And then the second was I was curious if Anna is capable of actually confronting any of what I perceive to be severe cognitive delusions or distortions about everything that's happened. And then I imagine that on her end, the goal is probably, I think, to repair the friendship or to make me acknowledge that I've committed some harms or wrongs that I need to take responsibility for.
Okay, so your goal was not to try to fix things. It was just to see if she's capable of recognizing your perception of her as having cognitive distortions or something?
Yeah, basically. I don't think that, I think that the way that the both of us view reality is so fundamentally misaligned that there's no healthy potential relationship that can take place past her recognizing that. And it doesn't seem like that's possible based on the multitude of conversations we've had up to this point, so.
Okay, all right, yeah. So maybe I should just introduce myself and actually we'll figure out exactly what we should be talking about and stuff. But before we get into things, because I know that there was like, I saw some clips from last night. It just like seemed like there was a little bit of confusion about what was actually going to go on, who I am. It doesn't appear that anybody actually knows who I am or anything like that. So I guess I'll just introduce myself and try to figure out what exactly the goal of this conversation is so that we can all be on the same page before we do anything else. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, so my name's Drew. I'm working on my master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I minored in philosophy. And one caveat that I want to make before anything else, I've talked to Anna about this prior to the conversation, but it seems fair to me that trying to avoid morally loaded language like toxic, abuse, manipulation, or any like sort of clinical or subclinical terms seems like a fair boundary to set for the conversation if we want it to be productive. Do you think that makes sense?
It's going to be incredibly difficult when both of us are levying accusations at each other of being manipulative or abusive. So I'm not sure how that's going to work.
I agreed to that boundary for this relation. I mean, for this conversation. Sorry.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that you can't think to yourself that something is particularly toxic or something like that, but I think so like, for example, like if you say something along the lines of like, Anna, I think you were super manipulative and abusive when you did this. There's a 0% chance that anyone can ever concede that point because you've accused them of being abusive. I think it makes sense to say, I think you messed up here, or I think you did something wrong. That's easier to admit fault to than you're abusive, toxic, and do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, in a one-on-one conversation, I would agree with that. But as a third-party arbiter, you should be able to parse that language and come to some sort of conclusion about what's happening descriptively, I would imagine. So, for instance, if I say, I feel like Anna is manipulative when she does this behavior, I think you should be able to analyze that without feeling emotionally invested or loaded into that, I guess,
so to be clear, I am not super emotionally invested. I'm just saying, like, all three of us are here, so it doesn't seem like y'all throwing like, so I'm not saying like, so like if you tell me, so when this happened, when we were talking, it seemed kind of manipulative or something, that's kind of different than like accusing her of be like, Anna, you're being really manipulative and toxic right now. I really like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a distinction between
I just don't want to get accused of like betraying anything that I agree to. Like, my fundamental concern is that I believe that she is an incredibly abusive and manipulative person. So I don't know how the conversation can proceed without me. I guess I can just try to point out behaviors and then you can label those, and I'll try to avoid using the words literally abusive and manipulative. I'll try. I'll make my best effort to do so, but I feel like at some point I'm going to be talking around like a word I'm trying to say, but I guess you could guide the conversation if you want. Yeah. I agree that it's not productive to sit here and be like, you're abusive, you're manipulative, like over and over and over again. I agree with that, of course.
That's all. Yeah, that's all I'm trying to establish. I have a couple extra things I want to say before we get like into the nitty gritty, and then we can kind of decide what the goal of the conversation is before we go anywhere else. Because frankly, I don't know exactly what specifically we're going to be talking about.
Sure.
So, I want to state openly that like I'm not a purely objective person in this conversation, obviously. I've only been friends with Anna for about 2 weeks, but I've also been a fan of yours for about 1.5 years. So it's like I have biases on both ends here, and I'm pretty interested in like listening to both your points of view. But I just feel like the previous conversation was pretty unfair to her, if I'm being honest. And I have sort of a brief summary of each of your points of view based on the previous conversation. And I think it might be productive if I would be able to kind of give you each what I think the summary of your concerns are prior to starting, so that you know that I'm capable of understanding your perspective. Does that make sense to y'all?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so in terms of your concerns, I'm saying this as the first person as if I was you. So I just for the sake of clarification. So you would say, I feel that Anna's messaged me way too much when I am not responding, and I don't think it's reasonable to expect me to respond to this many messages. I also feel that Anna tries to judge my personal relationships that don't involve her while hiding behind the authority of articles or papers that I don't feel accurately describe my life. I also feel that she uses her feelings and or discussions of boundaries as a shield to justify this behavior. Additionally, I feel that I've been patient, and I feel that most other people would react negatively to behavior because it comes across to me as judgmental and dismissive. Is that fair characterization of your position?
Yeah, I think that's more than fair.
Okay. For Anna, and by the way, if y'all want to add anything to these, feel free to do that as well. All right. So in terms of your position, Anna, I think that I'll just say it the same way I said. I feel that I've been treated unfairly. I feel this because in the past, I felt I had an obligation to call out behavior to my friends that I believe is harmful. I also believe that it wouldn't be fair to simply say I don't like a friend's behavior, but rather that I should back it up with my concerns with evidence that I'm familiar with. Despite feeling this obligation, I feel that Stephen insisted on creating boundaries that conflicted with my sense of duty to both others and Stephen, who I felt would understand why I'm calling him out if I showed him evidence of what I was concerned about. I now understand that my expression of that concern was done in a way that crosses boundaries, and I regret that. Additionally, I feel I've been consistently mischaracterized and been made out to be a crazy person that isn't qualified either implicitly or explicitly by both Stephen and his friends. I feel that throughout our friendship, my feelings and points of view have been dismissed, and that no matter how upset I get, Stephen will never try to understand or empathize with my pain. Does that make sense? Is that broadly your position, Anna?
Not sort of, but also
okay, yeah,
there's
explain
a whole lot more though.
Okay, is there anything specific you need to add to it so that a brief summary makes sense? I want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Because I felt like there were double standards, like I was expected to respect his boundaries, but then he like completely dismissed and like ignored my boundaries that I asked for, and I felt like it was a double standard.
Okay.
And then also, I felt like super, I guess, well, I don't want to use that word. I
appreciate you cutting yourself off there, by the way.
Yeah, I felt like my feelings were literally like, well, I just feel like I was treated like complete trash and garbage. And it was really painful. It's still pretty painful. Just like completely dismissed, and like my feelings dismissed, and my privacy boundaries completely trampled over.
Okay. All right. I hear all that. It sounds like you're pretty concerned with the way you were treated, the double standards that you perceived, and a couple other concerns. Which I think is fair from your perspective. Do you want to try to figure out and negotiate what the goal of this conversation is before we move forward? Because I feel like in order for this to be productive, it doesn't make sense to just kind of like go back and forth accusing each other of stuff and yelling, and like my goal here is to try to make this as productive as possible and like have people leaving like there was progress made, or the situation's better than it was. And I'm not really interested in like just like screaming at each other for the sake of drama or whatever?
Yeah, sure. I can start.
Okay.
So my goal would be for her to understand that her behavior was unimaginably out of line, that the way that she treats and talks to other people comes off as incredibly judgmental and loaded, and that she is misappropriating a lot of concepts in psychology, that she will take something that is supposed to be something that is like protective or conductive to a conversation, and she will use it to be offensive or aggressive in a conversation. So for instance, saying that like I have a certain boundary, and my boundary is that you have to tell me this thing, like using boundaries that are supposed to like make you feel comfortable in order to attack another person's boundaries, basically. So that would be, if it's all possible, that would be my goal, I guess, is to make her understand.
Okay,
that.
Okay. I'm gonna let you respond, Anna. I just I want to make sure that I'm understanding what he said first, and then you'll give me sort of your perspective.
He's referring to the stonewalling thing.
Okay, yeah, I've watched the conversation. Like I know what happened. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what his goals are before we move on to yours. So we can So it sounds like your goals specifically are you want her to understand the ways in which you feel like you were mistreated in this relationship, not like just like it seems like there are things that she did that you felt were particularly unfair or hurtful or whatever, or would be perceived by hurtful to other people, and you want her to sort of understand the extent to which that happened. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And what are your goals, Anna? So we can kind of all be on the same page.
Well, basically, I kind of like I've always just wanted understanding and like just empathy. Like
yeah,
that's really all I wanted. Some like just empathy and understanding of like because it's incredibly dismissive to be told that like I'm delusional and stuff, and like because it kind of shows like a lack of empathy and understanding of my perspective and stuff. And so I just would like literally empathy is literally all I've been asking for.
Okay, so it sounds like the goals are almost similar, where like both of you feel like there's like sort of a lack of understanding and going in both directions, while Destiny feels like you don't understand the ways in which what you did were hurtful, and you sort of feel misunderstood because it seems like because he's not understanding you.
Well, I guess I also feel like there's this extreme sense of refusal to like I feel like everything I say gets twisted around into like a negative and stuff, or like trying to like basically read between the lines of what I'm saying and like trying to like catch me in some sort of like gotcha thing, and like that's an extremely stressful thing to deal with. And it's like and also I feel like also hold on, sorry, I just had the thought and now I lost it. Fuck, damn it.
You're okay. Can I say something really quick? I think I totally forgot to say this. I need to say it right now. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I need to issue a disclaimer. I am in grad school, right, for this. This is not therapy. This isn't counseling or anything. This is like me coming on to try to sort something out with a friend. This is not that. So just to be, I know that y'all know that, but I just want to be clear to the audience that that's not what this is. Okay.
Y'all.
Yeah. And we're clear about that, Destiny. This is just like us trying to sort this out, right? This isn't viewed as therapy, right?
Wait, why did I fill out the HIPAA form and everything earlier? I don't understand.
No. We're not doing this.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
This is for mediation, conversation purposes only.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. So what were you saying, Anna?
Oh, yeah. Also just kind of, I guess I also kind of feel, I also feel really hurt that there's this like sense of like complete like refusal to forgive sort of and trust basically. Because I have said on multiple occasions like I've apologized a lot, like a lot, and like I genuinely mean it, of course, and it just it feels like that's not like believed essentially, and that's hurtful.
Okay. So you feel like sometimes you get trapped when you're trying to have the conversations into like a gotcha when you're trying to do everything. And then you also feel like when you apologize, it's not heard or received or something like that. Is that right?
Or like it's not believed, or also when it is believed, then it's like it's thrown in my face again.
Brought back
and
later.
again. Yeah.
Yeah.
when it's
okay.
already been like forgiven.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like we both, or everybody, like both of y'all, basically want understanding from the other person. Okay. So what I would say is I went through the whole conversation, right? And I'm specifically talking about the conversation that was between Steven, Anna, Dan was there, and then I think there was another friend. What was that guy's name?
I don't even know, Mr. Mooten or
Is
Linus?
Linus?
Yeah.
It was Linus, yeah. Okay, so I felt like, number one, I thought Linus was actually pretty productive in that conversation. He seemed like most of the time he was trying to aid in like understanding. Obviously Dan was just kind of a bully the whole time. And then I think there was like a lot of frustration and miscommunication going on between the two of y'all, for sure. I would note that when I went through the conversation, I was trying to go through the conversation. I went through it like literally line by line, and I found a total of 9 times where Anna tried to take responsibility for messing up. And so what I would say about that is it seems like there's some sort of understanding gap between you saying that you messed up and him not feeling that you recognize what you did. So it seems like you took responsibility for a lot, but still he doesn't feel that you understand how messed up what you did was, so the apology maybe doesn't come across.
Yeah, it's never good enough. It's never enough.
Can I explain why? Can I explain why that's the case?
I'm inviting you to explain.
Yeah, so there's 2 big reasons why her apologies are hollow to me. The first is that she will apologize for something, but then it seems like she'll be attacking me for it shortly thereafter, like in the next set of 20 messages she sends me. And then it seems like when she apologizes for something, it's one of those like, oh, like I don't normally do.
Wait.
Messages.
We can count.
Yeah.
You have
It's
over and over and over again. But regardless, and another thing she'll do is like will kind of apologize, but then she'll give reasons for why she did what she did, which feel like justifications to me, and I know in her head are justifications. So for instance,
wait.
Can you please stop interrupting?
Anna, I promise you, we will give. Like, we have a long time. I'm not going to shut you down. You're going to get to speak your side, but
okay.
Yeah, we have to let him speak too, right?
Yeah. So for instance, it would be like similar to like a husband saying like, "I'm really sorry for beating you up last night, but you know that I was drunk and you were nagging me." Like those are the kinds of apologies that I feel like I get from her. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. So it seems
also
like
real quick, just to be clear, I'm sorry because I don't want to just like say something I'm making something up. So I believe like from October 5th to like the 8th. I think it was about 70 messages from her before I responded. I think it was around 70. Like, I'm not just making these numbers up out of nowhere. We can go back and count if she really wants to. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Wasn't that literally because you like outed everything? Wasn't that like, remember I told you that, Steven? I was like, yeah, I know that on that day, yeah, because I panicked and I was in full-blown panic mode.
Yeah, so this is kind of what I'm talking about. So she'll say first, I didn't do a wrong thing, and then when I point out, well, hey, you did, she'll say, okay, sure, I did, but it was for this reason. This is why all of the apologies and everything kind of like feel. Well, because initially you said that you didn't send me 20 messages in a row, but now you're saying, well, I did, but it was your fault. This is why I did it. So like this is like
that's not what I just said.
That's exactly what just happened.
No, it isn't. It really isn't.
Wait. Okay, we need to slow down. If we go back and forth like this, like we could do that. Like what just happened, we can do that for 3 hours, and this will have meant nothing.
Sure. Wait. So Drew, can I just ask you like 3 questions real quick?
You can ask me 3 questions. Sure.
Did she initially say that she hadn't sent me 20 messages in a row? She did say that initially, right?
In the conversation?
Yeah. Right now, she did say that, right?
Okay, but I forgot about that one.
Let Drew talk. Drew, go ahead.
I honestly, I think you were talking when she objected to the numbers, so I don't remember what specifically said. I'm sorry.
Dude, we can go back and get a clip, I guess, because we're both accusing each other of having a misunderstanding of reality. So hearing reality is really important for this conversation. I'll stake my reputation on it. She did say that she had not sent me that many messages. She said to stop mischaracterizing it. And then after she claimed that, I explained that she had, and then she went on to justify why she had. This is like a pattern of behavior.
Why. It's not justifying.
Please. It is justifying. Please let me explain.
No, it's
You said that you had sent me messages and then you gave a reason why. It was because you outed something. You justified why you had done a behavior that you had just denied you'd ever done. This is a pattern of behavior that you engage in.
Wait. So something has to be sorted out. Okay.
Yeah. We should agree on this before we move further, I think. It's really important to understand like reality.
Okay,
Because
okay,
I think that she can engage with it. Yeah.
I understand that when the context of like conflicts like this, like figuring out what exactly happened is sort of a contentious issue. Okay. What I would say is that what you view as justifications, I can understand why. So if you say you did this thing, it upset me. And they say, yeah, but I did it for this reason. That could come across as defensive or justifying or something like that. Okay. But I also think that if she were to give you a response more like this, how would you respond to this? So she said like something like, yeah, that was kind of overboard. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry if I overwhelmed you. I get kind of some type of way when I feel like I'm being ignored or something like that. And then it switches to her turn to give her perspective. And then she talked about why should that happen. Would you view that as justification, or would you view that as her giving her point of view about what was going on internally with her?
No, I think I would view that quite differently. Again, to be clear though, not if it starts on the level of this behavior didn't happen. And then after I say, well, look, it did, then you go, oh, okay, well, I get that way. The refusal to acknowledge the reality of what has happened makes it very hard for me to believe that you're genuinely like remorseful or regretful for the behavior. That like I can't accept, because how could you possibly have genuine regret or contrition or whatever if you don't even acknowledge that the behavior actually happened until I confront you with it? That's my problem there, right?
I have acknowledged it. I told you this millions of times.
Okay. Anna. All right. Rather than yelling and screaming, so Anna, what specifically do you think happened, Anna, and what specifically are you taking responsibility for?
I mean, he committed an extremely horrible act against me. That felt literally like similar to like a form of revenge porn, basically. I mean, he doesn't understand how severe it is, what he did.
Yeah, okay. So what I'm hearing is that...
He completely violated my privacy.
Yeah, okay. I hear that. I understand that that's incredibly painful. And I think that it's fair to want to feel like that matters to him, that he affected you that way. I think right now...
With zero remorse.
Yeah, so I totally hear that. I understand that perspective. What I'm saying is, it sounds like Steven right now is trying to say, like, essentially, like, so when I watch this conversation, it sounds like you would say, like, I'm sorry I messed up over and over again. But it sounds like to him, it doesn't come across genuine to him because he feels like you're not agreeing about what exactly happened. So could you talk about, like, what specifically did you do that you felt was wrong? What happened? And not really like talking about like why it happened, but like what specific things are you talking about taking responsibility for? Because I think that's like a big part of, because I don't think that we can move past this when he feels like you're not actually apologizing because you don't understand what happened or whatever. Is that fair?
Yeah, okay. I guess if someone like, see, it's just so weird because I don't understand the concept of like being upset about someone literally like panicking because like their private life was like literally like blasted in the public. I feel like he should have understood why I was in panic mode. Like,
so right now what I'm hearing is I wish he understood why that happened.
Yeah.
But I'm not getting what like that is. Like what happened.
I guess I sent a bunch of messages on that day that he like basically like outed like every like my fucking private life basically.
Yeah. So you do you think that like it's possible that like it was overwhelming to send him as many messages as you did, even if like you feel like there was a reason for it, like holy shit, like all my stuff was thrown out into public and I feel totally violated and all these things. Do you understand how that could come across as overwhelming?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. But
it would be nice if he could understand.
So what you're asking for is if I can extend this olive branch of, I understand how that's overwhelming and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You would like the olive branch to be extended back to understand that, like, I was hurt. This is seriously upset me. It violated serious boundaries. Like, so you want your perspective to be respected as well.
It's not like I was being aggressive. Like, I was literally sending messages like, Steven, what's going on? Why is this happening? Why are you doing this? Oh my God, I'm freaking out. I'm panicking. Please talk to me, Steven. Like it was literally like that's that's a victim perspective. I'm just, oh my.
Yeah. Okay. Can you does her saying that do anything for you, or do you think that she's not specifically talking about what you're talking about this thing?
So this is gonna be really hard without using the M word or the A word. I don't know sometimes when she expresses certain feelings, I don't know if those are true feelings or if those are things that she's saying because she thinks she can get a certain reaction by saying them. So here's two things that I really don't understand, okay? So here is a boundary of mine that was violated that I didn't actually know until, I think, weeks later. One time, so when we were in Pennsylvania, I think it was Pennsylvania, we were in a hotel, and I told her that it was probably better for all parties involved to maintain privacy.
Okay, wait, can we not talk about that? Because this is already, like, violate, like, no, not on stream. I'm not talking about this, because this has to do with, like, private
this is something that
things.
you did publicly, okay? I said that it was probably better. I said it was probably better that if you want to go on stream or whatever, that, like, we're not together, obviously, because people are going to talk and it's going to cause a lot of stuff to happen, blah, 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 blah. I didn't know this, but she snuck her phone into the hotel room and she was literally streaming in the room while I was streaming in the background. And she did that without ever telling me. So it seems really strange to me to hear her say now, oh my gosh, like, I didn't want any of this to be public, when she literally, like, did that stream in secrecy when I had no idea. And then also later on in a stream, when somebody asked if we had had any type of sexual contact, she, like,
serious?
Can I please finish this? She
gave
like a very, like, laughter response and was like, oh, no, don't ask me that again. So it seemed like when she believed, I don't know, that, like, if our relationship, I'm using relationship in terms of, like, friendship or whatever, when she believed that our relationship was on, like, a positive, like, trajectory, she didn't really mind being as open about these things. But now that she feels like the relationship is deteriorated, now she wants to retroactively say, no, I didn't want any of this to be out there. I didn't want any of that. But it feels hard to believe that given her past behavior, especially behavior that she hid from me. Yeah.
Okay. So what I would say about that, I'm gonna let you talk in just a second, Anna. I'm gonna let you talk. All right. So do you think that it's possible that, so, like, you're interpreting her actions? So you're seeing her actions from your point of view, and there's, like, an assumption being made that she must have seen them the same way that you see them.
Must have seen what?
So, like, you say, like, okay, well, she did this thing, so it seems like she doesn't care, because it seems to me like, oh, well, if she cared about privacy, then she wouldn't have been doing this
the
thing.
set of behaviors that she would have enacted would have been far different. Assuming she's, like, mentally competent.
So what I'm saying, it's like, it seems like it's possible that what's happening is you're interpreting her actions in a way that she does not perceive them, and you're sort of applying the way you interpret them to the way that she is not interpreted. Like, you're assuming that she's interpreting her actions the same way you are.
Yeah, again, that's possible. I'm assuming some base level of mental competency, but, like, I don't believe that it's possible that somebody could stream in somebody's hotel room, like, laying in a bed with me in the background, where it's clear that we're in the same room, and not know that, like, it's heavily implied that we're having, like, some sort of, like, sexual relationship. Like, that seems impossible for me to conceive. It's possible that that's the case, but, man, dude, if we're on that many levels of, like, removal from basic human, like verbal exchange, I really don't know.
All right.
Yeah,
I do. With guys who were friends. That's a friend thing. Holy shit! Why? That's not fair to assume that men and women can't be friends. What the hell?
Okay, so
that's
you think it's unfair. So you think it's unfair to jump to that conclusion, Anna?
It's wild. It sounds like the exact logic that, like, you hear from people who are like, well, I mean, if she didn't want it, why did she wear that short skirt? Why did she flirt with me? That's literally what that sounds like.
I just have to point out that that's, like, totally I'm not, like, claiming anybody deserved anything or saying, like, anything like that.
Really?
Okay.
Because you're saying that, like, you don't believe you don't trust me. You don't trust my words. This is the problem.
What I'm saying is that, well, just to be clear, what I'm saying is that I believe that if you understand anything about like basic human interaction, that if somebody were to do a stream privately in somebody's hotel room, sitting on their bed while the other person's in the background, most people are going to assume, whether it's right or not, that there's some sort of sexual relationship. So it seems strange to me to take issue so much with any of that becoming public when it seems like you're almost outing yourself. That's how it feels to me.
I get 11 views at a time. 11 views. I am a nobody.
Do you think it's possible that any of those 11 people might have interpreted our relationship as being sexual on that stream?
I don't think so, because I knew the people.
Do you think it's possible that there might have been one of my fans in that stream chat? Do you think that it's possible that anybody might have clipped something or made it known otherwise after that stream? Because that's how I found out.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that I didn't realize. Like, I didn't realize that there were, like, people who were fans of you that were, like, following me and watching my streams and stuff. Like, I didn't know that until, like, I realized it later on. It's a little bit creepy, I'll admit. But, yeah, like, I just didn't think about I don't know. Like,
can I real quick interject? Okay, because, again, and this is what makes these conversations so challenging for me, Drew, okay? And it's hard because, like, I want to take her at her word. But earlier, before we'd ever met in person, you had expressed to me a lot of disconcern that people were insane online after our conversations. You talked about how there were people making crazy subreddit posts about you, that some people had tweeted at you. So it seemed like you did have some level of awareness before we hung out in person about how crazy it is to interact with somebody and have their fans become like obsessed over you or to go into your stream or chat afterwards. So I don't know how you could have been aware of that to such a strong degree before, because we'd had at least 2 conversations prior where that happened and then completely and totally forgotten about that when we'd met each other, especially after I had made it clear to you that you probably shouldn't stream near me because these exact same things might happen. Like, this seems also impossible for me to believe.
You never, ever, like, I never snuck that, Steven. Like, I literally didn't sneak it.
So she's not engaging with the question. I don't know how to...
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to just say that. I just wanted to say that because that really bothered me, because, like, how, like... You never, like, made that a boundary, like, so, like, I don't know, that was just, like, really
well, I hate to pivot, but you did sneak that. I didn't know about that stream until weeks later. You didn't tell me that you were streaming. I heard you talking. I thought you were on the phone, actually. You never told me you were streaming.
I literally told you. I guess you did. Okay, I guess there was just a miscommunication then.
If he didn't know, regardless of your intent,
I didn't sneak anything.
Well, here, we can probably get to this answer inductively. So I had said multiple times that it wouldn't be a good idea for you to stream with me being on your stream because of how public everything would be.
That's not what you said. We were talking about doing an IRL stream, and you were talking about that too.
Why did I say? Wait. Why did I say? Why did I say an IRL stream would be preferable? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
I literally said that for an IRL stream, like, you can literally pull up your car to a restaurant and we can meet publicly and have an IRL stream, and people would be far less likely to assume things than if you were literally sitting on my bed in a hotel room streaming. We had this exact conversation. So if we believe that these conversations happen, don't you think that if you would have told me, hey, I'm going to come in and stream in the hotel room, don't you think I would have said something about that? So it's pretty obvious that you knew that you didn't tell me.
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, why don't you believe me?
All right, okay, I'm
Just
done.
believe me.
Okay, wait. Okay, yeah, so...
Stop. It's like, you're the same trust issues. It's like, you can't...
All right, so wait. All right, we need to make an amendment. All right.
Yeah, go for it.
Pause for a second.
Sorry.
I hear your perspective, Stephen. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I think it just has to be the case that if you want to like resolve things, and if you want to like figure this out, you have to take her for her word that she didn't realize some of the stuff was going to happen. Because what I'm saying is that, like, if we have this conversation for 2 hours and what happens is she gives you her perspective and you say, well, that couldn't be possible, or that's not reasonable, or no reasonable person or no actual person would actually think that, like, she's just going to feel dismissed and talked down to the entire time.
Horrible.
I understand what you're saying there, but the problem is that right now, there's 2 huge contentions we have. One is her understanding of reality, of like what's actually happened. And then the second thing is the intentions of her actions. And if I can't analyze whether what she's saying is like a true feeling, it's really hard to have a conversation about that. So for instance, let's say that a man and a woman have a discussion about an open relationship, and and you know they come to an agreement that like, okay, well, we're not going to have an open relationship. Let's say that the guy goes out and then fucks a girl and then comes back and they're in therapy and the woman is like, well, he cheated on me, and the guy's like, you have to trust me, I thought that this was okay. Well, they can't really move on past that point, because I mean, if the woman just trusts the guy that he thought that it was okay, well, then the whole thing is resolved, right? Like her entire setup of how everything occurred is totally resolved if I just take her at her word for everything. But because we have so much disagreement on like what's actually happened, and then by extension that of her intentions, of course, like this is something I think that has to be resolved before we come to any agreement about how we feel about things, or moving forward. Sorry, and if you disagree, you can tell me.
I mean, all the arguments start because you don't trust anything I say, and you're always trying to like analyze my intentions, and it's so fucking crazy. I don't even know.
I would say, all right, 1 second. I have to ban somebody from chat. He's being an asshole. All right, we're good. Yeah, so I would say that I understand like the arguing about what actually happened stuff. Like I in my own relationship, like arguing about what actually happened is a huge part of arguments for sure.
Yeah, of course.
I think that I don't know of a way, frankly, to have conversations with people where you're trying to resolve something where you question their intentions over and over again. Because like it seems to me like if she's it seems to me she's trying to make a effort to resolve this. If there's contentions about what actually happened, the reality of things, we can talk about that. But like when she gives you her intentions, it seems to me like what needs to happen is you need to say, okay, those were your intentions, and I just need to take your word for it. Like I understand that like it just seems to me like there's not really a way.
So I get So like here's the problem. Do you know what the most important part of an apology is? What do you think is the most important part of an apology?
I would say probably accurately describing what you're apologizing for.
Yeah, I 1,000,000% agree. The most important part of an apology is acknowledging the wrong. But if we're having a fundamental disagreement on the actions that have been committed, I just don't see, because if I accept everything that she says as being true, then her arguments are all validly deductive.
Then you'll have to feel guilt, and you can't handle that.
Okay. So I would be like a horrible person that has repeatedly like abused her boundaries. I have gaslighted the fuck out of her. I have been abusive and manipulative. I have outed things for no reason. Like if I accept like all of her arguments, her descriptions of reality, then like, it would logically follow that I'm a terrible, horrible person. So I feel like Sorry.
So what I would say is that I think. This is my opinion. This is not necessarily Anna's. I think that y'all both had boundaries. They conflicted in a serious way. And because of that, there was this like recurring, not good conflict, and it led to all sorts of bad stuff. Okay. I refrain from using things like abusive or toxic or anything like that, because I think that really it's more healthy to normalize the fact that like, this type of conflict, like whether people like to admit it or not, is extremely normal. When
you say this type of conflict, I would agree.
I agree with you would say it's not normal for people to send it. I hear you.
To the scale, I think is not quite normal, but I do agree that these types of conflicts happen normally.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is that if there were responsibility on either end to be accepted in this conversation, my point of view is that you would be accepting responsibility for messing up a little bit in a friendship or a relationship like that. I'm not saying that if anyone admits guilt or says, you know what, I'm sorry for this thing, I shouldn't have done this thing. I don't think the reason I wanted to avoid using things like abuse or manipulate. How the hell are you supposed to take responsibility for something if it means you're an abusive person?
Well, how are you supposed to apologize for an abuse or harm you've committed if you can't accept that that's what you've done?
Yeah, no, I agree that you have to agree on like what you're apologizing for. Otherwise, it doesn't really mean anything. My point is just like, I heard you saying in the last comment, if I apologize for this or I take responsibility for this, then I'm a horrible person. I'm this like crazy, like abusive, manipulative person. And I think that you feel like that's an unfair characterization. So there's no way that you'll apologize for even behavior maybe that went wrong, because the conclusion is like something that's like completely out of what you think.
No, that like me being a horrible person would be a byproduct of me like apologizing for some horrible action. My issue is more just that I don't feel like those actions happened. If I feel like I genuinely messed up, it's gotta. So like in terms of like harms I've committed towards Anna or bad things I've done, like I'm an asshole publicly, especially in our conversations. I probably rile her up a little bit. These conversations are probably better off stream. But like that would be like the extent to which it's like, yeah, it's probably kind of a dick move for me to do it. But I would say that
so-
like 99% of our like disagreements or interactions, I think, have been through A word and M word behavior on her end, is what I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Because no, that's on your end.
Wait. Both people are going to perceive each other as doing that, right?
I
don't
totally I don't.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I didn't say that both people were doing it. I'm saying both people are going to perceive that
Yeah,
in
of
the
course.
situation. You understand that? Okay. When there's a boundary conflict, basically what's happening is both people are, now, to be clear, boundaries are control. They're a form of justifiable control many times within the context of relationships. When people are both trying to exert control over each other, things get really bad when those things conflict, okay? So it can feel manipulative all the time, right? And and so like there's a lot going on here that makes sense. I'm just saying that both people in a boundary conflict are going to feel manipulated because both people are arguing for types of control. People are trying to tell people you can't do any things. Like in the previous conversation, for example, I think you were talking about boundaries. You asked her, why do you think you have the right to comment on my personal life? And so that comment comes across as incredibly controlling, even though it's justifiable because you feel like, look, I've told her I have this boundary. She keeps crossing it or whatever. And
I didn't, though.
You didn't cross what boundary?
I didn't cross his boundary at all. Yeah.
About talking about his personal life?
Yeah, I didn't cross that at all. I looked back at the DMs and I've addressed this a million times. I didn't.
So
I respected that.
Are you saying that once you sorted this out, you didn't do it?
So this is important,
I'm saying
right?
that it didn't happen.
Yeah. So she doesn't believe she's actually committed like any of these wrongs. So this is why I said like the descriptive part is important, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's going to be a
Just
disagreement.
look back at the DMs.
There's going to be a disagreement here for sure.
A lot of something else that like maybe you can have this conversation later because she'll never admit to it publicly. One thing that she has a really hard time with, and I'm not trying to sound something. I don't know if this is like an autism thing or what, but she has a really hard time understanding things that she is heavily implying. So for instance, I might say something like I might say something on stream and she might say, oh wow, here's 15 articles on Machiavellianism and how people that have these dark traits are horrible people. And then I'll be like, damn, like that's a really brutal thing.
Exaggeration.
That's a really brutal thing to say. And then she'll be like, what? I'm not accusing you of any of this. I'm not like, she never understands like the things that she's implying. Or for instance, she says, I don't know if she's accepted that like the comments she made about my kid were inappropriate, but she'll say things like, oh, I wasn't implying that you were a horrible father or anything. You know, I was just laughing about the fact that fathers didn't move away from their kids.
Also, I wasn't laughing. I wasn't laughing.
Okay,
you know that's my anxiety and uncomfortable.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously, Anna, you disagree with some of what was said, so I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond in just a second. In the previous conversation, I would say I did see her say that she shouldn't have said anything about your son.
I agree with that. But she goes back and forth on whether she should or shouldn't. I don't know if she truly believes that was like a wrong thing to do. But
no, I don't. I said that I understand it hurt you, and so I shouldn't have done it. But I'm just saying that it's not fair. Like, if you mischaracterize my behavior, then yeah, I'm going to correct it. Because you said, well, she's laughing about it. I wasn't laughing at you. It's my nervous, like, uncomfortable laughing when someone asked me that question. Yeah. And it was like me being really uncomfortable, like, like that kind of thing. Like I know it sounds weird. Like, it's my nervous.
Yeah. So she's saying this, but like on the 5th, she sent me a message saying, I'm sure you felt very betrayed by me saying that on my stream, and I'm sorry for that, but I do feel like moving so far away from your son isn't ideal. She also said the next day that, like, I know you care about your son a lot, and never doubted that. That doesn't mean I agree with your parenting choices, though, right? So she'll say this thing where, like, it was inappropriate for me to say it publicly, but then she'll provide justifications for why she said it, and it's like, okay, well, so then you don't think it was
Stephen,
like...
I really do think that, though. Do you understand that I really do think that? It's just I understand. Like, people are allowed to have their opinions, Stephen, on other people's, like, behavior. It's just that I understand that I shouldn't have said that on stream.
So another thing that she does, it's also very frustrating, is she will use, like, these kind of blanket, like, everybody is allowed to have an opinion, but then she'll use that idea to then, like, publicly say things that are, like, very hurtful, offensive, and then when you say, like, hey, it's really shitty that you said that,
do you want me to
lie? She'll be like, oh, well, everybody's allowed to have an opinion about something. This is, like, a really common trend as well.
Oh, okay, no. Should I have just lied to you then? Would you rather hear lies? That, oh, no, I don't think that, Stephen. No, I don't think that. Like, no, I'm not going to lie. That's I honestly think that
Should
way.
I have lied when people asked if we had a sexual relationship?
well, I mean, you shouldn't have said anything because
So do you think
was
that maybe
a
it
huge
would
boundary thing
do you
that
think,
I begged you to like keep quiet.
wait. So do you think it might be a fair boundary of mine that I wouldn't want you talking about my relationship with my son in a public?
First of all, you literally never, like, I don't see how these are equal at all, because like one thing is something that the public is not aware of. Like, everyone knows you have a kid. It's not like he's hidden or something.
Do you understand that by
the fact that you had a kid?
Do you understand that by you and me
That's the
having a
difference.
more personal relationship, that people might see things that you say about my personal life as having a tad more authority than a random person on the internet?
Yeah. Okay.
Steven, I
wait,
understand that.
Wait. Okay. So we are now actively rehashing what's already been said. Anna, could you explain why you thought it was inappropriate to talk about his son, separate of like what you personally think? Because I want to make sure that it seems like you've taken responsibility for this.
Okay.
But it seems like you may have not said the thing like in a way in which Destiny recognized that. And I understand that, like, when you apologize, but then you say why.
The point is that I'm not allowed to have that thought. I'm not allowed to have that opinion. This is the whole point.
You can have a thought or an opinion. There's a difference between having a thought and an opinion.
I'm not allowed to think that way.
And voicing it in a public forum. Do you acknowledge the difference between these two things?
I mean, yeah, but like then you keep telling me that I shouldn't have said that then. Like,
I'm not talking about the thought.
Am I allowed to have a thought or am I not?
Okay. So Anna, what you're saying is that when you express why it was said, you're saying this is just my thought. It's not a justification. This is my opinion. And he's objecting to you saying that because it seems like it undermines the apology. So you're saying it seems like you're not allowed to express your thoughts because he's going to take that as you making exceptions or reasons for why you did things and excuses.
Because I do think it's harmful.
Well, and also to be clear, my problem, I just want to be razor clear, I don't mind the thoughts or the opinions. What I don't like is the vocalizing of them on a public platform. You can think whatever you want. I don't want to control someone's thoughts or opinions. But you can control
why did you get upset at me for sending you the messages? Those were private.
Your comments,
is that bad?
Your comments about my son were not private, and you made them on a public stream.
Well, wait. There's a misunderstanding. So she's talking. Okay. So what's happening right now is she's saying, okay. So you just said, you just said basically. So she apologized last time y'all were on stream for doing this publicly, right? And you said, well, she sent me these DMs, which shows to me she's justifying it, right?
Yeah.
And then you're citing, well, wait, she doesn't seem like she's justifying it, or that's not her perspective. She's giving her thoughts. And so when she says, well, I'm not trying to justify it, I'm trying to share my thoughts, and it's private, and then you go back to, don't say it publicly, we're kind of circling around the same topic and kind of dodging.
I'm sorry, let me be like super clear. So she said something publicly and then she justified it to me privately, meaning
I did not justify it. That's not a justification. Stop mixing it up. Stop gaslighting me, please. Stop it.
Stop. So how about this?
You're driving people crazy.
So to be fair,
stop.
I understand. Anna, if you need a minute, by the way, you're more than willing.
There's no way I can ever get him to like believe me. This is insanity. It's insanity.
Okay, so Destiny, I think what's happening here, first of all, is that when you're saying you're justifying it, you are what you're essentially doing is you're saying you're not letting her give her perspective. What you're saying is that no, actually what you're doing is this, not.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I could be using the term explaining it better. I would expect that somebody that's going into therapy in less than a year to be doing something is like, because hold on, because you said earlier that if somebody apologizes for something, but then they immediately go on to list explanations for that behavior, it undermines the apology. So I was just giving an example. I was just giving an example of how she apologized for it in the past, then she undermined it, and then she's also done the same thing in this very conversation.
You're missing what I'm saying.
Sure. Go ahead. What do you think I'm missing?
Yeah. Okay. What I'm saying is that when you go into, I'm sorry, this is ridiculous.
This is insane.
So when
you're claiming I did things I never did.
Yeah. Okay. So part of the reason she gets upset about this is because Yeah, so it feels okay.
It feels like you're mentally unwell is what it feels like.
No,
no. Gaslighting! You're gaslighting me!
Okay.
Destiny.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no. Okay, the reason it comes across to her as gaslighting is because what's happening is that you're not saying, when you say these things privately, it makes me feel like you're justifying it. You're not saying it makes me feel like you're justifying it. You're saying, no, you're trying to justify it.
Exactly.
Rather than saying your perception of it, you're saying that 100% basically what she's doing, rather than saying, this is my perspective on it.
Yeah, if it makes her feel better, again, I would have assumed because of like the level of competency in these topics that we wouldn't have to play word games. But like I can
it's not a word game, Destiny. This is
no.
Sure. So let me hold on. Wait. So sure. No. So this is how you resolve conflict between normal people because they don't want to feel attacked. But you must understand that when I say something like you're being manipulative versus I feel like you're being manipulative, both of those statements are really the same thing. You just say I feel.
No, it's not.
They're very very different.
So
matter.
They're absolutely the same thing. Everything that you express.
No, they're not the
they
same.
Are not.
Drew. Okay.
Because no therapist would say no.
Drew, if I were to tell you something that I think you're doing, that's always going to be a feeling that I have, right? By definition, it's always going to be any proposition that I make is a feeling that I have. The reason why we use I feel statements instead of more like declarative statements like that is because we want to feel like we're not like ascribing like intent or telling another person exactly how they are. Rather, we're giving like a feeling. But at the end of the day, like it's a similar statement. I can rephrase these in terms of I feel, but I don't think it makes that much of a difference. But if it makes you feel better,
So to be clear, the way, from what I understand, the way that all of conflict resolution is done is by using I feel statements rather than statements like that. And the reason I'm saying that is I understand what you're saying is that the distinction is minor, but it is profound. Because when you're specifically when you're in a conflict, anything that will trigger defensiveness or making someone feel like you're assuming their position or dismissing them or attributing them motive that they don't have, any of that is going to make people feel like they're not heard, like they're being dismissed, not mischaracterized, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I agree with you. I guess my hope or expectation for somebody that's going into like some sort of like therapy field for psychology would be like a little bit more cognizant of their own feelings. But yeah, I mean, I can drop this whole thing and I'll say like I feel like she did this, if that makes her feel better for it. If that helps her process things better.
It does. Number one, I think it will help, and number two, to be clear, I am also working on my master's, and this is still something that I have to do within my own relationship.
Sure.
This isn't something that's particularly wrong with Anna, that she doesn't understand the context of her own field and she should know better. This is normal.
Sure. Okay.
Behavior.
So then I'll rephrase everything that I said then. Instead of saying she's justifying her behavior for attacking my relationship with my son publicly, I feel like she's justifying her behavior for attacking my relationship with my son publicly.
Okay.
Don't you see the difference, Stephen? That's so much better. So
go ahead, Drew, and then we can move from here.
Yeah. So like you see, like I'm just saying, like immediately this is like a less serious situation because it feels like you're giving her the opportunity to have her own point of view. Do you understand that? Like even if the distinction is silly to you, I think it's extremely important. Not for Anna because Anna's specifically crazy or something, because she's not. It's important for almost everyone. Okay,
sure,
to be clear.
Drew, so this is my problem, Drew, okay? I agree with you like 99% of the way, okay? But the reason why I specifically disagree here is because, so if somebody apologizes for something and then they start to provide rationalizations for the behavior, it's a justification, and that's what that is. Now, when I say I feel like you're justifying something instead of you are justifying something, my worry is that there is enough gap, there's enough like sunlight in that statement of I feel that she can say, oh, well, I don't really have to worry about that because I know that's not what's happening, and then totally ignores the entire thing that, well, you are providing justifications for a behavior that you were also apologizing for. That's kind of like my issue with using an I feel statement here.
I'm always a reasonable person, Stephen, and I always care about your feelings. Like every time you've said that to me, I've always been like, okay, maybe I was insensitive, or like, okay, I'll try and do, like, I've never been unreasonable and been like, nope, you're just wrong. Like, nope, you're feeling so bad. Like, no, like, I don't.
Wait, Joe, do you understand what my concern is? Do you understand what I mean there? Like,
it sounds like you are concerned with the leeway that the feeling statement gives. Okay.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. What I would say to that is I hear your concern, and I don't know of another way to actually.
Okay, then in that case, let's rewind 2 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. Then I'll go back and then I'll say, so my problem is I feel like she has a pattern of doing something that I feel like looks like justifications for behaviors that she has apologized for, which to me feels like she didn't sincerely mean the apology, because I feel like the most important part of an apology is acknowledging that you've done something wrong. And it feels like when I feel like she's justifying things, that she's not actually taking responsibility for what she's done there.
That's valid. That's valid, Steve.
Okay, and can I point something out here?
Okay.
I would note that when you phrased it that way, she's not getting upset. Okay.
And I don't know if that's to prove a point or if it's actually true, but go ahead.
No, it's Steven.
No, it's genuine.
She was just extremely upset.
Okay.
I do not think that she is capable of just faking being okay with it now. Okay. And the reason I want to point this out is because, to be blunt, I think that there has been a tremendous disservice done to her by characterizing her as particularly crazy or something.
Okay.
And to be straight, like the fact that like so all that had to happen was like minor changes like this, and this conflict starts to break down a little bit. And
so I feel like we've tried that in the past, but then 3 or 4 days later, I'll start getting the messages again about how horrible or abusive. Yeah,
so part of, so wait. So if that happens, okay, I am not privy to your DMs. Okay,
sure.
It seems like to me, if the conflict is not resolved for somebody, you're gonna keep getting the messages. Okay,
yeah.
Especially when she feels like there's people like Dan making like to be clear,
disgusting accusations about me,
weird like armchair psychoanalysis and like
yeah, sure, I agree. The Dan stuff is dumb, but the problem. So my
it's
problem
not dumb, it's hurtful and dangerous.
Returning back
slander.
To what I had said earlier is I don't know if proper like conflict resolution can occur if both of us aren't agreeing on the wrongs committed, and if I feel like she's continuing to provide justifications for behavior that she also apologized for, then it feels to me like no actual apology has taken place, therefore no conflict resolution has taken place, therefore we're going to be back in the same place, in a few days.
Tell me what you want to see, Stephen.
That's not how that works. I can't do that.
What? Okay, all right, wait. All right,
go for it.
Oh my God.
Okay, all right. What specific things do each of you need to happen for this to be considered resolved? Okay. The reason I wanted to, because we can talk all day about he said, she said, she did this, I did. Okay. What specifically needs to happen so that Anna's not up at night upset about this, and Destiny is not concerned about like her talking about him or her messaging him when he doesn't feel like it's fair? Like, what needs to happen for both of you? Okay. Like, what needs to happen?
I mean, I'm completely detached from this issue. I don't need anything to happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like to me you're detached, but if it's not resolved,
that's really hurtful. But that's really hurtful. Like, how could you just say that? Don't you see how cold and callous that is?
So you're saying
you don't even care.
Can I ask you a question, Destiny?
Yeah. What's
you
up?
don't even get it.
All right, 1 second. I have to ban somebody. Yeah. Okay.
That's sociopathic.
It's because hey, we agreed to not.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. I understand.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, Anna, you're doing a great job, by the way. And I think, and Destiny, thank you for trying to extend some olive branches and follow through with, I know, what you think is a little silly. I appreciate you.
No, I have no problem. It's all good. I'm an olive tree.
I appreciate
right now.
it.
So many branches.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, I want to check in before we move on to what I was about to say. Everyone still wants to be here and having this conversation, right?
I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah. I want to be clear. You're still cool to be here, Anna? Do you think this is productive?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to be clear that because there's some like people are concerned that this is messed up or something. I want to be clear that this is, you want to be here, you want to resolve this, and yada yada yada, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How? Okay. So, what specifically is upsetting about the fact that he says that he's detached from this? So I can understand.
Because, because I thought that we had like an emotional connection and stuff, and like I thought that like he cared about me and stuff. Like I cared about him, and like I mean, he said I was he said that like I was important to him, and we were like, he called me close friend, and like I don't know, just like how do you just detach from all feelings from
so
that?
it feels like you're upset, and the fact that he can be detached from the fact that you're upset is what's upsetting you right now. Is that right?
Yeah, just to say that, it's so callous to say that.
So okay, I want to ask Destiny a question. Destiny, I realized that it sounded like in the previous conversation, the reason that this came out is because you were concerned about protecting yourself. Is that correct?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Or wait, when you say like why I made anything public, yeah, that's the reason why.
Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. If there was a way that you could have protected yourself without subjecting Anna to this particular type of like emotional situation, you would have done that course of action, correct?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. Not even for being a good person, but because it damages my future relationships with people if they think that I'm keen to leak stuff or do something like that without provocation. Yeah, I typically am very careful about that. Yeah.
To me, that feels like victim blaming, you know?
Well, wait,
to be very clear, she's doing the thing where she has like a term in psych and she uses it improperly in order to aggress on somebody else. It's very irritating.
Wait,
Sorry,
all right,
I'm just expressing my how I.
And now wait, she just did it again. See how she used an "I feel" statement there? First of all, First of all, Drew. I just want to be super clear on what just happened. So we can just figure this out. So one, she didn't use an "I feel" statement, just like she didn't now. She didn't say "I feel your abuse." She didn't use an "I feel." She used a descriptive statement to say that you are doing something, and then afterwards when I said, well, it feels like she's using a term improperly, then she said that was just a feeling, even though she didn't phrase it. This is the stuff that I'm talking about. Sorry. Okay, keep going.
Okay.
Like I'm expressing my feelings. That's what I mean.
Okay. So I think it sounds like basically you're saying that she should have used different language than she did to express that it was a feeling, not an actual descriptive accusation.
Personally, I don't care about the "I feel" statements from her, but I'm just saying that the way that she uses these statements, she weaponizes like little terms that she's learned in psych. She weaponizes that to take something that should be like protective and then use it in an aggressive manner. So, for instance, when she says, "I feel that you are abusive," or "I feel that you are victim blaming," right? She's taking an "I feel" statement and then she's using that "I feel" statement to make a descriptive, aggressive statement towards me, and it's like, oh well, fuck. But if I try to call her out on that, if I try to say like, well, hold on, this isn't okay, you can't say that, she's like, well, that was just an "I feel" statement. I have a right to express my opinion.
Okay, so how am I supposed to express that I feel? How am I supposed to express that? Like, should I not? Should I just like keep it inside then, is what you're saying? That's the only right way to deal with that? If I feel like I'm being victim blamed, like I can't say that because that's attacking you then. That's aggressing upon you then.
What do you think, Drew? Is there any other way to express the idea that I might be victim blaming without saying like, I feel like you are victim blaming?
Maybe, so I think the idea she's trying to express is simply, I think there's sort of a misunderstanding. Okay. I think the point of my question to you, Destiny, was to not talk about other relationships or like some like real utilitarian perspective about like how you should like maximize your own. Yeah. I'm not talking about that. It just seems like it's not coming across to her that it matters that she was hurt in this situation. And the reason I asked that question is it sounds like her being hurt is an unintended consequence of having to defend yourself.
Oh yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah, of course. I'm not like maliciously going out to like fuck with anybody. Of course, yeah.
But you've shown zero remorse at all.
Yeah, because I'm not remorseful for anything I've done. That doesn't mean that I'm trying.
Wait. Yeah, you don't have to express remorse for like doing what you did to feel like you need to defend yourself, to acknowledge that you've hurt her. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I can acknowledge that I've hurt her without being remorseful for it. If I feel like she brought it on herself, and I feel like this was like the natural consequence that had to come out of her behavior, I mean, it's really hard for me to be remorseful for it. I mean, like, we're all adults here. Like, we're super adults. It's not like she's like 19. Like, we're super adults here. Like,
horrible.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So the reason that, like, even for me, like, as a third party, it comes across as like...
It's cold? Yeah, I understand that.
Extremely.
I understand. I understand that I come across as cold. That's not really an argument against anything I'm saying, but I understand that it can be cold and callous. But you also have to understand that I wish that I could cry on command, because if I was crying, okay, this is what it would sound like maybe. So it's like, I have a very tumultuous relationship with my child, and I really care about him, and I love him. And when I see somebody like Anna that she knew me personally, that she comes out and she makes statements about how I was abusive, that I abandoned my son, and I feel like I had to say something publicly in order to tell people that it wasn't right, that what you? Like, that's what it would sound like. And then maybe my statement wouldn't sound as cold, but like, I mean, I could try to phrase it that way if it makes it feel better, but that's essentially what's happened, right?
No, that's not what anyone is asking for.
Okay, but that's what it sounds like, because like basically she came out. So here's what's happened. She has a personal relationship with me. She's come out and she's made a declaration about my relationship with my son. I have to come out and say something about it. Otherwise, people are going to assume, well, she knows him better than we do, and even she's saying that he's neglectful towards his child. Well, I have to get out ahead of that.
I didn't say that though. I didn't say neglectful.
Well, wait. So his position though, like, just to be clear, I know this was not your intention, Anna. His position is that implying in saying it, there isn't really a distinction there, because that's how
I know.
Yeah,
so which is weird to me.
Yeah, well, I think I think to be fair, like, I understand that point of view. I understand that wasn't your intention though, and you didn't want it to be taken that way. Okay.
I just didn't ever realize, because like I was never like told though by you, Steven, that like if I did something that like upset you, that like my privacy boundaries would be completely like null and void, you know? Like I just wish you had let me know that like, hey, you know, if you do something that's gonna like
so real quick, so Drew, I'm so sorry, and I hate to go back to this, but like establishing intent is so important for how I evaluate the action. So when she says, and I'm doing a lot of this deductively, and I know that you can't like deduce like intent, so I'm just going by actions. But when she's making it sound like almost like I didn't realize that there was going to be a negative consequence to my action. I didn't realize that what I was saying was so fucked up. But in the very clip that she says it, 5 seconds later, she's like, oh no, I'm not going to say anything else, or you guys are going to clip me. So she clearly was aware that what she was talking about was improper, inappropriate. She had that awareness.
No, it was that I was gonna say something else, but then I stopped because I didn't want it to be clipped and then like upset you and stuff.
I don't agree with what she's saying right now.
So here's what I'd say.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm literally telling you how I felt.
Yeah,
like that's literally my mindset.
Even if it's the case,
stop being paranoid.
If she, even if it's the case that she, like says, oh, I should stop, or I should be clipped. That doesn't necessarily mean that like that could just be her realizing she shouldn't be talking about what she's talking about. Right?
Yeah, and that's fine. But like, unless she is literally like a ward of the state with a caretaker, like you should have the wherewithal to know that you're talking. No, I'm sorry, hold on, because your behavior towards her is, or I'm sorry, hold on, I don't want to attack you. It feels like you were infantilizing her to an unbelievable extent. Like, oh, well, she realized, you know, after making a couple statements about your relationship with your son on her public stream, maybe she realized after that wasn't a good idea. I don't believe that realization should have taken until after she made those statements to say that. I don't agree with that.
Someone asked me if they thought that you abandoned your kid, and I said that you moved really far away, and like I was kind of trying to like, you know, be like as fair as possible, but also like I'm not gonna just be like, no, that's completely fine what he did, it's all fine and great and good, when it's fucking not.
Drew, you hear, so now Drew, we've come full circle. You hear that this is it feels like she's justifying it now again, right? Do you understand that, how I feel that way?
I can see that perspective.
Okay, but like, not like, well, Destiny, maybe you're in an emotionally dysregulated state. Maybe I can see it. No, but like, I'm not going to use it. I feel similar. She just provided a justification for why she said what she did. So like any apology that she's given up to this point is completely hollow. Because now she's saying well, if somebody asks me, I'm not going to lie about why I've said what I've said. Like, of course I'm going to give an opinion on what the
result. I explained what I did, not justified it.
Yeah, so this is a key point of disagreement.
Yeah,
is that when she's trying to, so like, okay, first of all, I'm just gonna ask, number one, can you not do this thing? Because so let me put it this way.
Yeah.
When you say statements like, I feel like any person outside of a psych ward would recognize. Like, do you understand like the implications of blasting something like that out on your platform?
I legitimately think.
Wait, dude, like I understand.
I understand that it's
horrible it is to do that.
Like the added level. So I would agree with you in most situations. The added level is that like I genuinely feel like if she has patience, they're going to be killing themselves in record numbers. Like I think that she has like a huge my entire interactions with her are unimaginably.
What you're doing.
So that's the only. So this is the only reason why I lean into this a little bit harder, is because I feel like somebody like her, if anybody in society should have more wherewithal for these types of conversations, it should be somebody in her position that's going to have like this much emotional power over people's lives. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. to be extremely clear
Mhm.
about this, I think, and this is my perspective,
Yeah.
I think that this conflict
Mhm.
is probably above average in intensity for sure,
Mhm.
but in no way does that affect her qualifications as a therapist. Everything, every interaction that I've had with her demonstrates to me that she is on her way to becoming a competent therapist. To be clear, like,
And there's another psych major who agrees, but he just chose not to join.
Like when I hear you say something like that, it's like, okay, by what metric are we judging this? Because the truth is, like, and obviously I'm being biased right here, to be clear, because I just think it is not fair to start attacking her qualifications when, to be frank, I think, look, therapists are people. They have conflicts. There's conflicts can get pretty out of hand, okay? That does not mean that for some reason that their clients are going to be killing themselves en masse. Like, do you understand? Like you don't judge a counselor. Like, clearly mental health is important.
I'm so curious on this because I totally disagree with what you're saying, and I don't even know if you agree with what you're saying. So when you are a therapist, the skills that you learn in therapy, I think you said earlier, you apply these in your personal relationships. And I've heard this ubiquitously throughout people that we've watched YouTube videos of people that talk about doing therapy and everything. And over and over and over again, I usually hear the statements, oh yeah, like as a clinical psychologist that sees patients, a lot of the conversational techniques or de-escalation techniques, conflict resolution that I learn in therapy, I can apply to my own relationships, and they're incredibly helpful, right?
Yeah. So I agree with that.
Yep.
I made a mistake. It's called making a mistake, Stephen.
Yeah. So I would also say, and this is somebody who's being trained in all this, and I'm in a long-term relationship. It is extremely difficult. Yeah. So like I make every effort to apply what I learn in my own relationship. But when you are close to a conflict, it is much harder than just saying, oh yeah, I apply the stuff that I learn in conflict resolution to my relationship.
Yeah, I would understand that in a
sense. It's not like basically what happens is that if somebody who has a serious conflict happens to be a therapist, that all of a sudden they don't recognize the principles that they promulgate with their clients.
But I agree with you, except there's one metric that changes all of that, and it's the time part. I would agree that I wouldn't expect a therapist to perfectly handle every single conflict in their life because they're therapists. They're humans, of course. But if you've had a sufficient amount of time for self-reflection, then I believe that as a therapist, you should be, and you must agree with this, or I'm curious, maybe you don't. Do you agree that somebody that practices these techniques as part of their like clinical practice is going to be far better equipped than the average person to over time analyze and introspect on relationship conflicts they've had? Or do you think they're just as equipped as a normal person?
I actually agree. But like, so I think that there are these really minor they're not minor. I'm just saying they're detailed disagreements that are causing these continual conflicts back and forth, and it's like it seems really difficult to figure out how we're going to actually settle those, because it seems like you have deep disagreements about particular facts.
I don't know. I've admitted that it was wrong. I said that it was wrong, and I shouldn't have done it. I don't know what else you want from me.
Yeah. So like
wait.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So the reason I would say that this conflict is bad for a lot of reasons, but I would also note that, as I previously stated in the previous conversation, I counted almost 10 times where she opted to try to take responsibility for the ways in which she did wrong. Like, I realized that there's like sort of a disagreement about what that taking responsibility means, because you think that, well, if she does this, it invalidates it. But she took responsibility to a significantly higher degree than the average person that I would expect to do that. So it seems to me that like it just, like, viewing this as an outsider, like I said, I've known her for 2 weeks. My interactions with her indicate that she isn't a crazy person like you and your friends seem to like be interested in making her out to be. But like in this conflict, like taking responsibility for your actions is a very, very, very good sign. Okay,
Yeah.
and I understand.
Yeah, wait. Okay, let's talk about this real quick because I totally disagree.
Okay. Yeah.
When you say that she takes responsibility higher than the average person, this goes along with earlier why I said that I would be worried about her being a therapist, because it feels like she has a fundamental misunderstanding of how a lot of these concepts are applied in psych. She'll know the term, but she won't understand the concept. So, for instance, the way that
how do you know the
she
concept?
weaponizes "I feel" statements, or the way that she weaponizes like how apologies work, or uses words like "I'm just explaining,
Can
not
you
justifying."
explain how
Like
it
these
is
are
to
things.
weaponize I feel?
Yeah.
I don't understand what you mean when you
stop.
say that.
So these are
But
things.
I don't understand what you mean.
So earlier when you said, "I feel like you're manipulating me," I feel like you're victim blaming. Like I feel
Okay,
like
I
you're
didn't say
abusive.
manipulate. I said I feel like this is victim blaming.
Sure,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so that's an act of weaponizing. You're saying?
So the fact that she
Can
does
you help
that,
me
and then
understand?
earlier, I've already explained this a million times. So if you're not going to understand already, you're clearly not understanding. Wait, I just want to finish my response to your other thing. Because you said earlier,
I'm trying to get.
Yeah. You said earlier that she took responsibility, and you counted 9 times. Okay. Also, she didn't even use "I feel" earlier. Just to be clear, she said "I feel" retroactively as a defense to those declarations about me. But when you say that she took responsibility, I don't believe, as we've tried to establish this conversation, I don't believe that you can take responsibility for something if you, 1, don't acknowledge the actual incorrect thing you did, and 2, can't acknowledge that without rationalizing it, explaining it, justifying it, or giving reasons why you did something. So when you say she took responsibility, she might have said the words. Again, it's in line with everything I already criticized for her. She knows like the concepts, like she'll say the words, but she doesn't understand, or she'll know the terms, but she doesn't understand the concept. She hasn't actually taken responsibility for anything, in my opinion.
Okay. From her point of view, she has. I understand why you think that she hasn't. So when I went through this conversation, one of the things that I marked out, let me see if I can find it for you, is that one of the times she took responsibility. So there was a particular interaction where, and I'll let you speak in a second. It sounds like you want to speak too.
This is so extremely stressful.
Yeah. Are you still okay to be here?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, because I understand.
Stressful.
How are you gonna? This is this is aggressive, but like this is a very low stakes conversation. Like, how would somebody like this deal with a suicidal patient, or deal with like that's something that's like genuinely confusing to me? I guess. Like, I don't understand.
Every time I speak with you,
Destiny,
please.
I've got to be honest. It doesn't feel like a low stakes conversation to me. Like, because like you realize it's like because of the way you've handled like the way like the last talk happened, especially what's on the line is not just like she made some mistakes. It's that she's terrible, she's crazy, she's
delusional.
Yeah, like it's not like part of the reason that this conflict is even worse now is because essentially what happened last time. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you were trying last time, even though some stuff didn't work. Dan was bullying her the whole time.
Sure, I understand. Right? I understand what you're saying, and I guess like
justify it, please.
Do you see how she's using the words that I used earlier now? But so I understand what you're saying, but the problem is that like I don't believe that there is
everything manipulative. Everything. Do you see how this could drive a person to be like fucking?
Yeah. So I want to. I need to say something.
Stressed.
Yeah. I want to say something extremely clear. Yeah.
So
I want to say something.
Yeah, go for it.
Wait.
Okay, go for it.
I have to say something. Okay?
Yeah.
I completely understand why she's this upset. Okay. I'm trying to.
I mean, I understand as well. Like, I think I have a good understanding.
Okay. Would you do me a favor and try to say why you understand, like what specifically?
Not specifically.
Yeah, sure. Her understanding is that she had a very close relationship with somebody that she considered to be a very close friend. She confided in a lot of things in me privately. We had a shared like physical relationship in real life, and she thought that she was building on that. And then out of nowhere, it seems like I have completely 180'd on that relationship. I've become incredibly callous and cold and emotionally disconnected. I have rebuffed her attempts to resolve the conflict privately. I'm not responding to any arguments. It feels like I am now accusing her of being crazy and insane for things that she feels like she didn't do. And now she feels like it's become a public issue where I am calling her crazy and insane with no justification, with no provocation. And she feels like she's simply trying to approach a conversation with me where she's trying to resolve these issues, but I'm unwilling to hear her side of the story. It's probably why she feels upset.
Is that fair, Anna?
Yeah, it still lacks empathy though.
Because I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me try to explain this again. It feels like she thought that she was like in a really close relationship with me. Hold on, wait. Okay. Do you understand, Drew? I'm sorry. So I might be a little bit cold or sociopathic as a person, but it drives me crazy that like I can just be accused of not having empathy. Why? Because I didn't cry when I said it. Did I need to use like I feel like I explained everything pretty succinctly.
Very cold.
He just asked me to describe your perspective. I described it. What do I need to?
It was without empathy.
Wait.
How is it without empathy? What did I miss?
Destiny.
Yeah, Drew.
Destiny.
What's up?
Okay. By the way,
yeah,
I appreciate you trying to go through the motions here, but I think that there are real reasons that it's not landing for her. I don't think it's about like you not crying. Okay.
No.
It just sounds to me, the vibe that I'm getting when you're saying that is that, I'm sorry, 1 second. It sounds like you're saying it in such a way that you can describe it as a sort of intellectual matter, right?
Yeah.
But it's not really. You're not really like you think it's bullshit while you're saying it.
Of course, I've intellectualized it. I don't agree with it. I must. Of course. Yeah.
But that's not empathy.
Empathy doesn't mean that I agree with your perspective or your position.
But you're supposed to feel like what the other person. Empathy is feeling what the other person feels, and like you don't feel my pain. That's what I mean. Like you're intellectualizing.
I don't have to feel your pain to accurately describe why you're upset.
Right, but that's not empathy.
Okay, I don't know what. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I don't know. What do you think, Drew? How should I have described it differently? I'm curious. Can you give me some pointers?
I think. Yeah. So I think that. I'm sorry. 1 second. Chat's being sort of weird. I shouldn't read chat.
No problem.
Don't read chat.
It actually, to be honest, it doesn't even bother me because it's just a bunch of stupid memes. It's just like part of my concern is just like I feel like you can accurately describe her like the way she would put it. Like so you could like accurately describe the statement I gave at the beginning of this. It just doesn't seem like it's not landing for me that you think it's important or
well, of course not, because I disagree descriptively with almost everything that's happened. So I mean, I can try it again and I can use different inflections, I guess, to make. But like, obviously, I disagree with what's happened. But I think it's important that I understand her position. I understand it. Like, if everything that she believes is true, if she's actually, I don't want to say delusional, but if she actually believes that all the things that have happened, then I understand why she feels. But we have fundamental disagreements over things that have actually happened. Well, I don't understand why I'm supposed to if I view her as my abuser in this circumstance, I don't know why I have to empathize with her point of view. As long as I understand it and I feel like I have good disagreements with it, then I feel like that's sufficient for me. I don't feel like I need to empathize with her point of view.
Okay, so I think that that's going to be like a bedrock disagreement between y'all.
The descriptive reality thing?
No. The fact that you don't think that you need to be empathetic to her position to go through this situation. I think that would be like a necessary component of the situation to resolve this in the way that she would want it to be resolved. Is that fair?
When you say, well, I'm curious. When you say be empathetic towards her position, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like, so what I mean is like, so like, say like I do some action that I felt like I had to do, but it really, really upset my partner. Okay. And I'm not saying that's what's going on here. I'm just saying like with my
yeah, I understand. You just as an example. Yeah.
I would say something along the lines of like, I thought I don't regret doing the action, but I do regret that you were hurt as a consequence. Like my intention was not to do that. I'm sorry that like you were hurt this way or that I did these things to hurt you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That is the type of statement I'm talking about. I'm not asking you to say, first of all, I'm not asking you to say anything you don't mean because that's not productive, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I can say that, but that literally feels like one of those, like, oh, well, I'm sorry you felt that way. Like, that almost feels condescending in and of itself, right? Like, if you do something to hurt somebody and you're not apologetic, you're like, oh, well, sorry if that hurt you.
No, but, like, people can genuinely be sorry for, like, causing another person to feel like hurt,
Yeah, I'm not sorry for any of my actions, though. I guess I'm sorry if you're hurt.
So you're not sorry for doing what you did because you thought that was the best course of action at the time, right? I understand that. But like I said earlier, you said that you would have done something different if you could do it without hurting her. So it sounds like at some level, your goal is not to hurt her here, right?
Well, yeah, of course not. No, if my goal was to hurt her,
okay,
it'd be way different things happening. Yeah.
Yeah, so like it just seems like all she really want, and you can be clear about what you want. It sounds like what she wants is just basically like to any sort of indication that you're not trying to hurt her. It's just that's the consequences of the situation.
I understand your perspective there. I disagree. I feel like, and I could be wrong, I acknowledge this, because this is a heavy induction, okay? I could be totally wrong here. But it feels to me like she views empathy as being some sort of validation for her position. That's what it feels like she's doing. That she wants me to empathize with some position she has because she feels like it validates that position to some extent.
Can you please stop us, like, can you please just stop, like, putting these, like, weird, like, intentions onto me, and just, can you just, like, believe me? Just trust what I say? Because it's impossible. Like, this is impossible to speak to someone
after everything
who, like,
that's happened,
everything I say
so after everything that's happened,
after
everything that's happened thus far, I have to inductively reason your intentions because I don't feel like you're forthcoming with how you feel or what your intentions are about most things. That's how I feel.
So to be clear, there's just no way to have a conversation if you can't listen to the words of the other person. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Do you understand that I understand what you're doing, but the problem is like you're coming at this with both sides are equally valid when people are
No, I'm not. I'm saying you both have your own perspectives.
Sure. Well, it feels to me like there are fundamental descriptive disagreements that if we can't get past that, like I can't just, if I feel like, if me and her feel like she's done things that neither of us agree on, how can I empathize with her position or come to a resolution of that? Like, I don't see how that's possible.
Well, it seems like to me what were you saying, Anna? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, Steven, wait a minute. Like, how do you keep friends or anything if you can't, like, if you can't disagree with a conflict and then, like, show empathy for
I have had a high level of encounter with people that have a wide range of problems, and you are easily the most deluded person that I've ever had an interaction with in terms of understanding things that have actually happened. And I think that from my level of experience, that is surprising to me, and that is a statement with a lot of gravity. So I do not have friends, and I do not meet with people that typically have this level of cognitive distortion about events that have happened. So I don't know how to.
It's odd because I say the same thing about you.
Okay.
It's not relevant.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I meant to say I feel like she's the most deluded person. My bad. Okay.
That was passive aggressive.
Let's not do that. Okay. Okay. So I realize. So we have this sectioned off for a whole other hour, don't we?
We can do whatever as much as you want to discuss.
Okay. All right. I want to.
Well, one thing, just real quick, because again, like in terms of not resolving things, I feel like we've left a couple of areas where there have been really big disagreements of reality that, like, without resolving them, like, she is totally justified in her conclusions given her premises. Like, if she truly feels like she didn't do anything to out us publicly or make any statements that were inappropriate, and then I started making those statements, then her conclusion is totally correct, that I'm being a horrible person that's violating her boundaries. But, like, obviously I disagree with fundamentally what's happened. But, like, if we don't resolve these, I don't know how we ever move forward from here.
Have you ever considered that maybe I'm just stupid? You don't have to assign hostility. Like, maybe I'm just stupid. Have you ever thought of that?
Everything that I worried about earlier in regards to you seeing patients is doubly true then. But that is something that I consider. But that's why I mentioned earlier, maybe
why don't you just go and say I'm stupid then? Like, maybe I'm just really fucking, like, dumb, Well,
that's a synonym for.
She's manipulative and all this shit. Like,
I haven't said you're manipulative. In fact, I said that multiple times. What I said is that it feels like you're delusional, which is a form of stupidity, I guess.
So I don't think she's delusional. I think I think that this type of disagreement can happen. I don't think she's technically delusional.
Okay, sure. Can I just ask you a question then? In terms of her apologies, does her do you genuinely, and listen, my emotional palate is far different from the normal person, so I admit that readily. I might be missing something.
I understand that.
Yeah. So do you feel like, because I don't, do you feel like she is genuinely remorseful for ever having said anything publicly about my son, not because of the negative fallout, but because she feels it's an inappropriate statement to make? Do you feel like she has that feeling, that understanding, and then that remorse there? Because I don't at all. I totally don't. So maybe that's like a disconnect that you can talk about.
Yeah, maybe.
No.
Yeah,
I said that I regretted saying that because it upset and hurt Steven.
Yeah.
Not that I necessarily thought that it was, like, inappropriate for me to say publicly.
Oh, okay. So then, so then
there's going to be a disagreement there.
Oh, no, wait. Well, that statement was fine then. So then she's not apologizing to me, or she's literally doing the type of apology that, like, I'm sorry that hurt you, but like, so I don't care about that. Then I can still be upset at her for the statements themselves. She's not even apologizing for the statement. She's apologizing because it made me feel bad, right?
Okay, so
because I care about your feelings. That matters.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
Okay,
I don't see how that's funny.
Maybe we should transition a little bit.
Yeah, we can transition if you want, Chair. Although I will just to restate the fundamental disagreements that exist here. I think I'm going to carry forward with the conversation, but we can move on if you want.
Yeah. No, I totally understand that. I genuinely think that y'all have like bedrock disagreements that are going to be profoundly difficult,
insurmountable. I understand.
Yeah, and I don't think that's because one person's stupid or I just think you disagree on stuff, and I don't think that what we should do is like meme about people being crazy or stupid all the time. I think that's unfair.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm sorry. I just want to be razor clear. I'm not memeing about this. I genuinely believe this, and it is something that is genuinely concerning me. I'll stop saying it because I understand it's triggering, and it's kind of a dick thing for me to say. I understand, sure. But okay, I'll stop saying that. Okay, sure.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so what do we like moving forward past this conversation? All right, what do each of y'all want moving forward out of this situation? Is it no communication? Is it what are we looking for in the future? Because what I don't want to happen is like this has been like a genuine effort trying to sort this out. What I don't want to happen is people suggesting that we have to have the same conversation a week from now. Because frankly, if it can't get fixed today, I don't think it's going to get fixed. So what do we need to do so that people feel like this is resolved and that we can just move on? Okay, does that involve just not talking about each other? On what has to happen?
I mean, I would say that the goal is the same resolution as last time, which is like no further communication. Like it's like we have bedrock things that haven't been resolved and seem to be impossible to resolve. So there's just no communication forward. Yeah.
I guess like I kind of was hoping that we could be like on okay terms. I guess. Like
I was
hoping for that.
Yeah, I know that's what you were hoping for. It seems like it's going to be difficult for that to happen.
I mean, I could try and I could certainly try and compromise more. Like like maybe I'm not seeing something. Like maybe I'm not seeing that. Maybe it is really bad to say that about whatever about how someone moves away or something from their kid or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe it is bad to say that, maybe it is, maybe there's stuff that I'm not seeing. Yeah, sure.
Can I get okay. So here's my thought on that. I think broadly speaking, it's okay to talk about what effects things like distance can have or something like that. But I think that it can be unfair to talk about group level trends at the level of the individual. Because the truth is that so this is something that we talk a lot about as people who want to be counselors or therapists. The expert about the person's situation is usually considered to be the client.
The person.
Or the person, because the truth is that we don't know enough details to make broad statements about people's individual lives. And it sounds like based on the previous conversation that that's a big no-no for Destiny. He doesn't like it when you use broad trends so they may be empirically valid, we have evidence for them, but when you're applying them to his life, not only is it invalidating of his personal experience, he's what the fuck, I live my life, I know that's not the case, so it feels like there's this authority of psychology that can kind of be waved over his head.
But then what about when other people think that behavior is okay, that it's okay to do that? That's concerning.
So what I would say is, if someone asks me, is it okay for this thing to happen? I usually, the way I like to talk about these things is, I'm not talking about anybody specific or any specific situation, but generally speaking, there's a trend that suggests that being far away from your kid is a negative association, yada, 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 citation.
Yeah, right? Insecure attachment and all that.
Yeah. So I think that as people who are in this field, we have a unique responsibility to be hyper fucking careful about what we say. Mm-hmm. And that is increased by the fact that Destiny in a way that appears to be more personally than the average person. So it sounds like to the outside viewer, and this is something I totally get from Destiny, I think this is fair. It sounds like you are privy to those nitty-gritty details that may indicate that this does apply. But even though you maybe not, because like you don't know Destiny's son, you don't know his situation. So my main suggestion here is like, does that make sense about like why it feels wrong to talk about him specifically publicly? Because like it seems like it's important to be able to talk about the trends broadly, so that we can like kind of inform people, psychoeducation, yada yada yada. But like talking about him specifically,
that's why I literally said about like that we have research that shows that like, you know, how many hours like a week kids are supposed to spend with their fathers, kind of thing.
So
I tried to take it away from like the personal, but I understand there's still like the issue. Yeah.
So the way that I think that this could be aided is that an additional clarification at the beginning. I'm not talking about Destiny. I'm not talking about any specific. Makes it ultra fucking clear that you're not talking about him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Do you think that's fair?
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah.
Okay. Does that make sense to you, Destiny?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, because I think, to be fair, it seems messed up that if someone who may or may not be privy to your personal life can use broad trends that really may not even apply to you, because we don't know your situation or your context or your life or whatever.
Yeah, of course. It still bothers me that she does it on a personal level to me, not only publicly, but at least publicly, I would be very careful to qualify the fuck out of a lot of different statements
so
like that.
I would say, so I understand even the personal level. Does that make sense to you? Like, not even just publicly, Anna? Does it make sense the personal stuff too? Like, talking about it in private as well can still feel like invalidating of his experience and his life and stuff like that?
Yeah.
This is where, and this is something also that we talked about earlier that kind of triggers me a little bit, is it feels like there is a lack of empathy from my side, that's said over and over and over again. But the way that she discusses my personal life by throwing an article at me and then slamming me with incredibly aggressive and hurtful statements about my personal life makes it feel like she has zero empathy for me, which is something that bothers me.
I don't use aggressive statements, though.
Wait. So Anna, like, I think that I think it's important to say something more along the lines of like, I hear that, or I understand your concern, rather than talking, because to him that's going to feel like defensiveness and justification and stuff like that. You understand?
It just feels like I can't, like I'm not allowed to. And like I even talked about this with my therapist, and she was also like, she literally read our DMs, and like,
this is justification, just so you know.
We shouldn't go down this route, because the reason I'm concerned about this is because what's going to happen is he's going to perceive this as justification, and it's all and on top of that, it's going to want to be using the authority of your counselor to justify your act. So does that make sense to you, Anna?
Also, real quick, Drew, I want to be very clear. I don't think that I'm above reproach or criticism. Like, I think that's totally fine. My issue is just like the way that it's done.
I was so gentle, though. I was so gentle.
So one of the closest people in my life, right? She's literally telling me in a conversation like, "Oh, I don't think she can even feel love." Like, just dropping a statement on that and then being like, "Oh, well, I don't think that." Like,
more context.
No, there is no context. This is what I mean when I say this is what I mean when I say So Drew, just real quick. This is what I mean when I say lack of empathy.
You're being unfair.
Wait.
You're being unfair. Please.
Okay.
We can read through that entire conversation if you want.
We don't need to. Okay. Look, I hear that, Destiny. I think to be like, once again, I think that definitely more clarification. So for example, in the previous conversation, this came up, and one of the things you said was, I think that, don't you think it's different to phrase something as like, here are some things to consider that you may want to look at in this context to make sure you're not doing anything wrong, rather than simply presenting it as if that is what's going on.
Yeah, 100%. So saying like, like it could be the case of this or that, or you should look out for this or that, feels way less aggressive than like, oh, well, here's 72% of blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, for sure.
That's how I framed it, though, Stephen.
Well,
That's how I framed most of it. This is what I mean. It's impossible.
So maybe, look, I think the truth is, if he's still perceiving it this way, there still has to be extra steps taken down.
Absolutely. I agree. Because the truth, clearly I'm not doing it right. Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. All right. So I heard a lot of stuff just now. By the way, I think that was extremely positive. Thank you both for trying to be patient with this. I realize this is like a really complicated situation.
Can we go back to the weaponizing I feel statements? Because I really don't understand that at all.
Okay.
I don't know how else to communicate.
Can I explain it in a way that may make sense to you?
Sure.
Okay.
You understand?
I think I understand what he's saying. Yeah.
Okay.
And the reason I understand it because I feel like I've had personal experience with my relationship, so I'm going to take it away from y'all for a second and talk about me, so it's not as heated. So one of the things that me and my partner have talked about is that when we're having an argument, sometimes it feels like her feelings are phrased as accusations, and it makes it hard for me to validate her feelings when I feel like I have to validate the fact that I'm a terrible person along with the feeling she's talking about.
Okay.
And the way that we have worked on that is I insist on validating her feelings, but I also need her to like give me some lateral or give me a little bit of extra room to actually do the validation by trying to phrase things in a less accusatory way. So I don't have to like feel like in order to validate her emotions, which is so important, we know that's so important, I don't feel like I have to accept responsibility for something that's unfair. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah. So because not using the term like victim blaming, basically.
Yeah, because it's really morally loaded. So because what I think a more succinct way to put it would be like, I feel like when we're talking about this, it seems like what's happening is that I'm sort of being blamed for the situation, even though I don't feel like that's super unfair. And then he can say something like that. It's like, oh, well, that's not my intention. Like, I'm actually trying to get this point across, rather than morally loading it, because like victim blaming is associated with some bad stuff. Okay, and for him to like have to even entertain
I guess I never
victim blaming. Well, you have to understand.
It can range from
in the broader context. I don't know, like, so you have more specialization in trauma than I do and stuff like that. In the public discourse, victim blaming is almost exclusively talked about in the context of like rape. So it's extremely morally loaded. So I think it makes it easier for validation to happen when things are phrased in such a way where they don't have to feel like they're being accused, and you don't trigger that defensiveness that may come from it. Does that make sense? How you could view a situation like that where it's like weaponized feelings, even though you're expressing feelings in order to validate those things. It seems like really hard to actually follow through with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just also feel like nothing I say is like considered genuine. Like it's just weird to me because like I literally never think in a way of like, oh, I'm gonna say this to get a reaction from this person. I never think that way. That is so foreign to me. Like, I don't know what kind of people do that stuff, but I don't want to be around people like that for sure. Like, that is horrible to me. Like, and it's just weird that Steven would even think that I could be capable like of that. Like, I don't know. That's just so like, that's manipulation, right? Like, that's manipulative behavior. When you're doing something, just I'm not accusing anyone. This is like in a like a general broad, like that's like what that is. That behavior is like you see what I'm saying? Like and like so then when he thinks that I'm doing that, you know, that's hard because
Can we just real quick, Drew, just to like generalize, you're pretty right in what I'm saying. Just to like generalize, so like my problem is that when she uses an "I feel" statement to make a descriptive claim about something external to like me and her is generally the problem. So for instance, if she says like "I feel like you're attacking me," that's fine. But if she says like I feel like your relationship with this person is incredibly unhealthy and you're abusive towards them, or I feel, and then she starts making like, she has like understandings or descriptions of the world that we disagree on, but she'll put that after an I feel statement. And then it's like, if I disagree with it, then her response will be, oh, well, I can't have opinions about things. I can't have, that's like my main problem, my main contention.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I usually am like that. Like that.
I think it was an example to be really clear about what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, so this is one of the central things. You might have even written this down. But for instance, when she says that, like, I have a right to express my opinion about your personal relationships, It's like, well, no, you don't. And she's like,
No,
well, what? I can't have a
right
thought
to
or an
express
opinion.
Concern. I've said that I have.
Okay,
I have
wait.
right to express
Stop. Please
concern.
stop doing the Semitic thing. Opinion or concern is the same thing in this circumstance, okay? So she says that she has a right to do this. And when I say, well, no, you don't, she's like, oh, so are you taking away my opinion? Are you taking, I can't have a feeling, I can't have an opinion about something? It's like weaponizing. She's using that, like, everybody should have a perspective and opinion. She's weaponizing that to make attacks on my personal life, things that are external to us. Yeah.
It's controlling, yes. It's controlling someone.
Well,
And she's saying that
wait,
I'm controlling her by shielding my personal relationship from her, like, criticism.
To be clear, Anna, it is controlling, but, big but, this is crossing a boundary of his. Boundaries are a form of justifiable control within relationships. This is why I said it at the beginning.
But it's also crossing my boundary. It's controlling me.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is part of the issue. The reason this became such an issue is because the boundary is so, you're crossing each other's boundaries here.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why this is so contentious. Okay. And that's part of the reason I'm saying that some of these things are really hard to resolve, is because how are you supposed to give up the fact that you think that you have a duty to call out things that may be a problem, and how
just suggest it. Like, I can't even suggest anything.
But also, it feels unfair to Destiny that, like, he can ask you to stop, or it feels like it's unfair, and then, like, your boundary is crossing over his into his life too. So it's like there's this. It's almost unreconcilable. Irreconcilable.
No, I mean it is. It just requires compromise, basically, which is what I did. I didn't cross it then.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna object to that, but I think that
I don't understand how.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think it's.
I didn't say another thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't.
Okay.
Even though I disagreed with it, but that's what he didn't like, is that I kept disagreeing with it.
Yeah. Okay. So at this point, all right. I think so. We're getting close to, like, the time period here that we have set out for this. I do you have other obligations?
Yeah, but like, I mean, nothing was. Yeah, but like, there was literally no empathy. There was still, like, I was still blamed. I was still like the bad nothing.
I totally hear you. Okay, I think it's unfair the way you've been portrayed. I do.
But wait, can you expand on that a little bit more? What part do you think is unfair?
I think it is genuinely unfair
I was hurt.
Yeah. Okay. I hear you, Anna. I have to respond to Destiny here.
Me.
Yeah.
This is an exceptional amount of emotional dysregulation, in my opinion. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life.
You don't. It's
That's not emotional dysregulation. Oh my God! Stop using psych terms and weaponizing psych terms. Projection much.
He's got no.
Wait, how can I be both emotionally dysregulated and a sociopath? Wait, I don't understand.
All right, let's stop. Okay. All right. Look.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. You asked me something before that whole interaction, Destiny. What did you ask me?
What have I said about her that's been unfair? Like you said that she. Yeah, go.
I think it's unfair to characterize her as a crazy person. I think it's unfair to suggest that she has some sort of mental illness. I think it's unfair to
have emotional dysregulation problems too.
Yeah, I think it's unfair.
That's normal.
I think it's unfair that you have people on your stream consistently, essentially making borderline conspiracy theories about what's actually going on in the situation. And I appreciate, by the way, last night I saw some clips where you were actually challenging them on that. Like, I appreciate that. But like this type of stuff going on where, like, everybody's talking crazy. You had a psych minor on last night who was trying to, like, analyze her attachment style for her, and she doesn't even know. And
what is wrong with you, Steven?
Oh, that's because she constantly accuses me of having, like, certain attachment patterns and, like, brags about her attachment pattern.
Okay. I hear that. So to be clear, Anna, he didn't have that conversation. That person just said it. Like, he didn't. That wasn't something he invited. It just that person just started bringing.
I have a secure attachment pattern. Like I've had it tested. Like, my own therapist knows this. Like,
of course.
Yeah.
Very secure.
Yeah. So.
Okay, that was passive aggressive again, Steven.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Have you considered that maybe your behavior impacts people, Steven? Do you know how attachment patterns work? They interact with each other, and someone with an insecure attachment pattern can literally cause the other person to be insecure.
All right.
That's incredibly convenient. Go ahead.
No, I mean, that's real. Look it up.
Okay. Yeah,
You
I'm
don't
not going to
believe, she
speak.
doesn't believe me.
I do. I believe it. It's in the chapter right after the 16 chapters on dark triad trades. I looked it up on Medium.com.
Destiny. So, is
sorry,
there
go
any
ahead.
reason to is there any reason to be passive aggressive at this point?
I feel like she's been aggressive, but no, I guess not. Like I like this conversation is really frustrating to me. I guess like so if I were to be like a bit more aggressive in terms of this conversation, why am I being passive aggressive? Is because I feel like you're giving an unhealthy level of validation towards a person that I think is like severely deranged. Like I feel like she needs like levels of help past just like normal therapy.
My therapist literally said you're super abusive.
And
she read all of our DMs.
I
would pay like $300 a session to sit down with like an actual. That's not to be.
I would pay to see you get therapy. That's what I want.
To go through our conversations and for any well-adjusted therapist to look at it and be like, oh yeah, Anna was totally fair here when she was like saying that like, oh well, the reason why your ex-girlfriend abused you was because you were emotionally abusive first, and your abuse was actually.
That's not what I said.
I can't imagine.
Slandering me.
I can't
and
imagine.
You have DGG people who are like coming and attacking me too, saying that I don't believe that men can be abused.
I can't imagine.
How am I supposed to address the slander? How am I supposed to address this slander?
I agree.
We can read through the conversation if you want. Dude, do you want to read through that conversation and get your thoughts on it? Do you want to?
Wait.
Just because I didn't express it in the perfect way, but the points I was trying to make were the same.
Wait. Okay.
Okay.
Number one.
Yeah.
Number one. Okay. I never said, so to be clear, I never said that everything she did was okay.
Right now, she feels like she is justified in the majority of her feelings, though. That's her feeling in this conversation right now. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not justified in all of my behavior. I've admitted that I did wrong things. And
if I were to ask Anna, whose fault is it that this conflict has bubbled up to where it is now? My guess is her answer would probably be like, okay, well, maybe most of it was my fault, like 60-40 or 55-45 is probably what she would say.
I don't think the number is relevant.
I think it's incredibly relevant. Because I think
I don't understand why you don't think you did anything wrong.
Exactly. So she didn't contradict it because I'm correct.
Right. I don't understand.
Do you think? Okay. I realize you're friends. I'm going to use an analogy.
Sure.
That is separate. This is separate from y'all. I'm not saying it has anything to do with y'all.
Okay.
Let's say in the future I'm counseling a couple, which this is not. Obviously, because this would not take place this way if this was counseling or whatever. If let's say I'm counseling a marriage in the future, okay,
sure.
And they come in and they start getting all worked up about like which person's more at fault. Do you think that that's productive, or do you think that really what's important is the conflicts resolved?
I think that depending on the type of harm administered, I think that is incredibly important. So, for instance, if there was a physically abusive relationship, I think it's important to establish. In fact, I think it's one of the most important things is that victims don't feel like they have a responsibility for causing their abuse. I think that's incredibly important. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, yeah. Okay,
and I've
fair
been
enough.
blamed.
So in
everything.
this circumstance where I feel like she's been incredibly abusive towards me,
Oh
I
my
think that
God.
it's important to establish that I don't think there's like a shared. I don't think that it's.
My therapist even said it.
I don't think it's important to establish, or I don't think it's fair to establish that both of us share a great deal of responsibility here, because I feel like she's been incredibly abusive towards me. That's why I reject that.
Steven, could you possibly think that? You were the one who literally used the silent treatment and like stonewalling. And I mean, even my therapist said it.
So when she is sending me hundreds of messages over a few days, and I'm not responding to what she's saying, that I'm stonewalling.
You're lying again.
Okay.
You're lying again.
We could go back and count them if you want. We can go count them.
Lying again. Lying again.
Weasley little lie.
Look.
Yeah.
I do not think that this is going to get more productive as time goes on.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you think that that's fair, everybody?
Well, of course, because I feel like she isn't seeing reality. So of course.
Slandering me. But there's nothing I can do. He keeps slandering me.
Yeah.
She calls it slander. I just want to be clear. If we want to go over any particular conversation in her DMs, I would be glad to open up some of those, and we could like literally publicly view them, and you can tell me.
No.
Okay. God, why?
Okay, Anna. First of all, I'm sorry you're upset. It matters to me. I'm trying to move this conversation on so we're finished with it. Is that fair?
But he's just gonna keep on saying
Yeah,
it.
so that's part of what I want to do.
And I'm just gonna keep on getting harassed.
I can stop talking about everything. I've said this multiple times that I would, and she has brought it up again every single time.
Well,
after our last Drew, after our last conversation,
I'm literally having trauma symptoms from this.
So she's justifying her bringing it up over and over again on stream. So what am I supposed to do? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what I want to do.
It's hurtful, and
It's hurtful.
Victim is allowed to talk about
what we need to do. Okay. What we need to do here is we need to establish. I understand that this is an extremely hurtful situation for you, Anna. Okay.
It's traumatizing.
I understand.
Wait, can I ask a question from Anna? I'm just curious.
Wait,
you don't believe anything I say.
Well, no.
Anyway.
I'm trying to be empathetic. So I'm just curious. Do you feel like you're having?
Why won't you talk with my therapist?
Well, no. I'm curious. I'm super curious. Just in response to all of this.
So she could actually tell you.
When it comes to So when it comes to like talking about this in stream or being like really emotional, do you feel like in response to like how provocative like all of this has been that it's like kind of hard to keep in check? I guess like how you feel about all these things in terms of like letting your emotions out on stream.
Can you rephrase that? I don't even know.
I don't understand what you said.
Do you think that like you have a hard time like controlling, I guess, kind of like your outward emotional response in regards to this type of like provocation in terms of this conversation?
I don't think it's really. I mean, it's extremely upsetting. I don't know. This is normal to be extremely upset
That's
like
not,
this.
I didn't ask if it was normal or not. I was just.
I mean, I don't know. It's just like sometimes it's kind of cathartic though and healing also to sort of like just talk about it and like, you know, express my feelings.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just curious.
Okay. All right. My goal at this point is just to move this forward and establish boundaries about how we're going to go about this afterwards. Okay.
Okay.
I think that there are serious disagreements that I just don't know that y'all are actually capable of, or I shouldn't say capable. I don't think that you're willing to.
Sure. Just to reiterate, I want to be clear. I do believe that it is harmful to her to present our disagreements as being equal on both sides, which is how I feel she's going away with this. But maybe we'll disagree on that. But.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I just don't understand what I did that was so horrible, you know?
So she just said it again, like, right? I don't know what I did that was so wrong. Like, I feel like it's harmful to her to try to make it sound like both of us are having reasonable disagreements over what's happened. I feel like there's clearly one side here that's being more reasonable and that the other side has like severe distortions over what's happening.
But like, why is it so horrible to you to send you messages saying like, I'm really hurting and I would like to talk to you and stuff? Like, why is that so horrible? How is that like
the fact that you can't recognize that sending somebody like tens of messages over and over and over and over and over again when that person isn't responding, that they need some space or that they're not comfortable responding
you
is
never said that though. You never said that.
Guys, we are
Stop it. You're gaslighting.
How am I gaslighting? Wait.
You literally never said that. You never mentioned anything about my messages ever.
Guys, we are circling. We have to move on.
This is literally insane. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, Steven, but seriously.
Okay. We have to move on from this because this is devolving.
Sure.
And it's not productive. And it's, frankly, it's not, I don't think anyone's being
served by this conversation. Yeah.
It's
he's literally making up shit.
What have I made up? To be clear, I haven't made up a single thing, but okay.
Yes, you have.
Anna, what I want to do is I want to move on and establish boundaries in such a way that y'all can negotiate those so that we can move on from this, so that we can try to live this down, okay?
But what about when I get harassed from like people being like, you send like hundreds of messages, and then I have to be like, no, I fucking didn't. This was a lie.
That we have to. Okay, I understand that. We have to move on at this point. If you want to establish rules about like what if you want to establish rules about what's allowed on your stream, about what people are allowed to say, I think that's reasonable. Okay.
There's literally so many other people who had similar things done to them by him, by the way, who literally
so she's made. So to be clear, Drew, to be clear, she's made that claim. I think you probably listened to it in the last conversation, and I asked her if she could substantiate a single thing, and she can't. But she's going to make this claim in the future.
I'm not outing
and I just want to say, wait, Drew. So this is.
Hey, wait. Destiny, I've watched the other conversation. I understand your point of view.
Okay,
I promise.
It hurts me. I feel hurt. Okay, just want to say, I feel hurt that when you're here and you kind of shield both of us from each other, it lends her a lot more credibility to her claims. That bothers me. I'm not like attacking you for it, but like that's like my main issue.
Why are you acting like I'm lying though?
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Y'all disagree on reality. Once again, we're circling. We have to move on. We have to.
How do you move on from reality, though? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Come on. Like,
I mean, it's a good point, though. Like, I mean, like, it bothers me that like you're presenting both of our viewpoints here as being equally valid, and she's made some extreme claims about me.
I think that
you literally lied. You literally are slandering me on the stream right now.
Anna, all right. Here's the deal.
Yeah. I'll stop.
Anna, you need to. Okay, you need him to stop talking about you on stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
I mean, it's like it's not even fair because like I have literally like 2,000 followers and like get like 20 views, and like he has completely slandered me with like these false claims, and now people think things about me that aren't true at all.
And it feels extremely unfair. All right, and I get that. I empathize with it. I understand your point of view. I really do. All right. I think at this point we have to establish rules for how this is going to happen moving forward, because we being here in this conversation, I don't think it's productive to be here endlessly upsetting you about this situation.
I just wanted to stop.
I know
I never wanted any of it to happen.
I understand, and that's what my goal is right now.
Why am I to blame?
That's what I'm advocating for. Okay. All right.
Don't you see how cruel you are?
All right. Anna,
you don't care at all.
Do you need a second?
No, because no matter like what happens, he can't feel any empathy at all.
Okay. And
I
understand, and I think that at this point, because that's how you feel, it's important to move on and establish rules such that you're satisfied that he isn't going to be talking about you, and vice versa. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And also, Also, I'm not saying that. I don't know. I do not know all the details of the situation. Clearly, I am not privy to all of the situation. It might be worthwhile. Like, I can't support you in a way that like your therapist would.
You
so
can
obviously,
read the DMs. I'll show you the DMs.
I am like, I'm your friend, right? I don't need to see the DMs. I understand your perspective. I don't need to know the details. What I'm saying is, for sure, like if this situation, I think that at this point, the most productive thing that could go on is establishing rules such that neither of y'all are going to be talking to each other about this to stir up controversy again. And I think that beyond that, whatever sort of residual things you're feeling, I think those have to be discussed with your therapist, not with Destiny, because I don't think it's going to be productive or helpful for you to continue discussing with him. Do you think that that's fair?
I mean, well, yeah, because I mean, I completely like my sense of reality goes completely like out the window. Like I don't even know what's real anymore.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, let's establish rules about what can't be said.
But the only way of like, I mean, like this could end. I know how it could end, and it would be I would basically have to completely submit and be like, okay, I agree with everything. Yeah, you were right. I was completely horrible. I was delusional. Like I would have to agree to like.
He's not talking about resolving the conflict.
I could do that. I consider doing that.
I think that this can end without doing that. I think that this can end by saying, we're going to cut off contact. We're not going to talk about each other. If anyone comes into my chat trying to search shit, I'm ignoring them and getting rid of them. Okay? Because the truth is,
why can't this conflict be resolved though? Like clearly it's got to be.
Because look, people cannot compromise on what they are not willing to.
It's because I'm not compromising enough. If I compromise
more, I'm not saying that. I think that you have values. And Steven has values. Steven doesn't feel that he can compromise on his values, that's his business. But I don't think that it's fair for us to keep doing this thing where we're circling, talking about the same. Y'all are never going to agree on this. And
That's
it's
not
not
true.
No, Anna, I don't think that he's ever going to agree with you on this.
No, I mean, like, I could just, like, maybe, I don't know. I mean, maybe, like, maybe I can, like, I don't know, like, maybe he's right, you know? I don't know. I just,
okay.
I can compromise more.
I understand that. Well, here's the thing, Anna. I know you can compromise. Being
It's not good when people can't compromise. Like, that's unhealthy, and I know that for sure.
She's attacking me again.
Well, yeah. So
What
people
thing
can't.
again?
Wait, just ignore that, okay? Ignore it.
Sorry.
People can't. There are some things people can't compromise on. I think that y'all have hit a point where there are things clashing that will not be compromised on, and I think for you to compromise on those things is to allow yourself to be put in a worse position because you're giving up on what you value, and you're giving up on like what makes you you, and you're going to subject yourself to more hurt in the situation. I mean, like, it seems like this situation where you perceive him not caring is extremely hurtful. And I don't think it's productive for you to subject yourself to this over and over again. Like, and by the way, I understand your perspective. I think that kind of what's happened is a little bit unfair too. But I'm not sure that arguing about it with Destiny anymore is going to fix it. Do you think that that's a fair interpretation?
I mean, yeah, but like, why was it like you were so caring and like at the beginning, Steven, like you showed the ability to care and stuff at the beginning. Like, why did it change? Like, I don't understand why it changed.
So something that bothers me is that I feel like I characterized her position incredibly accurately, but she still seems to have no idea what any of my problems are. I don't know. I feel like I've explained them initially when we had our initial conversations when I was in Sweden. I feel like I was really patient and explanatory, and then explained it over and over again. But it still feels like if I were to ask her, or I can even ask her now, Anna, if you were to summarize why you feel like I'm upset about everything, do you think you could do it, or what would your explanation be?
It would basically be that, like, I mean, you don't believe like anything that I've said. I mean, you see me as like having basically like I don't know, like been disrespectful of like crossed your boundaries, I mean, like hurt your feelings, you know, been like criticizing, and like, well, also delusional, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you think that's at least partly right?
So when I describe,
maybe you think it doesn't go.
So like this is the difference. I feel like when I described what I felt her feelings were, I feel like I explained in good faith like what I thought her problems were. I felt like I gave examples and reasons why she felt like it. And now when she's trying to explain how I feel, she's just like reflecting some of the words that I've used, but she doesn't actually have a good deep understanding of like, well, this is what I did that really hurt you.
Well, because you don't really describe it in feelings terms.
I have
Steven.
Explicitly. Oh, sorry, guys.
I feel like he's made an honest effort to. In this conversation, I think that you hit some of like the points. I feel like he may be feeling like he was able to give a more in-depth description of why you're upset, and that's why he's talking about the discrepancy between those two things.
Yeah. I'm extremely,
it's not
like,
fair for her to just say, "Oh, well,
stressed,
he feels hurt." That doesn't show an understanding of my problems. Like, why am I upset?
I know your feelings were deeply hurt.
Why are you upset?
It's not just the you're hurt. It's the why.
Yeah.
What did you offend to cause it? That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, so what have I done? Or I'm sorry, what do I think that you've done that I feel is so hurtful on your end?
That I criticized your like your parenting choices, and criticized, like, I understand, like, you see it as me implying that you're a terrible person, essentially.
That's closer. You're closer to it. Okay.
Yeah, you're getting there. You're doing better. You're doing good.
Yeah.
It's pretty upsetting that after like months of this, though, you haven't thought at all about like why I might be upset, because it's pretty clear that you're trying to pick this up on the
I've reflected on this a whole ton.
All right.
Yeah.
It's just like
Yeah.
It's just
He
like
did say-
the
he did say
behavior
that-
doesn't make sense to me, I guess. It's just
Yeah,
hard
it's
to
Like when you
hard
say
to understand.
when you say something. So for instance, I'm so sorry to keep doing this because I'm playing
No,
the
you're
attention
fine.
game so much. But when somebody is
It's
like, "Why are
okay.
you upset?" Oh, you're upset because I criticized you. Like, holy shit! What the fuck? No, now you make me sound like I think I'm beyond criticism. I'm upset because you implied
Oh, no,
that I have like
no.
a horrible relationship with my son, not because you criticized me. Like that's like the upset part. But it seems like you have to work a lot to get to that point. And I feel like it should be, if not readily available. Like I feel like I've said it enough that you shouldn't have to think about it too much. But
Okay, so so you feel like she's
But
getting
I-
closer, but
I mean,
she's
I-
not.
That's what I
Okay.
kind of am hard. It's hard to understand because I've said it to you so many times that like I that's not what I meant at all. Like that's not what I implied.
you also
So,
have a
like,
huge problem in like your intention doesn't matter when it comes to
If it-
making another person feel a certain way. Like if
Yeah,
I were to
yeah.
walk up to you and say something incredibly hurtful, and you're
That's-
like, that hurts.
That's
And I'm
why
like, well, I didn't
amended.
intend for it. But yeah,
And that's why I amended and explain it to you. Like
Well,
to
wait.
help-
So he's
to help you
he's saying,
understand.
yeah. So I think that he's giving pretty good like I feel statements
Yeah,
about
yeah,
the situation. Yeah. So he's doing really good here. He's extending an olive branch for sure.
yeah,
I
definitely.
think rather than explaining why you're doing things, that's going to come across again once again like you're trying to
Yeah.
justify it rather than just simply saying, okay, you feel this way, reflecting that. I understand. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess like I don't know. With me, I guess I don't know. With me, it's like I always want to hear the explanation. Like
Yeah.
you know, it generally like people do want to hear the explanation. Like people
Yeah.
always want to hear why. Like why did you like why? Explain it to me. Like
I think he wants to hear that you understand why he's upset, though,
yeah,
not why you've upset him.
yeah. Well, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I do understand that, Stephen. Like I understand that's how it came across. Yeah.
Well, so like, understand specifically what? Because saying I understand.
Oh, that I implied that like he's a bad father.
Yeah.
That's how it came. Yeah.
what other things do you think that you've done that have made me feel bad? Why do you think I feel bad about any of our other past dealings?
Because I mean, this sounds kind of like bad to say, like, but because you feel that I've, implied that you're a bad person, basically, and like exploitative, like with that person that we argued about, and that like, oh, also that you're like a cold person. Oh, why is there an echo? There's a bad echo. I mean, those are bad enough things to
Okay.
like feel someone's, basically think about you. And also, like, it made me really sad that day, Stephen, that you told me that you completely believe that I view myself as being morally like above you. Like that really actually hurt because I didn't.
Why do you think I would have that view? I'm curious. Why do you think I would view you as believing that you're morally above me?
Yeah, I understand that. Like that's when I realized, like, oh no, I must have come off in like not gentle enough, not sensitive enough, like to criticize.
Okay. Do you understand how your explanation here? Because you've repeated this line quite a bit, and I can't tell if you're saying it passive aggressively or if you genuinely.
It's not
because
passive-aggressive.
you have multiple times. If I go through a conversation, you've said things like, "I didn't realize you were so sensitive," or "You've lied to me about how sensitive you were."
No. So
No.
Destiny, I hear your concern. I've considered this. I think that she's genuinely attempting to understand. I don't think that this is a
I'm being
passive aggressive
genuine.
thing. Yeah,
No,
I
I'm
don't.
being genuine.
Yeah.
Like obviously, the way someone says things matters, and like when you're not sensitive enough and you come across as just being like very like blunt and like like that matters. And
So her thing was, I'm just quoting, "I wish you had made it clear how sensitive you were. I would have been more careful. You always said you don't care about criticism. You're fine with it, so you lied."
yeah, I was mad. I was mad.
Okay,
when
well,
I
I'm just
said
saying,
that.
like, that's how she phrased it. So
Yeah, but like that's not what I'm saying right now.
Yeah. So you think that was not a good decision to say that in the past?
Oh no,
You're
obviously not.
Yeah. Okay.
also, to be clear, I don't feel like I'm especially sensitive. But I do feel like she's probably said, and damn, dude, I've tangoed with a lot of horrible people. If you follow me for a while, you know this. She's probably said some of the most hurtful things to me that I have ever had somebody say to me, I think, in my entire life. I don't think I've ever had anybody with that level of personal relationship to me come out and say like such cold and horrible fucking things about relationships that I currently or have had in the past with people.
No, I literally never said anything about that. And also, I don't see how. I just don't get it.
When he said, okay, look, when he says something like that, you have to let him get away with some of the inconsistencies that from your point of view so that you can reflect what he's saying. Because otherwise it doesn't come across like you care.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. How you holding in, Drew?
I'm great, man.
Okay.
So I think we're on a positive note right now. I think this has been going a long time.
Sure.
And I think everyone might be a little bit exhausted here, including myself.
Sure. Just to be clear, she feels like we're on the way to repair, and she can talk about this publicly. I think that's where we're at right now. I don't know if that's where you want this to be resolved.
I'm moving into the discussion about what happens next.
Oh,
so
okay.
We're clear about what our
Gotcha. Okay.
What are our expectations from here? Okay. What does each person want? Okay. Because I don't want this to end and then we're back at square one because we weren't clear about what the expectations are at this point. Okay.
Could I just say that when of course in my view of course it was like I was like I felt the same way about you, Stephen. I had never experienced such cold, callous, just it was horrible. And
so
sounds like
I was both of you.
It was so hurtful.
Yeah.
And again, Drew, I love you.
Like I was calling it out.
Drew, I love you so much, but if I were to if we were to go through any of our conversations, I have been incredibly patient, kind, caring, generally, except for when we're fighting over some of these things. And I think that people would read some of the things that she said to me in holy shit, I can't believe she fucking said it. I do not like the fact that both of our treatments here are presented as oh, well, it's valid that each of you could see them as being cold to the other person. But I understand that's a lot for you. Sorry, yeah.
I mean, that's weird because I kind of feel that way as well.
Yeah, both people are always going to feel that way. Okay.
Yeah, I don't like that both. I really wish, dude, in the future, if you want, we should go over a particular conversation because I don't think that most people will come away being yeah, I could totally see how both sides are being really horrible here. Holy fuck.
Yeah. But also, I think the thing that will get missed.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Do you think that it's important for me as an outsider to who is more wrong or that's not my goal here.
I think in the case of where there has been where one side perceives an abuse. Hold on, you can't sigh. That's invalidating to my feelings as a perceived victim. Okay, sure.
To be clear, I'm sighing because I'm tired.
Sure, gotcha. We're almost. I have to go to another show in 5 minutes, right? Sorry. But where I feel she is committed a ton of abuse towards me. It is incredibly invalidating to my experience that I need to consider the validity of her side of the argument. I don't consider it valid, and I don't consider her perspective valid.
What about all the abuse that you committed against me?
Wait. We're gonna circle. We have to. You have to leave in a few minutes, right, Destiny?
Yeah, I mean, I should, but.
Yeah. Okay. We need to establish boundaries for what's going to happen moving forward. Sure. We have to, because
I'm okay with that. Just without past statements on oh, both of you have done bad things, blah blah. Yeah, but establishing boundaries moving forward, I'm okay with that. That phase of the conversation.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, we're moving on. All right. Okay. Goals for each of you. What do you want moving forward? Destiny, go first.
I mean, I feel like no contact is the best path forward without mentioning the other person.
Okay, so both no contact in private and no talking about her in public. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and also your stream too. You understand that if you're not saying anything, but people on your stream are talking shit about, that's effectively
that's the
extremely
same thing.
Similar. Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Okay, so we're clear.
Your DGG people.
To be clear, after we had this conversation last time, she was talking about me on her stream the next day. But I can monitor my community. Yes, I will do that.
Yeah,
as long as she does
I
the same.
Threatened.
As long as she
literally threatened me.
Okay, we're okay.
Yeah.
Past is past, and now we're establishing these rules.
I can make it so that in my community, people don't talk about her, link her tweets, do any of that shit anymore. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But how come you let it go for so long?
Okay, Anna. I understand it's hurtful. We have to move into the future.
I'm still incredibly hurt, I think.
I totally hear you. And I cannot I cannot ethically like be your emotional support right now, because like that I think is the role for your counselor.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, like
it
so
just sucks because it's like I have to listen to my therapist telling me how horrible he treated me, and like I can't talk about it now.
I totally hear you.
I will totally submit myself, by the way, to a group therapy. I will fly out to have that group therapy session. I would be super interested in that if her therapist ever wants to do it.
Okay.
You want to talk to my therapist?
That would be yes. I would love that opportunity. 1,000,000%. We could Zoom it if she is able to. Go ahead.
Destiny has agreed that he's not going to talk about you. His community's not going to talk about you. He's not going to let his friends shit talk you.
I mean, yeah, like after that, he's already completely slandered me across the whole internet.
Yeah, I understand. All right. Do you think that it's fair for you to extend the same rules? That you're not going to talk about him? You're not going to talk about...
I don't know.
It feels.
I don't know.
I understand that
this still is like extremely unfair to me because, like, you know, he has such a huge reach. Like he's. I mean, I never thought of him as like being like famous or something. Sorry, never thought of that. But then apparently other people do.
Right. Okay. So what I would say is that, because
I can't defend myself now.
Yeah. But to be clear, from here on out, it sounds like the goal is this is going to die out at some point, okay? But it has to die out by this ceasefire. It has to happen. Do you think that makes sense?
I just feel like, I don't know. I just feel like I was still, like, more defensive. And, like, if we talked like this from the beginning, like, we could have actually resolved things.
Maybe so. But I don't know, to be honest. And I think at this point, it might be the best way forward to like, I think that if he's willing to extend that he's not going to like let his people be talking smack and stuff like that. I think it's fair that you can't.
I mean, it still, it still bothers me that like, he doesn't think that I care really though. Like, I don't know. I don't want it to end like that. Like,
yeah, it feels unfair to end it this way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But nonetheless, sometimes things aren't fair, right? You know, and I understand that, frankly, I think that, like, this is stuff, like, I don't think this is any means finished for you. And I understand that it feels wrong to have to close everything down because it's not finished for you. But I think the avenue for resolving that is through the proper situation rather than being able to, like, I understand that, like, being able to vent to the people you're around, like, in your community, it's like, that's really important, but that necessitates the ending of the ceasefire where they get to talk about you more. You understand?
But, like, I just don't understand, what did you want, like, to hear from me, Steven? Like, what, did you want me to, like, say, like, okay, yeah, I completely understand, and just, like, no explanations, basically, then? Like, or do you just not think that
I'll say what I said before. I think we have fundamental disagreements over reality, and I was curious if with a third party mediating, if it was possible to bring you around to realizing some of these disagreements were incorrect in your end. That's my only goal.
Well, even if I agreed to that, I mean, I don't know, like, if I agreed that, like, okay, I was the one in the wrong or something. So, like, let's say hypothetically, I know if I agreed to that and stuff, I mean, I guess that still doesn't really, it doesn't seem like it really changes, like, the hurt,
I don't think exploring this hypothetical is a good way of doing things. It doesn't feel like this is getting us anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just, I can't believe you don't, like, feel any remorse for.
And you know what, like,
I don't you care at all.
Yeah, and I understand that you feel that way, and I think that continuing this is going to continuously subject yourself to that feeling. And if you have these disagreements, it's going to be hard for you to receive the support you need within this context. And that's why I'm saying it seems like the effective way to resolve this in a way that's like super healthy for you, and that's what I want for you. I deeply want you to be able to move past this, even though it feels super unfair. I think the context to work on that is with somebody that's supportive, like your therapist, rather than on this public platform where everyone's shooting stuff at you. Like, it just feels like that is what makes sense.
No, I mean that's extreme. It's extremely toxic. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The environment of Twitch can be that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you open to the same agreement that he has, where you're not going to talk about him, not let people talk about him in your community as well, to try to like let this to rest so that you're not getting it from him as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'll try. I might slip up.
Okay. If you slip up, and by the way, this is something we have to establish. When this boundary, if it gets crossed, it needs to be corrected, and if it needs to be apologize for whatever. All right. If it gets crossed, you need to stop yourself. This is going to both people. Like, stop. Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to do it, and then we move on. We're not going to break the whole boundary down just because that happened, right?
Yeah, but I really want to understand why he thinks that. I just want to understand, because I like to take criticism and I like to try and learn from it and make myself better. And I just feel like I can't. What is there to learn from this? I don't know.
I think that so to cover what we've covered, I think that there was a couple things you could take away if that would help you feel like this has got get a little bit of closure. I think we've learned a little bit the ways in which you can communicate things a little bit more effectively, so that you can get your feelings across, so they can be validated by the other person.
But why is it that I don't have that problem with other people, though? That's what confuses me.
To be honest, I can't speak to what's outside this conversation. I don't know. I just know that when this context, it seems like an additional layer of consideration may have been necessary or something. I can't, like I said, I can't speak to your other friendships. I don't know them.
Just to be super clear, and I know it's whatever, but like, she's walking away from this thinking that I'm the person with most of the problems, and she just needed to tailor her behavior to me, who is an exceptionally sensitive person.
No.
That's what she feels right now, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Look, if she feels that way, does it matter to you how she feels if she leaves and this is over, Destiny?
Well, I mean, if in terms of not mattering, none of this technically matters to me, right? I have nothing to lose here if my community harasses her forever, right? I have nothing to lose. So, and in that sense, like, it's not like the prerogative shouldn't be on me to resolve this. It should be on her. I mean, I'm willing to, because I don't want to be like a cruel, evil person, but like, it's not like I've got like some huge motivation to do anything. I'm just saying. But it bothers me, because with you as a mediator here, like, you're lending a lot of validity to her image, and it feels like she's going to walk away from this thinking, especially someone that's going to be in control of clients' lives in the future, that she was totally valid here, but she just needed to be extra sensitive towards me because I'm an extra special, super sensitive type of person.
I don't think you're an extra special, super sensitive person, Destiny, and I don't think that her perception of you is that either.
But it is. She literally said, "I don't have this problem with anyone else." So she's out making it sound like. Anna, do you think that you need to be more sensitive with me than you would with like an ordinary person?
Okay, 1 second.
I mean,
it's the answer is yes, but she doesn't want to say it. But yeah.
I mean, like.
So this is what I mean, Drew. This is what I'm saying, right? And also, I think it lends a bit more credence to my side, that I feel like I know what she's thinking at all points in this conversation, but she has a complete and total inability to empathize with any of my positions, which also bothers me in this conversation.
I think it's really clear that I empathize with how you feel about me.
Okay.
I'm sorry for making you stay up so late. I'm sorry.
We are looping once again. All right.
I said those exact words, by the way, that we are looping. I've said that multiple times in my conversation.
Okay. Once again, we are at the point where we are establishing those boundaries. We're going to respect those boundaries, and we're going to move on. I think that the best format under which you can express the frustration with the feeling of unfairness of the situation, Anna, is with your therapist, because frankly, I actually can't. I would be crossing a boundary, I think, if I tried to like support.
Of course.
So I don't think I can do that, but I think that this is fair to end at this point with both, like, with a commitment from both of you that you're going to respect this boundary.
I've said that, like, I'm trying to understand.
Yep.
I mean, I've said that
Yep.
I empathize. Like, I do. I understand how he feels, Steven. Like,
Yes.
you made it very clear.
Yeah, and I understand that that's the so you understand that you understand his perspective.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily translate to him feeling that, and part of the problem is that something about the way you're communicating is not jiving.
Yeah,
right?
I know, and I wish I
Right.
could figure it out though. I
Yeah,
just can't.
I wish I could figure it out too. You know?
Yeah.
Okay. So, to be clear, so we can get verbal, like, commitment. Anna, you are committing to not talking about him on stream and not allowing your audience to do it as well, as frustrating as that can be.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And Destiny?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Are we good here, or do we need to? What do we need to do?
I'm good.
That's good.
Okay, we're good. Okay. I just want to say I appreciate the conversation. I realize this was difficult. I appreciate that, Destiny. I especially appreciate you extending some branches that you, I think, felt were unfair to you. But I appreciate that you're going through the process to try to resolve this. Okay.
Thanks. I feel
Is that
appreciated.
fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And Anna, I appreciate the fact that you're frustrated, but you're willing to try to resolve this as well. And I appreciate and apologize for the fact.
I just feel like we can resolve it. I just need to be more like compromising. I do. I wasn't compromising enough throughout this. I got too defensive.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I messed up though.
It sounds like we're coming to the close, and the fact that this is going to end for sure.
It makes me upset because I just feel like I didn't do it right though, and I was too defensive and reacted. I just got really upset and reacted.
Also, someone made a good point. We need to set boundaries in terms of not just public appearance but private communication as well. What are the boundaries on private communication for the situation?
I think no contact is easily the healthiest way to go.
I really didn't want to do that.
Yeah, I understand that, Anna. To be super crystal clear, I realize how frustrating that can be, because it feels like you have all this pent up stuff. You have nowhere to get it out now, right?
I feel like I still have questions that I don't understand.
You have unspoken questions, unfinished business. It feels extremely unfair, right? I think the method by which to
how could someone hurt me that badly though? That cared about me.
Yep.
I don't understand.
Yeah, and I hear you, and
not feel any remorse or anything.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah, and I think that
when I apologize so many times.
Yes. And I think that the mode by which you cope with that and move through this is with your therapist. And I'm saying that as somebody who respects the hell out of the profession and realizes that you have genuine stuff to get through. Not because you're crazy.
What am I supposed to do when my therapist keeps telling me that I was abused then? What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to learn from that? How am I supposed to not tell him, hey, you think I'm crazy, but, this is what my therapist literally said.
To me, okay, this is
that you don't see how manipulative and cold
it sounds like
the silent treatment is abuse.
It sounds like to
stonewalling is abuse.
Yeah, it sounds like to me that it's going to be very difficult to move past the fact that you cannot change Steven's mind.
Sometimes I really wish I was a sociopath, because then this wouldn't hurt at all, and I could just fucking go on without feeling anything.
Yeah, so just real quick, two things. So
it would be so much easier.
So one, this is like an ableist attack on me, right? She's calling me a sociopath, and it's a way to say oh, well, that's why he's able to do this. And then two, she's misusing stonewalling and silent treatment. My desire to move past this, because I don't believe that there's anything left to talk about, is abusive to her, which I feel like is not fair.
That's not what I said. I was talking about earlier.
Okay.
I was talking about before.
Okay.
In the beginning, I was talking about in our past relationship, you used those things.
And to be clear, Anna, I think you have a lot to process. Yeah. And I think part of the frustration is that processing will certainly not include changing Destiny's mind. Because I don't think he'll change his mind. I think he has firm positions. He's not going to change his mind. And as hard as that is, I think the method by which you process that fact is with somebody who can support you. Is that fair?
Or ever get an apology or anything, though. I ever get any remorse or anything.
I think that it's I can't speak for what Destiny wants to do, and what I want. This is, and by the way, this is what I want for you as your friend. Is I want you to be okay whether or not Destiny decides to apologize or whatever.
But
right?
I feel like it's what's not being heard is that like I was like reacting. Like that's the thing. Like he committed the silent treatment and stonewalling first, and then I was reacting. Like,
so you feel like you've been unfairly portrayed as the aggressor and all these things.
Yes.
Okay. I think. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say who's wrong or right. What I'm saying is that I respect your concerns and I value them, right?
Yeah.
And I think that they have to be expressed within the context of the appropriate relationship where people aren't going to be attacking you for expressing how you feel. Because, like, it's getting to the point where I don't feel comfortable within this context to make sure you're supported because this is in public. Yeah, so
of course.
What my goal is that, like, it hurts that I can't support you in this way because the context is inappropriate, okay? And I also don't think it would be appropriate for me to try to support you through this whole situation within, like, the context of DMs or anything like that, because that's going beyond the scope of me as your friend. I want to be able to be supportive.
Obviously.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not accusing anything. It's just this is too heavy for this to be outside the context of a genuine therapeutic relationship where you have confidentiality, all of those things, a support environment. So I think, So I think that it's appropriate, especially because Destiny has to go, that we establish these boundaries, commit to them, and we can move on. Is that fair?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So to be clear, we both committed to no private or public communication and moderating our community so they don't make public statements about the other person. Is that clear? We're clear about the boundaries.
Oh God, what about all of like this fucking Reddit posts where like people are calling me crazy and stuff, and like he just leaves them up.
Unfortunately, well,
I can remove them from my server.
Care, and he agrees or whatever. I don't know.
I don't know what his. I don't know to what extent does the. Okay, look. First of all, regardless of his community, I think people are going to make Reddit posts no matter if they're in his community or not. I don't know that we can control that, right?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but I think that that's just unfortunately the case and what's going to happen.
Yeah, but then I can't respond.
Yeah, I know, and it sucks. I don't know another way forward that isn't going to just hurt you over and over again. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a way out of it. Like, I don't think there's a satisfying way out of this for you, but I think there is a way out. Is that you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I think as long as we're both committed to no private public communication, moderating our communities in a way that respects those boundaries. If that's what we're both agreeing to, are we okay to call this a closed conversation?
I guess. Yeah.
Okay. And Destiny, are you good as well?
I think he's on mute.
He might be. He might have he had other obligations, so he might.
Wait, I don't know if we're still on his stream or not. I can't tell.
Oh, he went to the bathroom.
Oh.
He went to the bathroom. Yeah. Okay. So we're cool. I think let's wait till he gets back so we can get that confirmation from him. Let's not talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about why he's gone.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I literally wrote an entire self-reflection paper for my group therapy class on this whole thing. It's like, oh, well, at least shitload of content to write about now for my freaking self-reflection. On how you can visualize yourself as like a future therapist and stuff. Yeah. Like, well, I have a shit of things to write about now because I can never I often have a really hard time figuring out what to write about because I have.
Okay. Are you back, Destiny?
Yeah, I do. Real quick.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no problem. We were just saying that she's agreed that she's going to respect the boundaries of no private and public communication and moderation of her community.
I'm really I'm still I don't like the no contact thing.
She's still doing it, Drew. Do you understand?
Okay.
What?
You don't like it. So when you say you don't like it, but you're still willing to commit to it, correct?
Kind of. I mean, we
cannot. We
Why
cannot.
Are you laughing?
Because this is what you do, man.
Frustrating.
We've established a pattern of behavior, and we're watching it unfold in real time.
Stop. Okay.
What do you know? I mean,
Just
literally
ignore
no.
him. No, no, we're not doing this again. All right.
I'm literally just expressing how I feel about like the no
Hiding behind I
context
feel statements. Oh my
sucks.
god, it's a rerun.
Okay. All right, Anna.
This is why obviously, I have to, because like I don't have a choice.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. I'm just expressing how I feel about it. Okay? Oh my god.
Okay. I hear you. We have to have a verbal, strong commitment to it for this to work.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, yes. Yeah.
So you strongly commit to no private and public communication and moderation of your community such that it honors those boundaries, correct?
Yes. But,
okay, Destiny. No, Anna, no but. Okay.
So there's still gonna be harassment and stuff though.
Okay.
It's still gonna happen.
We will figure out how to moderate your community that respects those boundaries. And Destiny is going to honor this request, right? By not talking about her on stream, moderating his community such that it honors those boundaries, no private communication, public communication, etc. Right? Strongly, yes.
Yes.
Okay, and so that means.
What if he doesn't?
What if he doesn't? Then we are agreeing to these boundaries. If someone breaks the boundary accidentally, we're going to say stop. We're going to refix the boundary, and we're going to hold on to the boundary.
I thought our privacy boundaries were clear, but then they weren't.
It does, okay.
Because he can create tons of justifications for his behavior.
Right.
So now, I guess I don't trust it.
I hear that you don't trust him. There is no other way forward than to have to respect the boundary yourself. That is all we can control.
Yeah.
We can't control Destiny. You know?
That was a deep statement.
Yeah. We can't control Destiny. All right. So we're clear on boundaries, no private public communication, and moderation of our community such that it honors those boundaries. Correct. Both of y'all. Yes. 100%. Unequivocally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right. Are we good?
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate it. All right.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate both of y'all. All right. Thank y'all so much. I'm going to wait until both of y'all leave. Because I'm not going to leave.
No, that's fine. Okay. I love you, Drew. It's been fun. You're very brave for having a conversation in it. Yep. See you guys later. Bye.
Yep. All right, see you.
Is this the final chapter? Or does the final chapter have yet to be written? Find out next time on QTxlcEJkmZE. All right. We're done with this. Get out your memes for the next 5 minutes, and then we're banning talk of her. I'm moving on to the Hippie Dippy podcast. We're going to talk about our other deranged, mentally ill friend, Joe Biden. Top kick.
Hey, so we're going to start with intros. Welcome to another episode of the Hippie Dippy Podcast. I'm happy to have you all here. Thank you all for showing up on time.
Was he being passive aggressive towards me?
Politics, and I do some memeing on my streams. I stream on Twitch and YouTube, and yeah, I don't know, should be fun.
Wonderful. Next, I'm going to throw it over to the Turk.
Hi, I'm the Turk. I'm a science and tech streamer and YouTuber, and you can catch me at twitch.tv/theturk or at YouTube. I'm right-leaning and usually one of the few and proud conservatives on these panels, so good to see all y'all tonight.
Happy to have you on. Next, I'm throwing it over to Rob Noor.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rob Noor. If you're watching Dylan's channel from before, I was just on here debating a good friend of mine, Pisco. So, yeah, I'm conservative. I ran for Congress in the 2019 special election in District 12. I'm a Trump supporter. But more than that, I would say I'm someone who's critical of the establishment on both sides. I have a small radio show out of Williamsport that I do on Saturdays, 11 a.m. till 1 p.m. And then you can find me at Normal America with Rob Noor on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and Periscope. And I will be doing a 24-hour live stream Monday, the day before the election, starting at 8 a.m. So feel free to join me there. But pleasure to be here as always, Dylan. Thank you.
Happy to have you on. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
What's going on? I'm Joe Lewis, the O's a Zero. You can also find me on Twitch at Joe Lewis, the O is a Zero. Thanks for having me, Dylan. Glad to be here.
No problem. Next, I'm throwing it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, hi guys. Counterpoints. I do have a YouTube channel. Counterpoints, small but growing. I'm pretty centrist. The things that make me right wing are pretty much guns, immigration, and some limitations on abortion. But I'm pretty centristy, and I actually voted for Joe Biden, so I might actually balance out the panel tonight and help try to keep things centered.
No problem. Next, we're going to pass it over to CTV.
Yeah, I'm just a guy that served 9 years on Ohio-class submarines as a machinist made auxiliarman. I've controlled atmospheres, ran diesel engines, ran huge hydraulic plants, and spent quite a bit of time underneath the water living in an artificial environment. I enjoy talking about politics and history, and am looking forward to discussing why I believe Trump is a better candidate than Joe Biden.
Okay, and we just had Harkdan join. On time, as always. You want to start it off?
Yeah, sure. So
with your intro.
Oh, hey, I'm Harkdan. I'm just I'm a landlord, and I've also done a lot of stuff with tech in the past, and I am the original Joe Biden stan. Since the very beginning of Joe Biden's existence, I have been his #1 supporter, and I would die for the man.
Wonderful. And Destiny, I know you can hear me. You're in the voice chat. Could you try to join the whereby?
Yeah. Is there a reason why this wouldn't be working right now? Is there like a trick to this?
Not particularly. Not that I know of.
Okay. Well, okay. What's up? My camera's just not showing up in the thing. I feel like I have a decent level of tech competency, but it's not working, and I don't know why, and it's triggering me. Sorry, I'll figure it out.
I had the same problem, by the way. I had to use a webcam.
I'm trying to use my webcam. But it's not working.
So
Sorry,
Destiny.
guys.
So
Yeah.
basically, I remember I had to use a program called Snap Camera originally because there's only so many outputs. Apparently, I forget exactly how it works, but yeah, you have a certain number of outputs.
Anyway, I'm Destiny, twitch.tv/Destiny. People know me as being one of the most adamant Biden supporters on the platform, and I'm here to ruthlessly attack anybody that would dare question his legitimacy as ascending to the throne of presidency of the United States. He's clearly the better and superior choice, which I think is reflected right now in the polling averages across battleground states and the rest of the country. So I'm excited here to celebrate Biden's ascension to the throne.
Okay, wonderful. Great. So we're going to start it off. Mr. Geek, if you could help Destiny out in DMs or something with the whereby, that'd be wonderful. Mr. Geek, of course, is my co-host and wonderful editor. So we're going to start off with the first topic, which we only have 2 topics today. So we're going to actually have a shorter Hippie Dippy podcast than normal. It is just 2 simple topics. Why should or shouldn't you vote for Joe Biden? And why should or shouldn't you vote for Donald Trump? Let me start off with the rules. The first rule is, of course, nothing TOS. If you do anything TOS, it's an instant ban from the show. You'd be kicked off, completely gone. Second rule is during intro segments. That means the first period where people will be stating their positions. You get about 1 to 2 minutes to state your position on an issue, uninterrupted, where nobody can interrupt you. And if you do interrupt somebody, you will be muted. The same thing will be done at the end of the segment. Everybody will get a 1 to 2 minute period of time where they'll be able to state their position. And finally, one last time. The other rule is you cannot @ other people in the Twitch chat. I've just found that it's made people get more heated. So one second, Destiny, let me beat you in the whereby. And so generally just don't @ other people in the Twitch chat. It just gets people more heated, and I try to have a somewhat productive conversation. If you interrupt too much, I will step in and tell you to please hold yourself back or allow somebody else to speak. But mostly, I would like to try to stay back and let you guys interact. If you do, then eventually, if you don't heed my warnings, you will be muted for a short period of time to allow the other person to speak. So that's most of the rules. I don't think I'm... Oh, and there's one last thing. I just want to say to the audience generally, this is a roundtable show. These are all these people's opinions. Please do not make a determination of who to vote for off of one roundtable or your favorite streamer. Please go out, read other sources, go listen to experts, and look at their platforms yourself. Do not just go onto somebody's thing and say, I don't know who to vote for. Let me check in with my favorite streamer. That's really stupid. That's super small brain. Don't do that. This is just something that might be able to supplement that large area of information going into, and it's also for a small, and it's also somewhat entertainment. So please keep that in mind when looking at this. Nobody here is an expert on anything we're going to be generally talking about today, and if they are, they will probably state that out front when talking about a certain issue. So just remember that when we're talking about this election. And please, everybody, do go vote. If you have the ability to vote at this point, if you are an American, please go do that. We would really appreciate if you participated in this extremely important election, no matter who you are voting for. So we're going to start with the first topic, which is going to be on the presidential candidate trying to vie to remove the incumbent. Why should or shouldn't you vote for Joe Biden? We're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Riley Grace Rochong. You have 1 to 2 minutes.
All right, wonderful, thank you. Fundamentally, my arguments all come down to, I'm not going to say that Biden is a perfect person, but he is better than Trump. I think that he is better than Trump in 3 demonstrable ways, and I'm going to go through them. The first is that I would say that he responded better to BLM. All that needed to do fundamentally was to be able to pass a meaningful police reform through the Congress in order to be able to address BLM. He didn't. It's going to die in the Senate. And he could have gone down to McConnell and be like, hey, the George Floyd police, the act responding to everything that we've been talking about in BLM needs to be able to be passed so we can resolve all this. Go do that. And he never did. Biden comparatively has proposed a number of different solutions to be able to address police brutality in America. He talked about making serious investments in mental health services, drug treatment and prevention programs, and services for people experiencing homelessness, as well as a lot of different kind of refunding services, taking funds away from overfunded police departments and putting them towards more social services that would be better equipped to be able to handle specific circumstances that the police shouldn't handle. He also was not in charge with dealing with COVID. And actually has a plan with dealing with it. I incorporate all of the arguments that I made on the previous stream that Trump has just drastically mishandled the COVID-19 crisis and has resulted in the death in over 200,000 Americans by virtue of that mishandling. I incorporate all of those from before, but we can go over them specifically. And then I would say he actually believes in climate change. Trump has gone on repeatedly to say that he doesn't believe in current climate change science. Biden actually does, and he wants to actually invest a lot of money in being able to address the problems that are very imminent and brought about by climate change. And if we don't address, then we're going to be in for a really tough time in the future. Those would be my main 3 arguments. There are others to make, but I think that those are the strongest.
Wonderful. I'm going to pass it now over to the Turk.
So there's probably no doubt that Joe Biden is a nice guy, and he's, pulling a lot of emotional strings right now that are helping him out a lot in the polls. But unfortunately, when I look at the joebiden.com, there's a lot of policies that are not really good, especially when it comes to protecting the Constitution. Primarily, his stance on gun violence and gun control is not a good thing for us as Americans. And then his plans towards supporting the Green New Deal or using the Green New Deal as a framework, I don't agree with how that's being implemented. I'm still learning about all the science and stuff behind it. And then just as a whole, going through a lot of the different media outlets and learning from all sorts of different liberal sources, Joe Biden is quote unquote the leader of the Democrat Party, but there is a entire skew to the far left of the Democrat Party, and that's just something that I don't support, and I believe that our country is going to be in dire straits if we go that far left. There's probably plenty of room for this thing we used to called compromise, but unfortunately the Democrats and the Democratic leadership at this point are just not capable and unwilling to do that.
Okay, I'm adding a new rule to chat. If you make any more Among Us memes in chat, your voter registration will be revoked and you will be removed from the United States. You will no longer be allowed to vote in the election. Just throwing that out there. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
Yeah, and if your voter registration gets removed, you will only be able to vote for Democrat, or if you die for that matter. But yeah, I think that Trump is the preferred candidate. So let's start with why Biden is wrong, which was this area of the topic. I think that a vote for Biden is a vote for the corrupt establishment. Biden has been in office for 47 years and has never done anything, passed any meaningful legislation that actually helped the average American. Instead, he epitomizes the corrupt establishment. When you hear Black Lives Matter and other groups talk about systemic racism, it's funny because it's been people like Joe Biden that have been in charge of those systems for 47 years. Yet he's supposedly the one who's going to save us from all of this. He is corrupt, and we can see on China. He's not even willing to call China an adversary. We find out why now, because we could see that he's connected to the CCP through business relationships through his son. He actually did use a quid pro quo to force the firing of a prosecutor looking into his son's corrupt company. He wants to do radical things such pack the courts. He's just an empty suit for the most radical people in the establishment and in the extreme left wing. he is involved in corruption. A vote for Joe Biden is a vote for the corrupt media that refuses to even cover stories of his corruption. And this will lead to things like when Joe Biden gets us into the next foreign war, which no doubtably he will do, because we see the Democrats are now the party of refusing to pull troops out. So when we add troops around the world, you will not be allowed to criticize Joe Biden. Tech will censor you. The media will refuse to cover those foreign regime change wars, just like they did under the Iraq war. The Green New Deal portion of his things will cost trillions of dollars and be a disaster. And also, he is the candidate of riots. The Democratic Party is the party that is burning down the country. The reason that DC and Chicago are boarding up businesses right now is because they are afraid that Biden voters will riot. And Biden's vice presidential candidate, including some of his staffers, have actively pushed for bail for these people that were arrested for riots. So we should reject Joe Biden because the argument is vote for Joe Biden or we'll burn everything down. And I don't respond well to those sort of threats.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
I just want to very quickly say thank you to everybody who's on the panel today and who's watching within my chat and this stream. And I hope everybody's doing very well. As the visual representative of the black vote, since people argue that it's 12% of the electorate, and I am the 12% at about like 0.96 if we say the 8 members of this panel, I'm glad to be here. I hope this is going to be a fun hang. I'm essentially, for myself, I'm voting for a terrain of struggle. And the terrain of struggle that I'm choosing for myself is Joe Biden. While you can agree that Donald Trump has done a few very small pieces of legislation that could be good moving forward, I do not necessarily trust his ability to have continual legislation that could lead to some type of change or even a passing of the torch that could be considered legitimate. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of time to talk about the First Step Act and then the Platinum Plan. That's going to be something for a little bit later. But my general gist is the three things that I'm looking for a candidate is a candidate that is going to protect and preserve all forms of civic engagement. That includes political activism, national service, environmentalism, and community service, as well as a candidate that's going to preserve the black vote. And while we can have a conversation for hours upon hours about why I feel Joe Biden would protect the black vote more so than Donald Trump, in interest of time, I'm just going to say that's why I'm voting for Joe Biden. Again, we're going to have plenty of time to talk about all of these things.
Okay, next I'm going to be throwing it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, so basically, I'll, as the centrist person or whatever, I'll try to address both sides of the coin. So, why should you vote for Joe Biden? And it's going to be a return to the status quo. It's going to get the deep state back in line. It's going to make sure the presidency and the American political machine are in alignment. And then, Joe Biden should have a base level of competency. I can actually see why this would be the exact talking point that the, anti-establishment, conservative anti-establishment leftists would not like. But at the same time, I think we've seen kind of like the potential disaster that's come from having a executive branch and a, basically American political machine that are completely out of step and don't seem to agree on anything, which is why I bring up competency. So while I think there are other things, like, so for instance, I think, getting police reform through is possible. I also do, tip the hat to the conservative side that, basically there's other things that we're concerned about. The reason why I begrudgingly voted for, Joe Biden and not happily voted for him is basically because of some of those conservative talking points. I generally speaking don't like the perspective of Democrats on immigration. I generally speaking think that there probably is a sweet spot for taxation that sometimes Democrats go too far on. And then also any time that a Democrat talks about guns or gun control, I basically have a small fucking aneurysm. So it was really fucking hard for me to vote for Joe Biden. But hopefully I brought up a few of the reasons why you should, and a few of the reasons why I might be on the verge of having a stroke if gun control gets passed in the next 4 years.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Harkdan.
Man, I'm not sure where to start. So I don't have a deep passion for the issues, I think, as kind of many of you guys seem to at this case. What I will say is that I have a unique situation, and I'll say that the number one reason that I want to have Joe Biden as my president, it's probably climate change, but the real reason that I want him to be president is I'm tired of hearing about politics. I'm tired of having a fucking lunatic in the White House. I want to be able to unfollow the president on Twitter and not worry that I'm missing some like crazy fucking like about to go to war with Iran every day. I'm tired of it. In this last 4 years, I never gave a shit about fucking politics. And I don't want to care about politics. It's fucking boring. They all do the same shit, Republicans and lefties, the whole thing. And I'm just sick of it. I'm just so sick of it. And you know what? Joe Biden hasn't done shit. But then again, neither have most fucking senators or congressmen during their fucking time. You have to be president to kind of do that, and you still need the House and the fucking Senate to do it in the meantime. So I don't fault them for that. Bernie's done fuck all anyways, but no one would doubt that motherfucker would be radical as insane, right? He's like named a few post offices, and that's his like legislative achievement during his whole career. So let me be crystal clear. Climate change is good, but I'm just tired of hearing about this shit. I'm tired of everyone thinking that our country is fucking batshit insane. And one more thing to throw out here. I'm a veteran. I'm a guy who was previously homeless. Now I'm fucking rich and I sit and I play video games all day. And I'll tell you fucking right now, all you guys, you're not rich. I don't know why you're voting for Trump. If I'm voting for Biden, you guys have no excuse. I have guns. I have all this shit. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. You're not getting any tax breaks. I'm getting tax breaks. I definitely am getting tax breaks. Yep, I'm getting taxed more. You're getting less social benefits for sure. You guys ain't getting that shit. Doesn't affect me. I'll pay $3,000 a month for health insurance. Doesn't bother me. You guys are getting screwed across the board. But with all those things said, let's just get back to basics. How great would it be just to wake up and unfollow Joe Biden? Because all he does is like fucking tweet like press release bullshit every day, and you're just tired of it. Let me get to that life, okay? One last thing. I was very close to thinking about voting for Trump before he was actually there, and I'll tell you why, okay? Trump was going to be the promised one. The rich guy who didn't give a fuck, and he would bring things back to, he wouldn't care. He doesn't care about your lobbyists. Fuck you, you're gone. You know, he doesn't care. He doesn't need your money anymore. But he didn't turn into that. He became more corrupt than the shit. It's like the fucking Star Wars. He was supposed to destroy them, not join them. And he did it, right? And that's where we're at. So, all right. That's where I'm at. I'm done.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Destiny.
Yeah, I like Joe Biden more, I guess, on four big things are what I'm looking at right now. For the two policy-related reasons, I think that healthcare is going to be incredibly important to U.S. policy going forward, and the Republicans have failed to deliver on the repeal and replace. All they did was repeal the mandate, and we have no new Republican healthcare plan. I don't even know what their new plan is. They keep saying something about pre-existing conditions, which we already had under the ACA, so I'm not sure what that talking point is about. I don't know how much longer we're going to deal with the coronavirus stuff. The current administration has already proven that they are unimaginably incompetent when it comes to dealing with these issues. So I don't want them to deal with it more. If it takes another year or two to get a vaccine out, I don't want Trump to be leading the country through that, because holy fuck. On two personal reasons, the personal debt that Trump has kind of makes me a little bit nervous. We have a lot of personal debt, over $400 million, that's coming to fruition, like in the following few years. I don't know if I want a guy making decisions at the very top with that much personal leverage, or other people that much leverage on him. It might be a bad thing, it might be an okay thing, but it could be a really bad thing, which is enough to make me incredibly uncomfortable. And then in terms of leadership, Trump sucks as a leader, man. He's not good at unifying the country. He's not good at bringing anybody together. We had the most historic riots happening in the history of the United States, and they happened under Trump. Blame Democrats all you want, but Trump was at the head for it. And, you know, like any good businessman knows, you can't continue to blame your subordinates. You can't blame governors or blame mayors for all of these problems happening under your administration. Take some fucking responsibility and fix these goddamn problems. And Trump has proven time and time again he's incapable of doing that.
Okay, and we're going to finish the intros off with CTV, otherwise known as Critically Thinking Veteran.
Thank you, Dylan. I want to say thanks to everybody for showing up tonight. Really appreciate getting to have the conversation. Being the last after all of these great minds is a bit daunting, to be honest. So what I will say is that Dan seemed to kind of hint at the fact that he was a veteran and didn't want to hear about politics anymore. Brother, I completely understand. That being said, you know, freedom has a responsibility, and just because you don't want to hear about it doesn't mean that you can just turn your nose to the process and trying to pass that on. So that's where I would be at on that. Why somebody should not vote for Joe Biden comes down to a lot of his history. 47 years he's been in office, or he's been in public office, involved with the government, has been a part of, you know, the 93 crime bill. And I mean, hell, during that time, he even called, you know, black males super predators, right? Which kind of goes back into even more of his past when you understand that he had a long friendship with Strom Thurmond, who was, you know, somebody that was definitely for racial segregation, right? And then you kind of play into some of the other things that Biden said, like his interview with Charlemagne, where he said, if you don't know if you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black, right? So somebody that has been involved in the system for as long as he has had more than an ample opportunity to see what I believe is one of the core root problems that we're facing as a nation, which is ending the war on drugs. This needs to stop, right? And I don't think that someone that has basically profited off the misfortune of others for so long, having been to the second highest level of office in the land and still not doing anything there, I don't think that it would be responsible for us, the American people, to give that guy the keys to the kingdom when he hasn't even been able to show that he knows how to operate at all the other levels. And with that, I'm done.
Okay, intros are finished. We will now have about an hour to possibly an hour and 15 minutes of this topic, and then afterwards we would do outros. Anyone is free to take it away.
I'm just real quick. Are we were we supposed to make shit up in this intro, or are we supposed to stick to like the actual stuff that happened?
Yeah, but that being said, I got to leave with something because there's something that really just drove me up a fucking wall. I'm just going to take this quote. I'm going to quote this right now. This is a quote from Hillary Clinton back in the 90s. Just as in my previous generation, we had an organized effort against the mob. We need to take these people on. They are often connected to big drug cartels. They are not just gangs of kids anymore. They often are kinds of kids that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy. We can talk about why they ended up that way, but first we have to bring them to heel. Hillary Clinton said that, not Joe Biden. So we have to set that record straight. If we are talking about my fucking people, we have to set that straight from the jump. I will jump down everybody's fucking throat if they misrepresent black people. I'm going to say that now. So if you want to go down that road, we can go down that road, but tread fucking carefully because I will shove my dick down your throat.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to jump on real quick. So yeah,
I don't know how you're planning on
over
the internet, but it certainly is a funny thing to try to imagine, I guess.
The idea, I don't know where this, I know that Trump said it during one of the debates, and I don't know if everybody just like repeats them because you don't fact check anything he says, but this idea that Biden called people super predators, Hillary Clinton did that. I don't know if Biden is just like an amalgamation of every person we hate. So we just describe everything that Obama and Hillary did to Biden, but yeah, Biden never said that. Just a couple of quick things that I heard. Democrats refuse to pull troops out. We haven't pulled troops out of any country that we have active wars in. We still have troops in Syria. We still have troops in Iraq. We still have, like, this idea that we pulled troops out of anywhere hasn't happened under Trump. CCP links to Biden, that hasn't happened. Tucker Carlson even dropped that story. Bobulinski, in his reporting, never confirmed any of that. The Wall Street Journal tried to verify that. They couldn't. That's why they didn't publish the story. And in terms of a quid pro quo happening because of Biden's son being involved in some dealings in other countries in Ukraine, that didn't happen either. The prosecutor that was removed was working during a time period when Joe Biden's son wasn't even working in that country. So all of these things are just patently false. And then now we can talk about actual things that have happened.
Okay, well, it's nice that you say that without any facts. But first, just to get to the facts, and I agree with you, Biden did not say super predator. He did, even according to CNN in 1993, in the crime bill that many in the black community were opposed to, said that it was predators that we have to get off the street. So you're right, he didn't use the word super, he just used the word predator. Seems like an odd thing to get in your high horse and threaten to, like, orally rape people over. But
wait,
I guess,
you think
whatever.
There's not a difference between claiming that Biden called black people super predators rather than he just said the word predator at some point? Is that the bar that we've set, that anybody that said predator at any point in time is a bad person?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I was willing to say even before you did that actually it was true. It's not true that he called them super predators. What I'm saying is if the distinction is the word super makes it wrong, but just the word predator doesn't, that seems to be a nonsensical distinction. I don't really care about the fact that he called them predators. As far as I'm concerned, I think the 93 crime bill that he pushed for, I think he and the others that voted for it probably had good intentions and wanted to get criminals off the street. That's why you won't hear me in any of my streams make this claim. I'm just making the claim that he did say predators. That's all I'm saying. So the idea that this was like, oh, he never said that, it was just Hillary Clinton. No, he said predators as well. Just saying.
He didn't
again,
say,
it's not my argument.
I don't know how you're trying to like twist this into you're right. He did not say super predator. That was the claim earlier. That claim is not true.
He's literally not saying that though.
Well, okay, that's fine. But earlier the claim was that he said super predator. I'm saying that quote, when you say super predator, you're trying to bring up a very specific quote.
No,
you're trying to bring that to mind by Hillary Clinton. He did not say that. If you want to now vaguely go, well, he called people predators in a crime crime bill. No fucking shit. He mentioned the word predator in a crime bill. What do you think crime bills are supposed to stop as predators? No shit.
If for no other reason than to end this particular line of conversation, I will say that was my take. So I will say that I am sorry for including the word super, but the point still is that predator was used by Joe Biden in the course of his conversations about the 93 crime bill, and I'm looking at
okay, and Trump wanted the people from the Central Park to literally go to jail after their proof of innocence.
I want every single Republican in here, people that are voting for Trump, that are trying to attack Joe Biden on his record on race. I want to know what you think about Donald Trump's position on the Central Park Five, even after they were exonerated. Open the floor to any Republicans.
I don't think that his rationale had anything to do with. I don't think his rationale had anything provably to do with race. I thought that he maybe thinks that they were guilty, and that's what his position was. Now, let me turn the question to you, Destiny. What do you think about, I don't know, Joe Biden saying that black people aren't black if they don't vote for him, or eulogizing a grand cyclops of the KKK, or his vice presidential candidate meeting with an anti-Semite named Jacob Blake Sr. that posted all sorts of anti-Semitism and things from Louis Farrakhan's Nation of Islam that said that called Jews pink-toed and other things like that. And she said she was, quote, very proud of him. What do you think of that?
I don't care what person a vice presidential candidate is eulogizing. Like, you can throw your hands up, but so Donald Trump specifically says he feels like the Central Park Five, those 5 black kids, should have been killed after they were exonerated. That's one thing. Donald Trump has come out and he's supported things like stop and frisk. I think it's always funny that we try to look for these like vague connections, like, well, the vice presidential candidate meted with a guy that used to be in the KKK. Donald Trump has the KKK supporting him right now. Donald Trump right now on stage can't say, I disavow white supremacists.
Richard Spencer's voting for Joe Biden.
No, Richard Spencer said he was voting for Tulsi Gabbard.
Well, he said he supports Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
What does that have to do with anything? First of all, so
you just said the KKK is supporting Trump, and when
Richard Spencer is not the KKK. Richard Spencer is not.
No, but he's the biggest white nationalist leader. So where's your comment on that?
Who do you think has an agenda more in line with white nationalism? The guy that supports stop and frisk, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, says he wants to ban all Muslims from the country, wants the Central Park Five still executed after they were exonerated, or the guy that's talking about passing historic legislation to empower black communities?
I think the guy that pushed for historic funding for historically black universities, that pushed prison reform that wasn't able to be achieved under Obama, that pushed all sorts. I think that had record unemployment for black Americans. I think he would be preferable on this agenda other than the candidate of the party. Just real quick, and I'll leave you. The candidate from the Democratic Party that we see like historically going after Jews in New York and attacking Jews because they're yes, like de Blasio in New York right now, a Democrat that's going after Jews.
We're not talking about de Blasio.
The attacks. That's why they would prefer a Republican ticket and a Republican president over. That's why people like the KKK and white supremacists would prefer to vote Democrat, because Democrats are now endorsing the ideas from people like Louis Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam, and people like de Blasio that are attacking Jewish people.
Voters are voting
Where's the endorsement coming from? Like, holy shit!
Plenty of extreme sides that are going for the Democratic side as well. You can't just say, "Oh, all these super white nationalists are going Trump." There's plenty on the other side that are going the other way too. So you can't just say one side's bad and the other side's good.
I'm not saying just because of where they come from, but I'm saying like in terms of what their agenda is aligned with. The idea that you would look at Joe Biden's agenda and say this aligns with white supremacists is insane to me, given all of Trump's rhetoric and positions on the issue.
But you're making the counter argument, in which I'm rebutting. You're making the argument that Republicans are the party of that white supremacists would identify with. We could clearly see the majority of anti-Semitic rhetoric coming from official people in the Democratic Party.
Do you see how you keep pivoting to other topics because you know you're not correct on this
not
point?
A pivot.
Then why we're talking about?
You don't think white supremacists are anti-Semites?
We're talking about very specifically this conversation open with who statements that Biden made related to black people, super predators, right? And now we're talking about the Central Park Five, and now we've made it about Jewish people somehow. I don't know what your political affiliation is, or if that's the type of person you made.
Can I address
you
the
mentioned
Central
the
Park
KKK?
Yeah, Counterpoints doesn't say anything, and then I want to throw it to Joe because Joe wanted to say something earlier.
Sure.
Okay, so when, this has nothing to do with whether or not Trump is competent, and it has nothing to do with whether or not, he's right in saying that he wants to kill the Central Park Five after, they've been exonerated and all that kind of shit. I literally just want to talk about the events of the night of the Central Park Five, and then I want to talk about how, criminal investigations get broken down, okay? So, and then we can talk about how that affects culture in the presidency. I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can be. So on the night that basically the Central Park Five were, charged and convicted, as far as my understanding goes, basically there was pretty much a whole bunch of kids. I think it was between 30 and 100 different people running around in the middle of the night, beating the shit out of people, robbing people. And one of the things that ended up happening during that evening was a lady was hit over the head with a brick and raped repeatedly by a whole bunch of people, basically gang raped by a whole bunch of people. While that was occurring, there was roughly 30 people who were all present at that time, some of whom partook in the rape and some of people who didn't. So when they arrested some of the people who were running around beating the fuck out of people and basically being, assholes, what ended up happening was during the police interviews, whether they were coerced or not, everybody started pointing the finger at everybody else, and that's how they obtained the convictions for this brutal gang rape. So while DNA evidence exonerated these kids, while there were, like post facto, as far as I know, exonerations from the police using aggressive and possibly illegal interrogation tactics in order to obtain the evidence that led to these convictions, there still are very real crimes. So my frustration with this conversation is we have to basically acknowledge that there's something fucked up that happened, that people have a right to be upset about it.
No, we don't. That is absolutely not true.
I don't have the right to be upset that a woman was.
You don't have a right
over
to
the head
use
for no
that
reason with a brick and then raped
upsetedness
repeatedly by a crowd.
Not at the people that didn't do it. No.
What if they were standing there, Destiny? What if they watched it?
Then you should have charged them with either aiding or watching or whatever.
But they didn't aid. They just watched.
Okay, but what were they charged with?
It doesn't fucking matter
It
because
does.
that's not how
What do
criminal
you mean it
conviction.
doesn't matter?
Okay,
What
hold
do you
on.
think our legal system is?
Pretty easily.
Do you think? Hold on. No, I love going in on Destiny. This is super fun for me. So do you think that cops catch most criminals?
Probably not generally.
Absolutely fucking not. We don't. Do you think that we even convict most criminals?
Probably. That would be my guess. Is probably not. It's probably hard to know how many criminals aren't convicted because the data is hard to get. But I guess probably not.
Right. So innocence to me, as a police officer, which maybe this is a fucked up position, but I'm going to say it anyways. Innocence to me means very little to me personally. I am personally innocent.
Wait, you said you were a cop?
Yeah.
Oh, that all makes sense now. Okay.
Dude, we've talked before.
Okay, I don't remember. Your view on... my aunt is NYPD, so she has similarly fucking horrible views on innocence in the United States. You are innocent in the eyes of the state. It is on the burden of the state to bring a case against you and prove that you committed a crime. Nobody else gets to make that decision of I think they're guilty, just most criminals aren't convicted, blah, 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 blah. The reality is that these 5 boys were convicted of a crime. Later on, they were exonerated. They were paid $41 million to settle that suit. And Donald Trump, after their exoneration, took out 4 different full-page ads saying that he wanted them killed. Now, whether or not you think, well, don't we have a right to be mad that they were standing there? I guess if you want, but that is not at all related to what's going on here. That has nothing to do with the fact that they were wrongfully convicted, and after their exoneration, Trump, as a burgeoning real estate developer, still took out 4 full-page ads saying that they should have been killed afterwards.
Okay, so all right, so let me, so we don't have to leave anything in the air. Fuck Donald Trump and fuck his perspective and fuck his shit. And then also in reference to the judicial system, it's my same perspective as democracy, where our justice system is what is it? It's like what Winston Churchill said about democracy, where it's like democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. That's how I feel about the American
America is beautiful. The burden is on the state for you to prove that you've committed a crime,
except for all the other ones.
Sure, but I think it is a bad perspective, especially somebody in law enforcement, to think that not everybody's convicted, so there are criminals out there that we just haven't convicted yet. No, if you haven't convicted them, if you don't get that conviction, which is the burden of the state to do, then they're innocent and they walk, and that's it. Full stop. You don't get to try to second guess. I think they're guilty. Blah 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 blah. The burden's on the state to prove the case. They couldn't. It was overturned by DNA evidence. So you walk from it. The idea that we can start to play this post hoc executioner role of I think they really did it, we're the Punisher or something, I think is a severely fucked perspective on how criminal justice ought to work in the United States.
I am not trying to become I'll say this last thing, I'll let everybody else talk after this, okay? I am not trying to become the Punisher. I am not trying to basically execute innocent people who stood by while a violent crime was committed. That is not anything that I'm advocating for whatsoever. But at the same time, from your perspective on the exterior of the justice system, I can understand, basically exactly what you're saying. But at the same time, you understand that we only prove 50% of homicides inside the United States, that oftentimes we get convictions against murderers, not on the basis of homicide, because rarely will we ever have witnesses who will corroborate a homicide or a murder, but we basically convict them of drug trafficking charges over and over and over again. This stems back to the war on drugs. We don't get murder convictions, we get drug convictions. And these bullshit nonviolent drug offenses that involve trafficking with higher level amounts, oftentimes those are pinned on drug lieutenants and drug captains who you can't tie to homicides because they're so powerful within their community that nobody will ever snitch on them, and they will basically execute the people who do snitch on them. So while I am for the American justice system, I think it's probably the best system that exists. This concept that like people, like horrible people, murderers, rapists, all that kind of stuff, people who stand by and abide other crimes aren't walking around free right now. It's just not accurate. And that's my only point. I'm not defending Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump.
What does this have to do? Well,
I really
had a bad take on this. It doesn't prove racism. Okay, got it.
I did want to throw this over to Joe. Joe wanted to say something earlier.
Yeah, sure.
I'll throw it over to you next, RGO, because you haven't talked yet.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about crime for a second. So just so we're clear, under the First Step Act, 3,100 federal prison inmates are out and they're released. Unfortunately, a vast majority of those are white, mainly because the system that they implemented called Pattern, which is an algorithm that's used to determine the likelihood of recidivism, is fucking ridiculous. The point system is ridiculous. If you are under the age of 30, you are more than likely, and again, like I highly implore you to look into the pattern risk assessment tool, because this is where a vast majority of my argument about this bill comes from. If you don't understand that, this is going to be a very hard claim, very, very hard to go through this conversation constructively. But I will say this. Under the current pattern system, 7% of African Americans qualify at the minimum risk. So the minimum risk means that's the minimum requirement you have to be considered part of resentencing, to be sort of like early release, all this type of bullshit. Now, comparatively, white Americans in the federal system right now, 30%. So you have 30% versus 7%. So of the 3,100 inmates and the vast majority of the people who have cocaine sentences that were resentenced because, again, something within the First Step Act made cocaine offenses retroactive, so you can apply for resentencing, stuff like that. A vast majority of them are white. Now, also, too, something that William Barr failed to fucking consider, but especially considering that he assumed this role very, how you would say, unnaturally, considering that this was supposed to be Jeff fucking Sessions' job, but because he recused himself, this prevented the actual report to have any type of like length, so William Barr didn't have enough time to write this out. He failed to just put any type of like, okay, what happens if COVID drops? Okay, if COVID drops, I should probably rewrite how the pattern algorithm works, and he didn't fucking do that. He did a revision in January 2020. As we know, January 2020 is a really weird time when we talk about COVID, but my main point is the pattern system is fucked up, and it disproportionately affects African Americans and makes it so that they can't even do the system that Donald Trump claims is good for black people. And it's very, very frustrating. I really want that thing to change. And I don't think Donald Trump is going to have any type of additional legislation, not within the second step act he's trying to propose within the Platinum Plan, or even just having William Barr within that position.
I would like to see your evidence from that. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I found evidence from 2019 that said the first year of the First Step Act, 91% of those released were black. So I would just like to see your numbers that say that the majority of people
91% of the people who were resentenced were African American, not released.
Right. Let me see what the article says. It's from the Root. I don't know if that's a good site.
You can go to the Bureau of Prisons. They do a report every Saturday. They update report of the release pattern. There's also the, for lack of a better term, the actual report that William Barr sourced, which is where I get the numbers for pattern. All this is already out there through the assessment tool report. So I'll give it up to William Barr that the information is out there for us to consume and understand, but we cannot sit here and act like this is good for African Americans, because it's not. The pattern algorithm is flawed.
I think perhaps the algorithm's flawed, but the fact that 91% of the people that benefited from the First Step Act were black, I don't think that you could put that as a knock on Donald Trump.
Resentencing.
But they still benefited, like getting a lower sentence.
These were
wait. Before getting into this back and forth, I think Riley was going to come on the last topic, right?
Trying to give it over to RGR, yes.
Yeah. We'll go back to
that. I was interested in following up on the point from Counterpoints, just because, I mean, like, if you want to talk to someone else who's worked in law enforcement, I clerked for the Organized Crime Division of the Attorney General's Office for Maryland. So, I mean, I did specific work on police reform. You said that normally, according to your understanding, that most people that you encounter are not innocent, right? Is that the way that you and most police officers that you worked with predominantly usually look at the situations that you're in? I'm just curious.
No, and let me clarify. I'm not saying that most people aren't innocent. As a matter of fact, I would say even people who are in like high crime neighborhoods, the majority of them are normal, everyday folk who just work, do their jobs, do whatever, have families, do their own thing. When I say not innocent, I'm very specifically talking about basically I'm guilty of things. When I was younger, I was a teenager. I drunk drove. When I was in college and in high school, I smoked weed. I've been in fistfights. I've been, I've basically, I think I've shot guns in parks and not like, basically like wildlife reserves where you're probably supposed to have a backstop and I didn't have it. Some of these are misdemeanors. Some of these are felonies. And basically, I've never been caught. I've never been convicted. I think I was put in handcuffs once, and it was for setting fireworks. So my point overall with that is not Donald Trump is good. The Central Park Five deserve to be in prison. They're actually guilty, and secretly we should line them up behind the jail and shoot them. That was none of my point. My point just being that basically just because somebody is not convicted, the system itself might deem that person innocent, but that actually has very little to do with their innocence. So while I think it's entirely possible that through DNA evidence, the Central Park Five are actually not guilty of gang rape or rape. It's entirely possible that they were present at the time of rape. It's entirely possible that they were, running around with the same teenagers who were beating the fuck out of people and basically, robbing them and throwing bricks and shit. And there's no DNA evidence or witness evidence that's going to be, especially at nighttime, that's going to be reliable enough in order to obtain a conviction. So while these people don't necessarily deserve to be buried under the jail for a rape that they didn't commit, that really has no material bearing on the conviction or the prosecution or anything like that. And then also just, you working in the organized crime division, how many people did you get for murder or for homicide? Like was it almost none?
Like here's the thing about it, right? Is that like statistically speaking, like I think that you're correct in the idea that like police officers, like generally speaking, don't actually catch like most of the people who are the perpetrators of crimes, right? Like I don't necessarily disagree with you on that point. I think it's just very dangerous to employ like this kind of mentality that like, oh, most of the people who we catch are actually like guilty. Most of the people who do it actually do it, because like these are the kind of things that lead to instances of like police misconduct, police excessive use of force, police brutality, right? And like this is the problem that we have with a lot of like BLM, right? Is that like, and I'm not sitting here saying that like every single instance of police brutality is like the consequence of like direct overt racism. I don't think that every single police officer who like accidentally uses police use of force or excessive force against a person of color is like specifically doing like, oh yeah, I really want to murder this black person. I think that there's like a lot of complicated situations, but I also think that like the fact that we have not taken steps to kind of address like that mentality, like that exact mentality of like thinking that like, oh, I know better than like the court system, which really is the best way of being able to determine like the innocence or the guilt of a person who is who is who you are wondering who are trying to ascertain did a crime. Like generally speaking, that's the safest thing that we could do, and we should really try. And yeah, I don't know. It just seems really weird that we aren't able to pass like meaningful police reform, actually addressing the fact that there are lots of people who are in these kind of positions who just assume the guilt of people who actually don't end up committing crimes.
And I want to address your point, and then I actually want to address something for Joe too. So I just want to use this as an example. There was a drug lieutenant in the city that I worked in, who basically everybody knew was responsible for shootings and stabbings. Everybody knew when somebody was shot. It was, hey, literally this guy walked up to this doorway and this person owed him money. And when the person came to the door, he shot him through the doorway. We know, like the streets know this. Everybody knows this. They're talking about it, all that kind of stuff. Can we get a witness? No. Does the victim want to cooperate because he's still alive? No. Do we want to corroborate anything, that's been going on? No. So basically this guy gets to walk around in his own city with impunity committing violence, and because police aren't present at the time of the violence, we're not convicting him. He's convicted repeatedly of basically lower level drug charge.
You cut out pretty hard.
I just don't know what any of this has to do with Trump Biden at all.
Yeah, I do think while this is
like police reform generally.
Okay. I forgot. I didn't clarify this earlier. When I'm trying to talk, we're trying to bring us back over to the topic. Nobody else talks when I'm talking. Forgot to say that earlier. I do want to bring this back over. It just was an extremely interesting conversation, and I was personally interested in it, so I kind of let it go on for a little bit.
I can summarize it into 2 sentences.
Okay, CTV, you can bring us back into it then.
Batman Begins, understand how the crime syndicate worked there and why they wanted to actually burn Gotham down to the ground, right? That's the last, 15 minutes. So
Did my audio cut out and then shit fucking exploded?
Yeah, it cut it out.
Audio cut out, and we were bringing it back to Trump v. Biden. Now.
Okay, can I just can I address something in 30 seconds and then I'll totally let everything drop.
Make it 15.
Okay. Joe Lewis, there's a bunch of material conditions that Black people do not have access to disproportionately that I think very likely contributes to the negative outcomes of the system that you're talking about. As a reformer, I am very much interested in addressing those issues. That way, basically, they're not disproportionately fucked over, and we can stop having conversations about, 1350 or crime stats or any of that kind of shit. I seriously think that there's a lot of things that we can do to fix the system. That way, Black people are not disproportionately fucked over.
That was a long ass 15 seconds. Okay, let's bring it back.
Sorry, brother.
All right. So if I may, something that Destiny talked about that I thought was not true, where he said that Bobulinski was proven wrong and even Tucker's dropped this story. That's not true at all. That's total fabrication. Bobulinski testified and he has emails to back it up and he has a confirmation that he says can be proved to show that he was at the Milken conference in 2017, that he did in fact personally meet with Joe Biden in discussing business arrangements. We know that there were financial transactions through the company CFC and Sinohawk, which had
Why
people
didn't the
on
Wall
the board
Street
that
Journal
were
report
directly. I don't know, because the media is corrupt, and who cares?
Do you have anything beyond because
whoa.
The Wall Street Journal had access to these things. Why did the Wall Street Journal report it? They said that there were no documents, but why do you believe Bobulinski over the Wall Street Journal?
No, they didn't say. They said there was no definitive proof from the documents.
Yes.
They didn't say it was dispositive.
You
What they
can't
said,
prove it
Kimberly Strasso on the editorial. Right. Well, we couldn't prove anything about the allegations of Trump Russia, yet we had a 4-year investigation that found out that all of those claims were untrue.
Not
yet the
all of
media is
credible
colluding with
No, absolutely not.
No, wait, just real quick.
Can we just run one topic?
Is it seriously?
One
Is
topic.
it seriously your contention here, Destiny, that if this was a business associate of Don Jr. making these accusations and having emails such as these about Don Sr., that the media would have a total blackout on?
Simple question. The Wall Street Journal had access to everything Bobulinski showed them. The Wall Street Journal decided not to report on it because they said that there was no provable link. Why do you believe Bobulinski, a guy that clearly has political motivations, why do you believe this guy over the entire Wall Street Journal or any other mainstream media that could have reported on this?
Because they want Biden to win.
Bobulinski personally pointed out that in his emails that we have seen through his interviews, for example, he said that the big guy that was 10% was being held for was Joe Biden. He personally provided emails that when Hunter Biden
Where are the documents that he has?
He released emails. We have those.
And I don't want an email saying somebody has. Where's the document? If it's a business transaction, this is what the Wall Street Journal couldn't prove. Don't pivot. Where are the documents? If he has the documents showing that Biden was involved with the business, why hasn't he released them?
Because it was the entire documents in the story that's being alleged. I find it funny that the Biden camp's defense is, well, look at our tax returns. Of course, when you're laundering money, it doesn't show up on your tax returns.
No one is talking about that. Why are you pivoting? I'm asking Bobulinski, why didn't Bobulinski release the documents showing transfers to Joe Biden?
The entire reason that first off, the documents show that people were going to hold the money for the big guy.
But nothing happened.
Wait, Dan.
Or Jim Biden.
Aren't you rich?
Yeah.
Is all your money in your checking account?
Huh?
Is like okay, so Destiny's kind of contention is that because we don't have documents showing financial transfers directly to Joe Biden, we seriously don't think that our politicians are capable of laundering their money into smart assets that maybe aren't as visible as other assets.
Well, I mean, there would still be documents for that, sure.
Usually use shell companies or you use some kind of shady entity. Yeah, usually. Why was it not? You don't think the Wall Street Journal reporters wouldn't have known that? You think they were literally looking for? Oh,
don't
wow.
we want Biden to win?
Why would the Wall Street Journal was considered center right leaning? What are you talking about?
Because nobody likes Trump.
Oh my God! The conspiracy? I can't say anything. Okay, you win.
Can I? Because the Wall Street Journal was just reporting on the documents they had. Yes, Bobulinski admits that he first found it troubling when he started to put in good governance systems that when he brought this to Jim Biden said that they needed plausible deniability. And the entire argument is Bobulinski was upset when he found out they went around him. He was trying to do things in a legal manner and thought that it was incredibly sketchy that Biden was willing to take money from the CCP.
He wasn't. That's not true.
have access.
You can real quick. You can talk around. You can talk around like 50 million conspiracies about who said blah 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 blah. But the reality is that, and I know this because I know Trumples. If there was any evidence of this being true whatsoever, Fox News, the Wall Street Journals, and honest to God, even the New York Times and the Washington Post, although I know you don't believe it, but at the very least, Fox News and the Wall Street Journal would be screaming this from the rooftops. We would have evidence from documents showing transactions to entities that are linked to Joe Biden. Full stop. That would be it. We would have it, and we wouldn't be sitting here saying, well, he talked to one guy, and that guy said that they wanted plausible deniability, and then they went around the blah, blah, blah. Like, there's a reason why you have to obfuscate your message so much, because you have no evidence. And that's why at the end of the day, the only pivot you have is, well, all of the media is corrupt against God Emperor Trump. That's it.
Okay, wait, I wanted to, RGR wanted to jump in like 10 minutes ago. Rob, I do want you to be able to respond to that, obviously. But I wanted to see what RGR had to say because I don't want her to lose whatever she was going to say earlier. Counterpoints, I saw you raising your hand, but you got to have made a comment earlier. RGR hasn't got to speak yet.
Yeah, I mean, I was just interested because, I mean, like, right now we're talking about a case which, in my job, I haven't looked into it as much as y'all, but it sounds like primarily what's available right now is hearsay, right? Like, that's kind of evidence that you're relying on. If this were to be presented in the court of law, like, this is a statement this is an out-of-court statement being used for the truth of the matter asserted, right? So what I just want to know, like, I'm really, just a couple of really quick questions, right? Like, I want to know if we're applying, like, the same kind of standard where we can rely on what would, in the court of law, be fundamentally inadmissible in, like, other instances. Like, are we fine with the idea? Like, how do you? I want to know how you all feel about like the fact that he was an unindicted co-conspirator to the conspiracy that Michael Cohen was already pleaded guilty to. The fact that he offered the Ukrainian president $400 million worth of support from the Justice Department for investigating Biden. The fact that he punished whistleblowers who brought it to the public's attention by firing him. The fact that he was impeached. I mean, like, all of these things, right? Like, you are literally, like, trying to say, like, oh, well, you know, we don't have that much evidence for, you know, this instance with Biden. But then, like, with all these other instances, I see people, like, doubling over backwards to say, oh, there's no way. Oh, there's no way.
Oh, I can explain that. That's fake news.
That's fake news. Oh, yeah, I got you.
Okay. Rob, I want you to give you a period to respond to that. And then counter right after.
Yeah, I'll respond to all of that. So, for example, what we did have was, for example, we had massive investigations into Trump for all those things, didn't we? We had massive media attention being paid to all those things. So, for example, we know that the FBI had errors or omissions 17 times that used a Russian spy's disinformation, someone that they investigated as a Russian spy in 2009. Over 17 times, they knew that that evidence was paid for by Hillary Clinton's team. They knew that it came from a Russian spy, and they used that to spy on Donald Trump's campaign and people connected to his campaign without ever verifying it. So why in using, and I assume that all of you were good with the Mueller investigation and good with the FBI investigation. So if that unverified information paid for by Hillary Clinton, disseminated by a Russian spy, was good enough to have a 4-year investigation into Donald Trump and to have the media cover the story 24/7 for 4 years, why is the media refusing to cover a story with far more credibility, far more direct evidence, and a far more visible and transparent whistleblower than that situation?
Because there is no evidence, and that's why anytime I ask you, where are the documents, you don't see it. If you think there's evidence, why not bring him in front of a jury and have him testify under oath? For instance, like Sondland did, our EU ambassador, the guy that was a centerpiece in proving that a quid pro quo had existed, that Trump was impeached for when he was threatening to withhold aid from Ukraine in response to them trying to investigate Biden. Like, that's a guy that testified under oath, under threat of perjury, so why not get Bob Alinsky to do it?
That was an alleged quid pro quo, which was never proven, but we have a confirmed quid pro quo that was offered by Joe Biden that fired the prosecutor that was looking into the company that was paying him $83,000 a month.
Trump's fired like multiple prosecutors for looking into people who are related to him. What about that? Do you not care about that?
The FBI director, he literally got rid of him for heading that investigation.
Guys.
Yeah. So the allegation is that Trump must be bad.
I'll let Rob finish, and then I'll throw it to you, counter. Promise.
Trump must be bad because he did an alleged quid pro quo that was never proved to look into the corruption of Biden. But Biden using a confirmed quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor that was looking into the company that was paying his son $83,000 a month, that was perfectly legit.
That wasn't even the same company. This wasn't even the same company. And this guy was being called for by both sides of the U.S. government, Republicans and Democrats, and the UN. This guy was, or the EU.
That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's perfectly relevant. It's not like Biden was unilaterally taking. Sorry, I'm done.
No, doesn't he finish the point and throw straight to counter? Promise.
No, I was just saying, it's not like Biden was on his own and calling for this guy. Like, both halves of our Congress, like Republicans and Democrats, were against this guy. The EU knew this guy was corrupt, and this guy was in charge of prosecuting in a time when Hunter wasn't even working in the same country. These don't line up at all. This is just totally not connected in any way, size, shape, or form.
Okay, it's a counter.
firing of Comey. I didn't see you say there shouldn't be an investigation into that.
Okay, counter, go.
All right.
Jump in,
Yeah. Okay. So, all right, this is seriously like I could sing you guys the South Park song, fucking, it's your right to choose between a douche and a turd for like the next 3 minutes, but I'm not going to do that. So here's my point, because Destiny, this was actually our first conversation that we ever had. I love you, buddy. So the first conversation we ever had was about political corruption and basically money in politics. So the question is, Hunter Biden basically on his daddy's name was able to go work for a Ukrainian gas company despite having very little experience inside the energy sector, was paid roughly $83,000 a month. And, should that be legal? One more thing. Then, Clinton Foundation, Chelsea Clinton was like the, obviously the daughter of Bill and Hillary, where, she was one of the chief runners of the charity, the Clinton Foundation, which was basically, in my estimation, a money laundering scheme for the Clintons while Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. The question is not whether or not any of this shit is legal, because clearly it's legal. These people are smart as fuck. They have lawyers. They have, basically people who, basically suck their dicks in order to keep them out of jail and all that kind of bullshit. My question is whether or not this shit should be legal. Should our politicians be taking tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars from foreign companies and then basically laundering it into their personal wealth? And the answer is absolutely fucking not.
If you think that that's not true, then man, you must fucking hate Trump, when people that he was associated with, like Paul Manafort, were literally federally indicted, not only for taking that money, but for failing to disclose it, something that Hunter Biden hasn't been accused of. The fact that these people will get into positions of government and then work with foreign companies or whatever isn't really that surprising. It's going to be in the purview of what they do. What do you expect to happen when you've worked in government? You're going to go and get a job at Jiffy Lube afterwards? You're probably going to be involved in these types of things. And the fact of the matter is, no crime is taking place here, and nothing immoral or horrible is taking place here. His dad was the vice president. It makes sense that he's going to have the connections to go out and do things afterwards. I'd be far more concerned with sitting leaders that are putting like their son-in-laws or other members of their family in key positions of power that are running a lot of the parts of the U.S. government that they probably don't have any business to do, while having foreign debt that could be leveraged over them at any point in time. Like the fact that I even have to consider like, well, he was getting paid $83,000, blah, 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 blah. If I was even going to consider that wrong, in any universe where I would consider that wrong, Trump has committed 3 orders of magnitude worse crimes in terms of having conflict of interest or foreign interest that could be levied over him.
That's an absurd claim, because Trump got his, as an international businessman, Trump got his wealth well before any time that he was involved in politics. The Biden family traded on their name after they were involved in politics. For example, we know $2.5 million was given to Hunter Biden from the mayor of Moscow's wife.
We don't know.
My point is quite simply, and I'll just make this real quick.
That's just not true.
It is true. It is true.
Where's the document?
I'm sorry, Dylan, I need to interject here.
We know that Trump,
we need to end this, because this is, we're going to spend this entire show talking about a conspiracy theory. Is that what you want? Is that really the dividing factor between Joe Biden and Donald Trump?
I don't want to vote for. I don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he curb stopped like 25 individuals.
Okay, everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. Everybody, Destiny. Don't do that, please. Okay. Rob, finish your point. Destiny, you go on. Harkdan, while annoying, made a decent point. His hat was somewhat charming. Okay, look. We'll continue into another part of this after this. I think this is taking enough of this point. I want to kind of move over to maybe some policy and stuff like that off of this specifically, and then move on to the Trump section. So, Rob, you may respond. Destiny, then you'll get a period of time to talk after. Then we'll finish it off. Okay, Rob.
I'll be real quick. Look, we know that Hunter Biden got money from people that we consider adversarial, like the corrupt board of Burisma. We know they got them from China. It's alleged that he got it from Moscow mayor as well. We know that there are allegedly sex tapes out there. I personally don't care about them, but people on the left were furious that there could be sex tapes of Donald Trump that could be used as compromise. But all of a sudden, they're not even covering this story when we could see the actual tapes of Hunter Biden. My point is quite simple. Not only does this show corruption, but on a bigger scale, a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for the establishment, the mainstream media that covered any insipid allegation about Donald Trump or Brett Kavanaugh, even if there was no evidence for it, talked about it, foamed at the mouth, went about the importance of it nonstop, but they refused to even touch this story with a whistleblower, with evidence that backs it up, that at the very least shows, even if you don't think Joe Biden's involved, it shows that his son was involved in business relationships with adversarial nations, and somehow they don't care about it. This means if Joe Biden gets elected and we have another disastrous war, like, I don't know, the war in Iraq or something, this is what you have to look forward to as progressives. The entire mainstream media and tech companies censoring you and not allowing you to be critical of Joe Biden because they're 100% in the bag with him. This is state-ran media and propaganda and needs to be rejected in the strongest possible terms.
I would never vote for Trump. We have video footage of him murdering 25 people in the street. We've got video footage of him abusing dogs and animals. It's horrible. We've seen the Chinese paid him over $250 billion in order to say the N-word 50 million times on network TV, and I've seen all of these things with my own 2 eyes. UPS lost it in the mail, unfortunately, so I can't show you the evidence right now, but that's why I'm not voting for Trump. And I'm definitely I'm definitely not voting for Hunter Biden either. So, yeah,
okay,
that's my
so you stole my meme, but okay, let's go on. Now, we don't have too much time left in the Joe Biden segment, so I know there's a few people in here who haven't been able to talk much in the last period of time. Those people would be Hardan, CTV, Turk, and Joe. I would say Joe. So all those people, if do any of you have anything you want to add on the issue of policy before I open it up for everybody else?
I do. Mine's very, very quick. I think it's very disingenuous that Republicans act like Joe Biden didn't do shit in his 47 years in office. Look, how are you going to deny that we have fucking Harriet Tubman Day, for God's sakes? Any motherfucking millennial in the 90s who grew up doing any type of social studies know of Harriet Tubman Day. Joe Biden introduced that to fucking Congress. Now, that's one very small thing, right? We can go a little bit deeper, right? We can go to Recidivism Reduction and Second Chance Act of 2007. We can go to the Trafficking Victims Protection Authorization Act of 2008, which essentially combated trafficking of persons and other children across the world. We can talk about how he advocated for Eastern Bloc countries to join NATO after the collapse of the Soviet Union. We can talk the fact that he blocked Jeff Sessions from the federal district court. Oddly enough, he ends up appearing in a different type of administration a couple decades later. He helped the rejection of William Bork. It is crazy to me how you act like he didn't do shit, but he blocked William fucking Bork, who is like fucking, what the fuck is that woman who got elected? It's like that woman on steroids. This dude is a fucking originalist, a open racist, and I'm so glad that motherfucker isn't on the Supreme Court. Joe Biden is responsible for that, and on top of that, he oversaw RBG. All you white fucking liberals who are crying about her death, well, Joe Biden's fucking responsible for that shit. So it's like, at the end of the day, you can't sit here and act like he hasn't done shit. That's fucking ridiculous.
Clarify Joe's point. He means responsible for her getting appointed, not her death. He's not saying that.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody
up on Red Bull?
Okay. Is there anybody else who hasn't talked that much? I want to say something quick before we open up to everybody else.
Yeah. So
yeah, sure.
Man, it saddens me greatly that so much of this segment has been spent on like a conspiracy theory. No shit. If your last name is fucking Obama or Biden, you're gonna make money and people are gonna do shit like that. Yes, obviously, I'm sure. But look at Trump. Look at the fucking Trump kids. Look at fucking Ivanka. This is a person who's not qualified to do fucking anything. She's all over this shit. Like, I don't understand, like, the insistence of corruption here. Like, every single person who's worked with Trump ever has been fired. There's like 2 dudes left from the original creation of the Trump empire. Never mind that. Let's talk about helping poor people or people in the middle class, right? Look at the tax cuts that Trump did. It only goes to help rich people. You can't defend it. Like, to an insane level. Like, if you look at the tax cuts and where it went to people, it went to none of you. How do you defend that? How is that good for you? Do you guys all believe in trickle-down economics or something? Because I know I sure as shit ain't paying people more money as a result of that. Fuck no, I'm saving up for a McLaren or something. Like, that's how it works. It's just, so much of this is crazy. And all these policies, I'll give you this. Politicians, for the most part, they really don't get shit done across the board. The thing that you can just rest on is just climate change. You know, the best part is climate change now is so strong that I just love asking people who are obsessed with Trump if it's real. And then they say no. And then you know that they're a fucking moron and you can just disregard everything they say. So that's the thing I really like to do here the most. Ask these guys if climate change is real. They're going to be like, well, you know, China did a lot of it, and that's why we left the Paris Accord. We weren't doing a lot. So let's just do that. Let's just go there, and the fact that literally Trump is making it so my kids won't have a fucking planet in the future. And then we can hear all these guys saying how it's not real. And then you just know to disregard everything they're saying because they're lunatics. They don't listen to scientists and instead listen to fucking Republicans from Kentucky.
How real is climate change? Can you provide me some links to source and stuff?
Well, I can provide you some, you know, we have a few Republican senators who, I have a few Republican senators who say it's not real, and I have like 7
I want
scientists
you to
total.
send the information.
You want me to send you information
Yeah, I want
that
you to send
climate
me
science
information.
is real.
You're claiming
Do you
that
think climate
we
science is
information.
real?
You're claiming
Do you
that
think there's a
we,
cabal
the
of fucking
Republicans-
scientists out there and they're like all Democrats trying to like fuck over everything?
No,
Just send
I
them the
want to
NASA.
see
Send them the NASA picture.
I want to see the information that you're citing, and I want to see it.
It's like debating flat earthers. You guys think the Earth is round, right?
Do we have a channel in
No,
this room?
I mean, I think that correct me if I'm wrong, the Turk, what you're saying is like, what is the significance of climate? Okay, I agree climate change is changing. The question is how fast, what are the impacts of it? What are the solutions that will work? Do we have enough time for those? I mean, we've been told by some people that we only had 18 months to be able to implement policies or else we would all be doomed. Those 18 months have passed. So are we all doomed now? Is there nothing we could do? We've also been told by other measures that there's so much pollution or so much greenhouse
Can you
gases
provide
going
me
in the air.
evidence that the Earth is round? I'm not even fucking with you right here. I want you to do it. And me and Destiny, we actually believe the Earth is flat, and I'm not fucking with you when I say it. Provide me real. You think I'm fucking with you because it seems so ludicrous to you. Unironically, provide me evidence that the Earth is round.
I only have
I think
CGI
it's evident that you and Destiny
those
can only
photos
make
mean fucking nothing.
As much as
Ethan, help me out here. I know you're more well versed in this than I am.
I respect the meme. I respect the meme.
No, it's not really a meme. It's about his bullshit.
Look, I understand.
Just in case you
But
do
I
wanna
do
see
not. I do not want to spend the next 10 minutes of people sending evidence of whether the Earth is flat or round right now. Okay, so yeah, I understand the point you're trying to make, but can we bring it back home quick and not actually have that happen?
Okay, the bringing it back home is we have to trust the vast majority of scientists, not politicians, when it comes to this stuff. Absolutely.
I'll counter this, and I'll say that there is considerable evidence out there that also cites that this catastrophic climate change that's being claimed is not as bad as it seems. I actually posted the link to the information in the chat. You're free to read it. It's the YaleClimateConnections.org. They're saying that the climate sensitivity is not as extreme as was predicted by the IFCC or the ILCC, whatever the climate change organization is. So it's not settled science. I talked to the dairy a lot about this offline, and I've done a lot of research about it. And it's, you guys keep pushing this agenda, and not
Who's
all
you
scientists.
guys? Like
you guys, the left,
or what? Who's
Okay,
behind
so
this?
something, hang on.
The
So
Green
something I'm
Deal.
kind of like confused about, right? So why the fuck would Governor Murphy sign the strongest measure to protect overburdened communities from pollutants if climate change isn't this real fucking deal? This thing is in law. It's the strictest bill in the fucking books. And when you guys are like, when Joe Biden goes into office, don't be fucking surprised if fucking either whether it be Governor Murphy or fucking Cory Booker has some type of position in environmental justice, because they passed that shit. And they didn't pass that shit. Well, let me phrase this. They passed this shit because, one, climate change is fucking real and incredibly dangerous. Number two, it disproportionately fucks minorities. So I don't understand why there's this sort of fight about climate change, which is why I'm voting for Joe Biden, because I know within my state, I called Cory Booker a fucking coward, and he would never pass environmental legislation that would help any of my fucking communities that are fucking dying because of the water that they drink in Newark or just the water that they drink in Trenton. But then I have to go sit there on a fucking middle of the day in September, seeing fucking Phil Murphy and Cory Booker smiling, giving me a giant middle finger. Hey, we passed this fucking thing, and it's directly tied to the census. The census that we know not historically, but over the past couple of years, as leading up to the census, we found that there's a little bit of resistance on one side of the aisle when it comes to census checking. But hey, on the bright side, New Jersey has the strongest measure to protect overburdened communities of pollutants, and that is great. But I'm very sure that I would trust that Cory Booker or Governor Murphy could push that within the Biden administration more than a Trump administration.
I mean, I think that what Dan did here is emblematic of the problems I see in the establishment with the Democratic Party. First, he says, can we please do what the mainstream media did and stop talking about a story that's critical of Joe Biden? Yeah, we got you. The media is following you. Meanwhile, you probably parroted every single conspiracy theory about Donald Trump as if it was a big deal with Russia collusion that all turned out to be fake and baked on Russian disinformation. Then you say, anyone who wants to have a nuanced discussion about climate change, sure, it's real, but how significant is it? Here's credible scientists that say maybe it's not as bad as others are saying. You say, oh, that's like endorsing flat earth. This is what we see from so many people on the left. You're unwilling to have a fair and honest conversation. And instead you must gatekeep and say anyone who wants to talk about the nuances or talk about the specifics of this is some horrible person, and then yell the F word a bunch of times. It's a little better than Destiny's strategy of making up things about Trump shooting 25 people because he's losing the argument, but not much.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not sure how I can respond to the fact that Democrats are making shit up. I mean, you got me there. We are known for our fake news. That's kind of our status quo.
I do have video
the whole fucking
evidence.
media empire.
Just saying.
True.
I have the video of that.
Looking at the evidence,
I
I'm
do
looking at
wanna
the
know
thing that you sent me.
RGRs.
We get together on Friday
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Discords and discuss how we're going to hold down Republicans. I'd invite you, but I don't know if you have the right stuff to get in. We'll see.
Hey, I'd make
You gotta
lame
add me to
jokes
that
too
group
if I
chat,
was
okay?
getting blown out of the water. So
RGR. It's your
Good job.
Wait, do you want to bet on the election? Sorry, I'm done.
Okay, RGR, please.
I'm sorry. I'm done.
That's not what I'm saying.
So you don't want to bet on this?
I actually,
RGR, please.
I do want to have an honest discussion. So I'm looking at the article that you sent me. So can you please point me to where in the model that it says that the consensus is not that there's global warming? Like it says so far that what I see, that there are different models, and different models are saying that there's like different degrees of global warming. But what I'm seeing so far seems to say that they all have the consensus that there is global warming, just to different extents. So can you like point to me? Yeah. So like I'll walk through it with you. Like
Yeah,
I'm
and I
looking at it with
can,
my
I can
screen.
explain it. So there is consensus, and a lot of people actually agree that climate change is happening. And like Normal America was saying, it's the extent, the policies that go towards combating it, and then how severe it actually is. The link that I sent is actually showing that as people are modifying their models, they're seeing that the actual climate sensitivity, meaning as we double CO2, the impacts of climate change do X, Y, and Z. If you scroll down towards, I think it's the middle, there's a chart using the IPCC AR5 range, CMIP models, and the CMIIP models. As they're changing the models to do things, the variance in the degree of the climate sensitivity is increasing. Thus, it is not settled science, and I'm really tired of people saying that since I'm a Trump supporter, I'm a very ignorant and not smart person. It
seems like there's settled science that it is increasing. It's just the question is to what degree, right? Like if the consequence is like
it is.
All right. Well, if the consequence is that we still need policy to respond to it, then I don't really see how this is a material difference.
And that's a good debate, because it could be, we need to get rid of all of our fossil fuels by the year 2050, a la the Biden plan, or we could start to shift our resources towards natural gas, which is a much more clean, efficient fuel, or start increasing our reliance on nuclear energy. There's plenty of solutions that could.
Well, they're not going to, because Trump said climate change is a liberal hoax.
Yeah, are we talking about the Supreme Court who doesn't believe in science at all? Like, I mean, like, I understand that this might be like the best, like, good faith argument that you could make, but like, Trump is like leagues away from this. Like, he's gone on the record to say that he just doesn't believe that science doesn't have this shit figured out, right?
So we should just say by the year 2050, we're just gonna be rid of all.
It's better to have like
fossil
it's better
fuels.
to have some plan than literally no plan at all.
It's
Like,
better
he's
to
literally
have honest
pretending.
discussions with people and using accurate data
We
instead of
know
going
it's
all the way off to
happening.
the extremes.
Okay,
We
so
know it's happening right now.
Okay, so Counter wanted to say something for a second.
Please.
So I'll throw it to him.
All right.
Please, for the love of fucking God. Okay, so just specifically in reference to climate change, obviously Biden will be fucking way better, as far as like actually implementing government controls in order to assist people, investing in renewables, blah, blah, fucking blah. But I do have friends who already work in the fucking energy industry, natural gas in particular, and basically the energy industry is already projecting and looking out 30 fucking years, and they basically see that renewables, I forget what you fucking call it, but it's basically like I don't want to say like a perpetual motion machine, but it's basically like a hydroelectric dam or some shit that like relies on momentum and the river to build something that basically like can help out. But what you need in order to like create an actual electric grid that works for the United States of America is you need to have a baseline of power, which is basically either nukes, fission, or fusion, and then you also need renewables in order to do that. And even if we do nukes and then renewables in order to support the uptimes and the downtimes, you're probably still going to be reliant on that petroleum and natural gas and all that kind of stuff in order to fill in the gaps. In addition, you're probably still going to need gasoline for vehicles, because the same way that vehicles are basically reliant on rare earth minerals in order to be produced, you have to mine those things. So maybe in 50 years, instead of fighting wars in the Middle East for oil, we'll be fighting wars in Central Asia for rare earth minerals. So my problem, I am more like left of center than I am than like my stated politics, but at the same time, guns, abortion, immigration make me right. And then one of the main reasons why I always go after leftists and liberals is because they always think they're so much fucking smarter than they really are. And there are smart people on the right, and they do have good arguments, and there are steelmen to the positions that you constantly shit on. So while Dan, I appreciate the fact that you're a rich motherfucker, probably richer than I can ever imagine, I really wish that there was like a certain anarcho-communist here. That way he could take you down a peg as well.
If you mean Vosh, I've debated with him before. I mean, I'm not sure what that's.
I kind of want to take.
And it's not a fact that uneducated
probably
white
wiped your
men
head on
without
a pike.
college degrees and without high school diplomas almost entirely vote for Trump. So if you want to,
I mean, like
that
the reason it's funny because when we talk about how bad the polls were in 2016, one of the reasons why they were so off is because pollsters underestimated severely how fucking stupid the average Trump voter was. Like education ended up being such a massive predictor for the election that a lot of the pollsters missed. It was one of the largest missed things that actually happened. On the first thing,
and
on the second thing, when it comes to
like a true ivory tower, education does not impart intelligence necessarily.
Give me a moment. Rob, give me a second. We have to pass this around to 3 people because we're gonna have to wrap this topic up. We're going to start that with Rob, then Joe, and then CTV. You have barely talked this segment, so I wanted to make sure you got a piece of time to talk before we did closing statements. Or if you just wanted to wait for closing statements, you can do that too. Since I'm kind of putting this on you right now. Rob, you can start.
Yeah, I just think that arrogance from Destiny is just so telling. I wonder if people talk about people that are stupid in communities that traditionally don't have education opportunities, like Hispanic or Black communities. Going to talk about how dumb they are as well, or is it just Trump supporters that you reserve that for? Now, on to the question of climate change. Sure, go ahead. Let's hear you talk about how stupid people in the Black community are. Go ahead.
If any of them come out opposed to vaccines, opposed to climate change, opposed to wearing masks, opposed to other basic settled science, I would say the exact same thing.
So that's shirking from the argument you originally made. You said that intelligence was tied to educational opportunities. So now you're changing that. So I get it. I know why you would do that. Now, specifically,
nice pivot. I'm sorry that I own the position. I'm sorry that made you uncomfortable. But yeah, anybody that opposes basic settled science, if a Black person or a Hispanic person said, I don't want to vaccinate my kids, I don't want to wear masks, I'd call them an uneducated dipshit as well.
Drag them.
So I would say I'm a Trump supporter, and I seem to be quite intelligent compared to you, at least. So I don't know what you're referencing there. But anyways, when we talk about specifically,
dumb is not one of them. Okay. I said we're gonna wrap this up. So, Rob,
if I could just real quick,
yes, please finish, but do not address anybody else, so I can move it to the next person afterwards.
Sure. So with climate change, I agree with what Counterpoints is saying here. And here's the issue. The reason that the severity of climate change is important to look at is because we don't want to adopt the most radical possible policy, such as the Green New Deal, that would cost hundreds of trillions of dollars. In that bill, specifically the one that AOC has put forward, she calls for the retrofitting of every single building in the United States of America to adapt renewables. So not only do we have to create the renewables, we have to retrofit every single business. She also calls in there for guaranteeing everyone a job and continuing an income for people that choose not to work. That was what the original bill said. It would be impossible to achieve these goals, but it's all being done in the name of we're all going to die from climate change. Instead, we need to have a sober conversation. For example, did you know that emissions have gone down during the Trump administration and we're actually meeting the obligations that we would have had under the Paris Climate Accord? Meanwhile, countries like China, India, and other countries that are more net polluters are yet to meet their obligations and don't have to start meeting them until the late 2020s. So this argument that it's just
he also solved school shootings too. There's been like none of those in 2020 at all, dude.
Yeah, we gotta keep going, please. Okay, next person, next interruption will be muted. No, Rob,
just to finish up,
please quickly, very quickly.
15 seconds. The truth is that we see innovations that are coming, such as nuclear, other renewables that are coming, and they're not being forced on us, which means it's the best possible solution, and we're not destroying the economy to do so.
Joe, you're next.
Yeah, I just think I'm going to talk about the crime. Again, we're going to talk about this a lot in probably the next segment. But something that really confuses me is that mainstream conservatives and the GOP at large really want to harp down Joe Biden's throat about the crime bill when all you guys need to do is go back 4 fucking years to the Crime Control Act of 1990. That and I'm going to just list it off here. It had the Victims' Rights and Restitution Act. It had the Victims' Child Abuse Act, the National Law Enforcement Cooperation Act, National Child Search Assistance Act, Gun-Free School Zones Act, Mandatory Detention of Offenders Convicted of a Serious Crime Act, Financial Institutions Anti-Fraud Enforcement Act, Federal Debt Collection Procedure Act, Criminal Victims Protection Act. My point here is you guys want to harp so hard about Joe Biden and the crime bill when his only job of that was to just make it Senate digestible. And even with the Senate digestible, because O.J. Simpson decided to murder his fucking wife, allegedly, we have the Violence Against Women Act of 1994. So while it's very easy to dunk on the crime bill, you have a clear dunk and you only have to go back 4 years. But unfortunately, I would love to have a conversation of shitting on Joe Biden for the Crime Control Act of 1990. But conservatives have this giant fucking boner about the crime bill of 1994. And if you want to say you're for black people, you got to be encompassing of all the problems that we have. I've been shouting to the hills about this fucking Crime Control Act down Cory Booker's throat, down Governor Murphy's throat, and they are at least perceptive of the idea of, hey, hey, we should probably fix these fucking bullshit crime laws. And then fucking Donald Trump shoves another one in there. So I don't really trust that Donald Trump is going to be the lone saver of criminal justice reform when even when the Platinum Plan, when every single person who writes a single law understands you don't put the word black in any legislation because you're not going to get conservatives to agree on it. You're not going to get liberals to agree on it. You're not going to get anyone on the left to agree on it. Just fucking remove black. But then he's like, the Platinum Plan is going to help black people. You really think that's going to cater to your base, son? And also, like, oh, God, there's more to it, but yeah.
Okay. CTV, did you just want to wait to your ending segment, or do you want to say something now?
I think really that was the perfect time for me to come in. Because nobody really has touched on the war on drugs. And since Joe's going to continue to, show all the good things that Biden has done along the way since then, I want to make sure we get to the root of the problem. And while Biden was not a senator in 1970, one of his closest friends was, right? And the Controlled Substance Act was passed in a vote of 54-0 because nobody else showed up besides these 54 guys, right, to pass the Controlled Substance Act. And what have we seen from the Controlled Substance Act, right? We don't really need to get into what Nixon's people said when they said that we were going to we had the ability to be able to go inside these communities and disrupt them and lock up these people and be able to have all these powers over them, right? They did that knowing that they were going to be able to screw with black people, knowing they were going to be able to screw with Hispanic people, and they continued to do it year after year after year, and they're still fucking doing it now. We got riots in the streets, right? So to me, it seems insanely disingenuous for you to say, oh, well, he's done this for us and he's done this for us, but it's all of a result of what he and his ideology would have him do, which is put the Controlled Substance Act into place, which allowed all these communities to be marginalized. So to me, it's all fucking nuts.
Well, it is all. It's very nuts. I agree with you, CTV.
Well,
and also, too, like,
Joe,
when you look at,
Joe, would you be fine with, you'll have a 1 minute period during the ending if you want to respond to that directly.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's keep the ball moving.
Usually it's 1 to 3 minutes, but we're going to actually have a hard barrier on this one. You get
Sure.
1 minute if you go over at all. For anybody on here, we're going to cut you off right there. So try to be careful with your time. We're going to throw that out for everybody. RGR, you're going to start us off, and I'm going to actually... chat is bullying me so much. I gotta go cry in the bathroom, so I gotta step away for a second. So Mr. Geek, my co-moderator, is gonna take over for a second. Okay, wonderful. Mr. Geek, you'll get them around after RGR gets her 1 minute. Please be strict with the time limit.
I'll try to be brief. So there's like two things I want to talk about, right? First, climate change. So really, I don't think that we've heard any evidence that there's no climate change. The only compelling evidence that I've heard is that it might not be to the worst degree that we actually expected it to be. But in either situation, it's better to have some plan than not. And I'm not going to trust a president who literally just denies science and doesn't believe that climate change is happening at all, right? That's clearly bad. And even if you want to say that the Green New Deal is too extreme, it's better to have someone who's actually going to do something or try to do something than not do anything at all. Secondly, when we're talking about conspiracy theories, right? We have to consider what in the law we would call matters of weight and admissibility, right? If you have a conspiracy theory, and usually conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories because they have very little weight or very little evidence that goes a little weight, or it would be evidence that would be blatantly inadmissible in trial because it's not inherently trustworthy. Hearsay is categorically inadmissible except for under certain circumstances, and even then the weight of them is going to be extremely small. So I'm going to trust instances where we are able to have a much higher degree of weight, especially when you have, for example, an investigation conducted by the FBI into the actions or into the relations that a president has with other people and how that may have affected an election or how that may have affected his presidency, compared to something which has only a couple hearsay examples to be able to go off of. One of them has much more weight, and that is what I think makes it more credible logically. Thank you.
All right. The Tuck.
Yeah, so one thing before I really close is I would really suggest people to actually go and read the words of the actual ad that Trump put out back in the 80s regarding the Central Park 5. It's as relevant today as it was back when he posted it. But why I don't think Trump would be a good candidate and why you shouldn't vote for him. The Joe Biden tax plan is not a good thing for our country. Taxfoundation.org. About 1.9% decline in after-tax income for all taxpayers on average. The GDP will go down by 1.62%. Capital stock will go down 3.75%, and full-time equivalent jobs are expected to go down 542,000. Couple that with the the gun control legislation that he's advocating for, and several of the other underlying Democratic leadership issues that I am not in favor of. I don't think he's a good candidate, and I don't think having the Democratic Party in the leadership of our nation is a good idea.
All right, Joe Louis.
Yeah. So, again, like to circle back to my pillars as to why I'm voting for Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden is the best candidate to protect and preserve all forms of civic engagement, and he's going to preserve the black vote. But something that's going to be a segue into the next conversation. I trust that Joe Biden's going to have an established cabinet within the 2 years of his of being a president. Because one of my biggest frustrations with Donald Trump, and we'll get to this later in my other statements, is that I am more concerned about who's going to be within Joe Biden's cabinet, because that, I think, is a much more interesting conversation. Now, I trust that Joe Biden, considering that he does have flaws in a lot of areas, like prison reform, as CTV alluded to, as climate, as kind of is alluded to in terms of transparency and clarity, I expect him to have better people, basically the leftist assassins of these topics within his cabinet. And we see this is why people are getting all bugged out by Bernie Sanders isn't going to be the senator of Vermont anymore. What's he going to do? That's because he's probably going to end up in that cabinet, because Joe Biden is just keeping an eye like, okay, who are the players here? And I trust the players behind Joe Biden than I ever would trust the players behind Donald Trump. He's playing this crappy ass starter deck, and Joe Biden is at least going to the secondary market, buying singles and making sure that deck is actually competitive for the market.
Hey, I'm back, so I'll re-guide the conversation. Rob, have you gone yet?
No, I have not.
Rob, you're next.
All right, thank you. So I think it's funny that Riley was talking about conspiracy theories. I wonder if she spoke up about the conspiracy theories about Trump. She talks about hearsay and things like that. Again, the FBI admitted to using unverified Russian spy source disinformation to spy on the Trump campaign. I didn't remember hearing all the cries from the left why that was terrible. Look, the truth is this evidence about Trump or about Biden in China is real. It's at least evidence to warrant an investigation. There have been claims that there is an active investigation into Hunter Biden for money laundering. The fact that the media isn't covering this proves that what you get with the Biden candidacy is the deep state candidacy. They're going to control the flow of information. They will operate for the military industrial complex. They will be against pulling troops out. They will be for more foreign wars. They will be for lying and censoring to the American people. We talked about taxes. It's a lie. The Trump tax plan actually, according to Market Watch, it dropped taxes for like 12%, even from the poorest Americans, 25,000 and under, and it dropped for all Americans. We talk about climate change and things like that. It's true that Biden will push radical things like the Green New Deal that are unnecessary, that will cost trillions of dollars and cost jobs. They will lock down our rights over the environment, which will be terrible. He will do things like pack the court and other things because they can't win a fair game. And they'll do this in the name of trying to get power, censor anyone that disagrees with them, and have a perpetual deep state that will be able to control everything that we vote for. Real progressives like Joe Louis, who I respect, will not have a voice, because instead of people like Bernie Sanders, you'll have people like Hillary Clinton running the seat.
Okay, I'm going to throw it now over to counterpoints.
I haven't gone either, just go ahead.
Yeah, so since we have a whole bunch of viewers tonight, I'm going to go ahead and shout out my YouTube channel, Counterpoint, so go ahead and look me up. And then just in reference to RGR and Destiny, you're both thinking like lawyers. So hearsay evidence, we know that basically like, thinking like a lawyer, that's fine. I'm not hating on you for it. But basically, there is shady shit going on. Hunter Biden, I've seen his dick. He, basically fucked a bunch of prostitutes. He's basically passed out with a crack pipe. Any other year except for 2020, that would be, meth pipe. I don't want to spread fake news. So any other year, that would be a big story. And now it's a nothing burger because everybody hates Trump so fucking much. So also, just to address this really quickly, the fact that you're okay with our politicians taking money from shiesty sources kind of fucking bugs me. And then Rob, you don't have to shine two turds. You can just admit that your turd tastes better. Part of the reason why Destiny is going after you is because basically, a lot of the things that Hunter and the Bidens do is shady as fuck. Trump has done some shady shit. I think we can all admit that. Dan, you're a dick, but I think you have really good memes. And then Rob, Destiny is many things, including an asshole, but he's not dumb. So just be careful.
I didn't say that.
Can I go next?
You know what? It was next was Dan, but sure, Destiny.
Fuck
why
Dan.
not?
Any year, it'd be a big story for Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden had a sex tape of him leaked. First of all, Hunter Biden is not running for president. There's nothing wrong with what he did. It's just sensational. You know what is wrong is misappropriating campaign funds to pay your lawyer to pay hush money to a porn star that you fucked. That is a way more monumental claim. It involves an illegality, and it involves the actual person in office not a family member of that person. So if we were to ever believe that Hunter Biden did anything wrong by having a sex tape leaked, I can't imagine how horrible you think it is that a person that has been the co-conspirator of a indictment from New York was illegitimately using campaign funds to pay hush money to a porn star that he fucked. Man, you must think that's really horrible. And then in terms of taking money from shiesty sources, this idea that if you've worked in politics, you can never work on any type of consulting anything with any company, outside of the U.S. I mean, I guess we can set that standard if we want, but hey, Hunter Biden was appropriately reporting all of his income. It's not like any of that is a mystery or any is hidden or he refuses to publish tax returns or anything like that. So, I mean, yeah, if politicians want to work for consulting or doing things afterwards, I mean, it seems to be the most logical progression of their career. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially if they've done it after they have left office and aren't currently in a position to make damaging policy or damaging relationships for the United States, like, for instance, using leverage of misappropriated money from Congress and holding it over Ukraine in order for them to dig up dirt on a political rival.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Dan.
Got a few ones. Important things I think are actually going to sway people over. Okay, just bear with me. 4 points I'm going to have through here. Number 1, Hunter Biden has a big dick and is a Chad, and everyone here fucking knows it, and I'm jealous. Okay, he looks good, and I think there's a big reason they're mad. Number 2, Joe Biden likes ice cream. Trump can't even hold some fucking water without being weak. Number 3, Biden says cool fucking shit like malarkey and foghorn, and Trump thinks that stealth planes are actually fucking invisible. But let me give you the big reason to vote for Biden over fucking Trump, and everyone's gonna just resonate with this immediately. If Biden gets elected, imagine how fucking mad these guys who vote for Trump are going to be. They're going to be losing their goddamn shit. Me, I don't give a fuck. Trump wins, whatever, lower taxes. These guys are going to go fucking bonkers. They're going to be out there marching with guns and shit. And I'm going to be sitting here laughing my fucking ass off. And you guys will think about how mad Trump will be. Oh my God, the memes are going to be fucking amazing. And then Trump's going to make his own fucking cable news network that's going to rival Fox News. And then they're going to fight it out. And then Fox News is going to get fucked. That's going to be the funniest fucking shit ever. So fuck the politics. Let's just do it to make these guys fucking mad. That's the fucking real reason. So vote for that. Vote for change that you can see. Okay. Vote for that.
Okay, throwing it over to wrap this up with CTV. You got 1 minute.
So what I usually try to do when I'm considering some pretty big decisions that I have to make in my life is I try to think about this thing in like 20, 40, 60 years. What would I like to be able to accomplish? What I would like to be able to accomplish is to still have a functioning government. What I would like to be able to accomplish is getting rid of the war on drugs, right? And the other thing that I would like to accomplish is to be able to keep the country functioning while we are going through a lot of changes. That being said, economy needs to be the number one thing that people are looking at right now for the immediate future of the American people. Therefore, with Biden's record of not really knowing what the fuck is going on with a lot of these things with regard to the economy, I think that the man that has came into office in the last 3 years that gave us the lowest unemployment in history across several spectrums, and we have seen a net positive with regard to the economy until the hit of COVID. There's a conversation to be had about the management of that, but we didn't want him as president because he was a virologist. We wanted him as president because he was a businessman. And we all know the economy needs some fucking work. So there you go.
Wrapping it up, we're going to go into the next topic. I just want to thank everybody. We're at the halfway point. We have about 1 hour left before we're going to wrap up the show. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. So we've gone to the halfway point of the show. We're going to go into the second segment, which is going to be all about whether you should or shouldn't vote for Donald Trump. I just want to reiterate the rules once more for everybody who's just tuning in now. Once again, here's the rules. Number 1, try your best not to interrupt too much. If you do, I'll step in and I'll stop that. Number 2, do not at each other in chat. That'll just heighten the conversation and it's not productive and you should be paying attention. Number 3, do not talk during other people's opening or ending statements. If you do, you will be muted. And number 4, basically just don't do anything TOS. Oh, and number 5, of course, if I am speaking up, it is to guide the conversation somewhere else or to give somebody the time to speak or to moderate correctly. So going forward, please, everybody adhere by those rules, and everybody in chat, once again, do not take all of your opinions from a roundtable panel show on the internet. Please find other sources for information. So we're going to go into the next topic, which is whether you should or shouldn't vote for Donald J. Trump, the current president of the United States. I'm going to start this off in the top left-hand corner once again with RGR.
Oh, It's kind of mushy because there's a lot of arguments from before that are going to be brought back over, but I'll try to bridge here. First, I originally wasn't planning for this, but also like economy-wise, we have the highest unemployment out of any point in like prior history under any other president. So I mean, like if we want to make the economy argument, that seems kind of weird. I mean, like the economy might be better for stockholders or people who are able to retain their job, or for people who actually have lost their job as a response to mishandling of COVID, then I would say that it's not really that great for them. Secondly, Donald Trump has demonstrably, according to studies, emboldened racists, white nationalists, and those who commit hate crimes. According to studies, President Trump's elections was associated with a statistically significant surge in reported hate crimes across the U.S. They also said that Trump tapped into a current authoritarianism in the electorate, one that's bubbled down below the surface for years. And they also researchers find shockingly high levels of anti-democratic beliefs and prejudicial attitudes among Trump backers, especially those who support the president strongly. Also, he has mishandled BLM. We talked about that before. Everything from before that I said, I incorporate that here. Mishandled COVID, everything from the prior debate that I've been on here, 200,000 deaths and counting. He knew about this back in February and he did nothing. He formed no plan to be able to deal with it. He could have told everyone. He could have notified people how dangerous this was. He said that this was, I was just trying to keep down a panic. Well, I mean, like, that seems really inconsistent when you consider how he's treated literally every other subject, when he's talked about immigrants, when he's talked about drugs, when he's talked about, like, name any subject. Like, his playbook is to go to fear-mongering. It seems really inconsistent for him to be able to make that, especially when other countries quickly established a policy. That's how every other country was able to deal with this, broadly speaking, much better than we did. And then lastly, I would say that he's implemented terrible climate change policy, right? He says that he doesn't agree with the science of global warming. He's in the process of reversing nearly 100 environmental rules. He's already weakened Obama-era limits on planet warming carbon dioxide emissions from power plants and from cars and trucks. He's removed protections from more than half the nation's wetlands, and he's withdrawn legal justification for restricting mercury emissions from power plants. And the cost of his environmental agenda, according to experts, may lead to 80,000 extra deaths per decade. And it's really, and the capstone is that, and we can talk about this more, but we've already kind of talked about it. He's trying to be the president of law and order. It seems really weird when he consistently and repeatedly breaks the law, pursuant to the earlier discussion. That's it.
Next, we're going to throw it over to the Turk.
So I could pretty much say the inverse of everything Riley just said. If you take everything up to the pandemic, the economy was doing fine. But if you want to take the pandemic into account as well, you can go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The unemployment rate is now falling like in a pitfall back down to normal levels. If we were enabled the economy to do what it needs to do in a safe and healthy manner, we can actually continue to grow the economy. Everyone keeps claiming that Trump hasn't had a plan on how to tackle COVID. A lot of countries have not had a plan, and we are learning this through the process. And Trump has been able to get us back on track, and we are getting to the final zone. We don't know when that is. We're still waiting on the science. Oh yeah, and because science is driven by a consensus here, what's the consensus on mask wearing? I'm not saying that I'm an anti-mask person. I'm just saying if y'all are wanting to stick with the science, find a good source of science. Anyways, Trump's policy positions are very right, and that's why I agree with most of them. And gun control is a big thing for me, and with Biden as president, this is of course against Biden.
Gotta keep going.
Yeah, never mind.
No problem. Making a point about gun control. Okay, so we're gonna throw it over to Rob Noor. 1 minute.
So again, like everyone said, a lot of this will be the same. The number one reason to vote for Trump is the same as it was in 2016, which is to out the corruption in our FBI, media, deep state. Remember, Chuck Schumer told us before Trump was even nominated, once he was just the general elect, that if you criticize the intel community, they'll find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at you. The intel community is one of the most anti-democratic organizations out there. They now control the mainstream media, where you even have people that released the Snowden papers, like Glenn Greenwald, who had to leave his own organization because they're censoring anything critical of the deep state, the intel communities, and Biden. Other reasons to vote for Trump are because there will be radical things that will occur on the left, such as packing the courts, such as embracing rioters and mobsters. I thought it was funny in Destiny's open statement. He said there's so much rioting and stuff going on under Trump. Yes, so because Biden supporters are rioting, we shouldn't vote for Trump. In addition, Trump presided over unprecedented unemployment numbers. The GDP is climbing back, and he's had historic Middle East peace deals. Remember, the big criticism of Trump from many people on the left was that he would be a disaster with foreign policy. We now see Middle East peace deals that would have received Barack Obama 5 or 6 Nobel Peace Prize. Instead, Barack Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for engaging in wars across the world.
I don't mean to do this on purpose, because with my foreign policy, it looks like this is a conspiracy, but your time did just run up. So
no problem.
Keep it going. Okay, we're throwing it over to Joe Lewis.
My 3 pivots of why you should not vote for Donald Trump. You ready for this? An established cabinet, the First Step Act, and his response to BLM. I'm going to start there very quickly for point by point. His response to the riots is absolute dog shit. The response to demonstrations is absolute dog shit. Why is it dog shit? Because he has William Barr breathing down his fucking neck. William Barr, the same motherfucker who botched the fucking riot, the LA riots in 92. This is the same motherfucker that got ousted from Republican politics. And right after Jeff Sessions, we have this motherfucker to deal with again. As a black American, I'm really fucking frustrated that piece of shit is back. The First Step Act is fucking dog shit. It needs to be revised. Donald Trump is not going to revise that. And finally, it's going to make 2 things very, very clear. We do not have a Senate confirmed Secretary of the Office of Homeland Security, and 3 out of the 5 directors of the Secretary for Homeland Security are in acting roles, and we currently don't have an acting director there. And also, we're going to go an entire administration without a Senate confirmed director of ICE, which is fucking ridiculous. We're time to get rid of George Bush's little fucking experiment, because Donald Trump can't deal with it.
Okay, gotta throw it over to counterpoints.
Yep. So basically, if you wanted to vote for Trump, the reason why you would do that is because he's an immigration isolationist. So basically, I think he's halved legal immigration and, pretty much, been very hawkish on illegal immigration. If that's something that you care about, that would be a positive. He probably won't do anything about guns. And also the economy will be really good, barring COVID, until it busts. But obviously the economy doing super well is not really meaningful if you're a Walmart employee making $7 an hour. So that's kind of where I think that's the positive reasons, I guess. The reasons why you shouldn't, under COVID, he's definitely going to open up the economy. More people are going to die. Racial tensions are going to suck for the next, half decade while he's still in office. The riots are probably going to get worse. The normalization of authoritarianism is pretty fucked up. As somebody who really cares about the Constitution, I don't like the fact that he jokes about being a president for life. If you care about climate change, then obviously he's not going to do shit about that. And then also, even if Joe Biden does seize power, chances are any bill that he passes for guns will be watered down, and any environmental legislation or Green New Deal legislation that he passes will be watered down as well.
Okay, gonna throw it over to Dan. Got 1 minute.
I'm not sure where to start. I'm not sure what to say, what hasn't been said at this point. Trump's just a mess, a huge mess across the board. That should be apparent to anyone there. And just the fact that, no one who worked for Trump at the beginning of his administration is still there. Why is that? What does Occam's razor tell you? Is it just he's just really weird coincidence? Or perhaps this dude is corrupt as fuck, right? What do you think is more likely? Okay, but let me give you, because I know we're kind of into conspiracy theories here a little bit. Let's talk about the fact that Trump literally told Putin the locations of different army units in Afghanistan for Russia to kill, okay? And they did this because Trump's trying to build a hotel in Moscow, okay? Now, I don't know why no one's really reporting on this, but I don't know what more you can say about the fact that you have unironic American soldiers dying, okay? And you have people like Roger Stone that are out there covering this up, and no one's talking about it. Okay, no one's going to die. Americans were dying over there. No one's saying that didn't happen. The fact is that there's so much corruption with this guy. I don't know what to say. Where does it start and where does it end?
Don't worry, we can move on to the next person. Time's up. We're going to throw it over to Destiny.
Is this why you shouldn't vote for Trump, right?
You should or shouldn't if you want to endorse Trump right now.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm good on that. You shouldn't vote for Trump. It's really simple, actually, because Republicans don't give a fuck about you. Anytime Republicans are looking to do anything related to states' rights, they're just trying to take away freedoms from you. Nancy Pelosi, Queen Pelosi, the most beautiful person in all of Congress, left a $2 trillion stimulus bill on top of Mitch McConnell's desk, and after they finished the ACB nomination, he moonwalked the fuck out, called a big recess, said, we'll come back next year, see what's going on, and they fucking pieced the fuck out. Republicans don't give a fuck about you. Why the fuck would you vote for them?
That was the shortest of all of them. Only person that's going over the time. Okay, we're going to go over to CTV.
I think that we're probably going to end up having a pretty good discussion, but I want to go ahead and say this ahead of time, something that I feel pretty strongly about. Especially when it comes to a public health situation, the states of the United States are what is comparable to other nations of the world. You cannot make a fair comparison to our federal government of the United States, because with public health, those things need to be as close to the people that they are affecting as possible, and that's why the states would be comparable only, not the federal government.
Okay, now I'm going to bring it onto the open floor. You may now engage. Just please do your best to be respectful.
I got a really serious question. Name me a fucking member of something that's going to be the director of ICE that Trump can make it through the Senate. We're going through 4 years of this organization that also has an acting director at its parent organization, the Office of Homeland Security. They both have acting directors. Who would you appoint and why? If you were conservative, who would you appoint and why?
I don't know. I don't have a specific person that I would appoint as the director of ICE, but I'm not sure I understand how this is an attack on Trump.
I'd appoint
because
Jeff
Democrats
Sessions.
would be.
We've had 7 directors of ICE, and they haven't had a Senate confirmed director.
How's that
This
an
is
attack on Trump?
This is under Donald Trump's watch. 7 directors that he appointed under acting roles. He has not brought forth a single person that can be confirmed through the Senate. So my question again is, who do you think he should target and appoint? Because if you're going into another administration without a director of ICE, knowing that there's kids in cages, knowing that their kids are not going to be connected to their families, you better fucking come up with somebody. Because at this point, there's a very clear
I would
statement on
appoint
the
Jeff
far
Sessions.
left that could abolish ICE.
I would
There's a
appoint
very
Jeff
clear
Sessions.
argument. Yes.
I think I don't understand how this is an attack on Trump, because senators are unwilling to approve people that he's put forth.
He has
when we're
never
talking about.
brought someone to the table.
Okay,
When
we're
Sarah
talking about.
Saldana resigned, he has not brought forth a single person. In
But
4
that might be
years.
true. I don't know.
Well, I would do Joe Arpaio personally. You know.
Anyways, when we're
Damn,
talking
Dylan,
about
I
kids
was
in,
gonna fucking meme.
when we're talking about
acting
kids in
directors.
cages, remember that was created in the Obama administration for some
7
reason.
acting directors.
Right. I
Acting.
understand that's not an answer to the fact that
Guys,
the Obama administration created
this
the
is the
cages.
great
Obama
thing
administration
about
might have created the
being you don't
cages,
have to
but
pretend that
Republicans
everybody's
filled them.
fucking
That's
awesome
time.
when they're
Wait,
really
okay.
shit.
What is the time? Counter. I couldn't hear anything you just said because 3 people were talking at once.
This is the awesome thing about being a centrist. You don't have to pretend that fucking shitbags are heroes just because they're on your fucking team. So Joe Lewis, I have to assume the insinuation here is that he's basically not appointed anybody because they can all be fucked up and aggressive and then basically be fired as soon as they were hired or dismissed as quickly as they were hired. So since you have nobody that you can pin all the fucked up shit on, basically ICE can be as fucked up as they want to be. Is that the insinuation?
And it's also fucked up under Donald Trump's watch because, again, the person above him is the Secretary of Homeland Security, who's in an acting role. You know who that motherfucker is? Chad Wolf. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole about Chad Wolf. We could be here for hours. But again, my concern is if you're trying to advocate for Trump an additional role, you cannot ignore that his cabinet is fucked up. Like, look, this is a clear target on the far left who want to abolish ICE. And people want to advocate, you can't abolish ICE, you can't abolish ICE. Well, they don't have an acting fucking director, and Donald Trump has had 7 tries and put people in active positions. And again, like, you want to be hard on immigration, but goddamn, you can't even appoint directors to the 2 fucking groups?
Well, and I'll just jump in before letting you go, Nor. So Nor and Turk, I very much doubt are evil, cruel-hearted people who just want to do fucked up shit to random people for no fucking reason. Absolutely. But I almost guarantee you that this is like purposeful incompetence in order to do what they're doing at the border without being able to hold anybody accountable.
Right. So why am I supposed to trust? How am I supposed to trust Donald Trump if he's not? And again, like, he's very quick about Supreme Court justices. We saw that in practice. But then when it comes to the actual problems within the system, why is he choosing to ignore this thing?
So I've got a response and then a question back to you. I would nominate Sheriff David Clark. He seems to be a pretty sharp Republican that has some law enforcement stuff. You know, granted, I know nothing about this realm, but that's a name. That's a start, right? But who would you appoint? Who would Joe Biden put on the head of ICE?
I mean, honestly, the head of ICE, if I'm really trying to pick an assassin, I'd pick John Kelly. Full stop.
I mean, my point to this is that, like, what I have to say about immigration, it's clear that Joe Biden is unfortunately, I think that your point about the importance of people in the cabinet, I think that that's kind of an admission that we all understand that Biden's not really going to be the leader in his administration. I'm not trying to make any cheap points or jokes, but it's clear that he's having some problems and cognitively he's on the decline. So it'll be more Kamala Harris's administration and the people behind the scenes, which is beautiful for the Democrats because that's their whole agenda. They have people behind the scenes that want to control things like those in the CIA, the FBI, organizations like that.
All directors
but when it
appointed by
comes to the border specifically, I think that Trump and the conservatives are far more in line with the correct solution for this country. We need to worry about illegal immigration. So you see Joe Biden, for example, saying that he would make 11 million illegals immediately citizens or on a path to citizenship. This will provide an incentive, especially because other people around him have basically said they want to make it so it's not criminal cross the border illegally. So this will provide a massive incentive to bring illegals to this country, which directly compete with in inner cities with low-skilled workers, which predominantly are Black Americans. This is another thing that's being done by Joe Biden and the left that is anti-Black American, which I think we should all be concerned about. And oftentimes these illegals that come are sexually trafficked and they are used by drug organizations, coyotes, and other things. So yeah, although you might have an actual point, I haven't looked into this issue about the director.
Again, friend, like, how are you supposed to do all these changes that you're proposing if you don't have a director for the two organizations that would be responsible for imposing those changes?
There's clearly people that are acting in positions of leadership in ICE. So just because an official director hasn't been, okay, but did he appoint those directors?
Yes.
And did he try to get them confirmed by the
positions.
Senate? Did he try to get them confirmed by the Senate?
No.
Okay, well, I don't know what the strategic nature, and that could be a blunder. I don't know. It's honestly something I'm ignorant. I think that that's, to me, I think that that doesn't mean that ICE is acting without leadership, and I don't think that this is a big reason to vote for or against Donald Trump, but I'd be willing to look into it and have a discussion with you. I would. I just don't see this as a high.
Yeah, because again, like Republicans want to be hard on immigration, but the two groups that are responsible in part for some of the most strictest things in terms of immigration, it just shows that Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about that. So how are you supposed to say that Donald Trump is going to be hard on immigration when he hasn't done shit? I will give you this, though. He did lower the cap for asylum applicants, which is something that Joe Biden can do on his first day in office with a fucking sneeze in the right direction. However, there are problems with the asylum seeker process. Dylan, as well as I think Turk was on that panel when we talked about that, where right now Donald Trump is dealing with a problem that the cap that he keeps setting for asylum seekers is not high enough, and he keeps running into this problem where he goes over the cap. Joe Biden can change that cap literally without any help with the Senate or the House. However, it just really is concerning to me that conservatives are hardline on immigration, yet they're not fucking bullying Donald Trump and getting a fucking director and getting just fucking assassins. Like, I fucking hate John Kelly. He's pure fucking evil, but he's a Republican assassin.
If I may, real quick, just real quick on this, if I may, if it's that important to know who presidents would appoint to positions, are you at all concerned that Joe Biden refuses to answer if he'll pack the court and who his list of judges would be?
Shenanigans, Supreme Court shenanigans beget Supreme Court shenanigans. So okay. I think it's very unlikely that Joe Biden is going to even remotely try to pack the court, because there's so much other bullshit that can happen on the Republican side, and it's just going to be this like bullshit dick measuring contest of dick pills. My dick's 9 inches. Well, my dick's now 10 inches. Well, my dick's now 11 inches. And neither side has time for that nonsense. So I don't think Joe Biden or nor the Biden administration is going to participate in this idea of packing the court.
Well, if they did, after what happened with Garland, I mean, I don't really know how Republicans could complain.
Because it's what happened to Garland wasn't a situation that involved destroying the norms of the court of the 9 justices that we've had for what?
It did involve destroying the norms of the Senate, and it expressed power to the President of the United States, which is the ability to nominate and have heard a Supreme Court justice. This was the longest vacancy ever in the history of the Supreme Court. I don't know how that doesn't destroy norms of the court when we had an unfilled seat for a year, but okay.
Full disclosure, I actually disliked what happened with Merrick Garland. I agree with you there, though. I don't think, like we already had Bork mentioned earlier, we mentioned about the treatment that he received. That was also a return or a deviation from the norm, the way that he was treated. Then we had Brett Kavanaugh accused of being a gang rapist, which is, we had Brett Kavanaugh accused of being a gang rapist and having his life destroyed in front of his family.
Where are Gorsuch and Kavanaugh? Where are Gorsuch and Kavanaugh right now?
It's irrelevant. We saw
No,
that the
it's
Democrats,
totally relevant.
because
Where
they
are
lost
Gorsuch and Kavanaugh right now? Where are they?
What does that have to do with anything? The
Because
fact
they're
that
in
they
the Supreme
used
Court.
sexual assault allegations.
Yeah, and where are they
well,
right now?
two things.
Where are they?
Two things. One, didn't Obama say elections have consequences? So they didn't have the Senate with Merrick Garland. So that's why that happened. That doesn't justify
the
weaponizing sexual assault allegations.
The election that has consequences is the presidential election, because the president is the one that has the sole power to make nominations to the Supreme Court. That was an express power. The 2016 election had the consequence of Obama being allowed to do
the 2016 election also kept the Senate in the Republican majority,
Right.
so it was their duty to not confirm anyone that.
Wait, hold up.
Was,
They didn't even give him a hearing.
Like,
yeah,
They've been for over 8 months compared to like what they're doing right now. Like someone asked me, like someone answered me this, like how fast from the beginning of when she was nominated to when she was confirmed, like how fast was that? Like
28 days.
28 days. All right. How long did Republicans saw the Garland hearing, or like did they saw that?
4 months.
A year and 4 months. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me. I cannot look at those and think that those are equivalent. I can't.
Those are bullshit numbers, by the way, but they're approximately true.
Okay, they're bullshit numbers. All right, well, I'm just trusting you.
They are approximately true though. And then Destiny, I mean this is directed to Destiny and RGR. So the Merrick Garland was the nominee for Obama, right? Was he a centrist or a liberal? What was his?
Wasn't he like center
political
left?
disposition?
Garland?
Center left, yeah. Center left.
Okay. So if he was center left, and who was he replacing?
I don't remember.
Scalia.
Fucking Antonin Scalia, that fucking dog
So
shit.
would that not have flipped the court to like a 6-3 liberal to conservative?
It doesn't matter. What is that? What relevance is
Isn't that the norm? That's like basically everybody shitting their pants over. Is now the conservatives have like a grip on the court?
Whoa. No, the norm is not the political inclination of the Supreme Court justices. The norm is that the President of the United States has delegated to him the power to nominate somebody to the Supreme Court, and the Senate violated norms by killing the filibuster in order to not have any hearing whatsoever related to Obama's nominee. That was the norm.
They completely did a 180 with this nomination.
Let me get to a question of decorum. So if they had heard it, but then they used their Senate, basically non-major or like slight majority, if they just used it to kill Garland, would you have been okay with that?
It would have been shitty, but it would have been better. It's happened in the past. I don't think Senate should do that, but there is precedence for that. I think it's okay. I don't like it, but
Counterpoint. Can I follow up?
No, let me
real
say
quick?
something about it.
Sure.
No, like as a prudential matter, right? I think that would have been much better, because then like the government, then like the people who the constituents who actually vote in senators would actually have some kind of basis to be able to evaluate whether or not that was an honest, and whether or not that was like a meaningfully prudential kind of a hearing, right? Like now, the voters didn't really have anything to go on, right? They were just like, oh, well, they just didn't even have a hearing to begin with, right? But if we did have a hearing, then at least voters would be able to account for like, okay, was this actually a fair hearing? Did they actually like choose to nominate or not nominate this person based on the merits of their credentials and so on? We don't, like, compared to that, like we're just like steamrolling the current justice through the Supreme Court, right? Like people have whiplash from how fast it went, right? I feel like that's fundamentally incomparable.
RGR, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you feel, let's say, okay, let's go back. We're going to go back to a time a couple of months ago.
Okay.
How would you feel if Donald Trump elected Merrick Garland?
If Donald Trump elected Merrick Garland?
Or nominated, I should say. Excuse me.
Oh, nominated Merrick Garland.
Yeah, sorry. This is the same question for everybody, by the way.
Yeah. Would a center would actually? That's what I was expecting him to do. I was expecting him to push a centrist as like a peace offering to Democrats. He didn't. He went in the opposite direction. So I'm just kind of wondering, to the left side of the panel, would that have been better? Would you have appreciated that more?
I feel like what I would have wanted, I mean, it might have been a little bit better, just because then you would end up with a more balanced Supreme Court, but it would be inconsistent with what they had priorly established, right? Like if the precedent that we're setting is that a president shouldn't be able to nominate someone during their last year of their term, then we should probably hold that to be consistent, even if it would otherwise be beneficial to like one side or the other.
Well, and I remember the bullshit propaganda of that last year, which was like, it's an election year, Obama's a lame duck, he shouldn't have the right to nominate anybody. I remember that propaganda, but the propaganda did switch in the past 2 months, where they basically said, oh, no. It wasn't because Obama was it was because he was a lame duck, but it wasn't because it was last year. It's because we had control of the Senate. So that they moved the goalpost as far as like what the propaganda was for why they weren't doing it. But that's still, I don't think it's a politically consistent argument, but that's kind of what they said.
Yeah,
was basically like we wouldn't have approved him anyways.
Well, I mean, like for me, I just want rules to be consistent, right? Like that's the main thing that I want out of this, right? Like here, we didn't have consistent application of a rule. If they set a rule that we actually followed in this case, I feel like it would have been a lot better.
Yeah. Okay, now real quick, so who killed the filibuster again? Who killed the filibuster
for Supreme Court nominees? It was Mitch McConnell.
So it was okay for Harry Reid, the Democrats, to undo precedent and destroy norms when it came to the federal courts, but it was horrible for the Republicans to do that when it came to the Supreme Court.
They were doing that. They were doing that because those judiciary picks were being filibustered constantly. Not saying that I agree with it, but there's a difference between doing that to get picks through versus doing it to prevent a pick from going through.
I don't think there is a difference. I think,
of course you don't, because you're a Republican hack. But there is a difference. There clearly is a difference. If somebody has to end the filibuster, which I disagree with, but if somebody's ending the filibuster to get processes done versus somebody else doing it to prevent them from happening, those are fundamentally different things. Unless you're
both sides did it when it was to politically be advantageous to themselves. Both sides did it for that reason. And trying to parse, well, it was okay for one side to do it and not the other seems nonsensical. Let me ask you all this. Would it have been preferable to allow the hearing of Merrick Garland to occur, but then for the Republicans to repeatedly call him a gang rapist over and over?
No. I asked my question first. I expect an answer from every conservative. Counterpoints participated. All four of you got to do it too.
No, it wouldn't have made any difference to me. It would have been really dumb for Donald Trump to use his Supreme Court pick on Merrick Garland.
Why?
Because it doesn't help his side politically in any way whatsoever. By the same token, there's kinds of compromises then you could ask of the left. For example, should they allow Trump to use unverified opposition research to have a 4-year investigation into the Democrats, including spying on them?
You mean like they did with Hillary Clinton in her emails, like they did with the Benghazi hearings, like they're doing now with Hunter Biden?
Did they spy?
Did Republicans send us all day?
Did they send? They wiretapped Hillary Clinton's campaign?
No, because they couldn't even get the fake evidence for it. So I'm curious. How do you feel about the years that we had to hear about, and we still hear about Hillary Clinton's emails?
Right.
Oh my God. Oh, dude,
I love the
have
tinfoil
such
hats,
a
but I
rage
really want
for
Turk
this.
to answer my question too. I really want Turk and CTV to answer my question.
Was impeached, right?
What was the question?
The question is, again, because we're going on Pivot Island. If Donald Trump used his nomination for Merrick Garland, how would you feel about that?
Hey, if he nominates the person and the Senate confirms it, that's the law. They have the law and they can fulfill their duty. That's the word of the law.
CTV, same question.
I guess I'm just going to be honest and say I don't know who Merrick Garland is, and I'm very happy with Amy Coney Barrett. Her answers that she gave at the Senate hearing were outstanding.
That's not what the rights protected by the First Amendment are.
And I think that it was rather like a really good thing that they nominated a female to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Felt like that was pretty square. So
yeah, female drone pilots.
Do you think Merrick Garland would have been confirmed if Donald Trump nominated him?
No.
Probably, yeah, of course. Why not?
I don't think Republican Senate would have allowed it. Like, McConnell's ruthless. I don't think that he would have had a left winger. I don't think he would have allowed the Republican-controlled Senate to nominate her. Just my opinion.
Sure.
All right. Destiny said something that triggered the fuck out of me. Can I go?
Oh, the buttery emails?
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, the panel's about why we should vote for Trump, right?
I'm just curious when people are so mad about Russian collusion, which turned out credible indictments, but we had to hear for months and months about the State Department's email thing and Hillary's, and nothing. It was, talk about a nothing burger. That was like a nothing feast. That was a nothing 7-course meal. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Dylan,
you go into it, but right after that, I do want to drag it back over to something else.
Yeah, I need probably 90 seconds to 120 seconds to address this. I'll try to be...
I'll give you 70. I'll give you 70.
Did,
That's
right?
what you're
All right,
getting.
thank you kindly. All right, so in reference to the emails, basically what Hillary Clinton was guilty of was taking like TSSCI, basically the highest level clearance in the fucking country, and transferring it to a private email server. If a Lance Corporal in the fucking military did that shit, not only would he be in the fucking brig, but he would lose his fucking top secret clearance for the remainder of his fucking career. Not only is that fucking true, but she was running for the fucking, like, the head of the fucking country. Now, obviously, standards have dropped in the past half decade, so Hillary Clinton would probably have been better than fucking Donald Trump, blah, 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 fucking blah. But at the same time, you're basically talking about a fucking, you're talking about a mistake that if a 19-year-old made, he would be in fucking jail and unable to do his fucking job for the rest of his fucking life. So it's not a nothing
Hillary
burger.
Clinton's not a random 19-year-old, I guess?
Okay. No,
yeah, like the established president, and we've heard this. The established president
fucked up something that a 19-year-old shouldn't fuck
the
up, or else
State
he ends up in
Department
jail.
and
All right,
Powell came out.
I'm not done yet. I'm going to
I
only got 30 seconds left, Destiny, please.
Okay, finish. You got 10 seconds left.
All right, so in reference to fucking Benghazi, the whole fucking problem was the fact that military forces were not scrambled in order to assist the fucking embassy that was under attack. So basically, they called off the reinforcements before they even knew that people were dead on the fucking ground. Now, that could be a logistical thing, a political thing. There's all these things that go fucking into it, and wasting fucking 2 years on the investigation was stupid as fuck. But at the same time, basically, Americans being in the line of fire and you don't even send reinforcements while they're not even dead yet is fucked up.
It's strange how fucked up that was, yet absolutely nothing credible. No convictions came from any of these things, whether it was the email thing or whether it was the hours and hours we had to listen to about the fucking, the 4 people that died during Benghazi? Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? And in terms of the email private server shit, unfortunately, I agree, it was fucked. This was standard practice, unfortunately. Colin Powell himself had a private email server, and people had talked about how lax the State Department was, and we'd even heard that other fuck-ups when it comes to clearance stuff is related has happened as well. For instance, Kushner fucking up like his fucking security clearance shit. Like, come on, dude. The idea that there is some like strict, stringent security standards that are being like used for all of our emails, when we've seen like fucking Donald Trump emailing stupid shit, when we've seen his fucking Twitter accounts getting hacked by passwords shit, we can sit here and feign indignance and talk about how horrible and evil all of it was. But the reality was they were, a little bit careless with some of their shit, or maybe they were doing things that weren't exactly strictly on policy, but they weren't committing these horrible fucking acts of passing on private information to other countries that were trying to destroy America, which was the original claim of the Republicans. Not that Hillary Clinton had engaged in some lax security behavior related to fucking emails, which, by the way, ironically enough, still have never been shown to have been leaked to Russians or China or any of the other shit that any of the Republicans had originally claimed.
If I may, because
wrong,
I think
I
it's
love you, and I'll let it
actually.
go.
If I may, because I think this does have to do with the current election, because I think that the election of Joe Biden is to further help cover up the crimes and the malfeasance we've seen in organizations like the FBI. So, for example, when Destiny's saying, oh, look at the crimes that were charged, that proves some sort of Russia collusion. Yes, crimes like Paul Manafort for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist like Hunter Biden was doing. In the Mueller indictment, it says specifically, no, he didn't. In the Mueller indictment, it says, there's still an active investigation into
No, there's not.
According to FBI sources that was just released this week, that's true.
There's an investigation into the origin of the laptop. There's not an active investigation into Hunter Biden being like an unregistered foreign agent. That is not true.
Anyways, continuing, Manafort in the Mueller indictment, it said that he worked with Group 1 and Group 2. Group 1 was Mercury LLC. Group 2 was the Podesta Group. So the Podestas, who was Hillary's campaign chair, committed the exact same crime with the exact same people as failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. Yet the FBI let them go with retroactively filing paperwork and threw Manafort in solitary confinement. We also see in the course of the Hillary email investigation, they deleted subpoenaed evidence. Her assistant named Paul Combetta, who went by the nickname Stone Tier, did that. He deleted subpoenaed evidence, which is actual obstruction of justice and a federal crime. They were let go. We see from text of FBI agents that they said it defined credulity that when the FBI interviewed Hillary Clinton, she said she thought C on the papers meant alphabetical order as opposed to confidential or classified. In other words, the FBI felt that Hillary Clinton lied to the FBI. We see the FBI text message that says that her assistants Mills and Abedin both testified, and this was from Peter Strzok's notes, both testified they had no knowledge of Hillary Clinton's server prior to her tenure as the Secretary of State, yet emails released by both Mills and Abedin showed that as early as 2009, they knew about her server. In other words, they lied to the FBI. Now, you saying that the Russia investigation was legit because it got indictments, none of those indictments had to do with anything in Trump's team doing anything illegal with Russians. It was all for lying or for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist in 2013 with Hillary's campaign team. So why is it that the FBI, in the first case in history that I know of, with Trump, they went as hard as possible, which is what you would expect. They tried to get low-level people and turn the screws. With Hillary, they granted everyone immunity, smashed all the devices, and said, hey, do you guys want to say anything about Hillary Clinton? And everyone went, no, we don't. And yet you use that as evidence for why the FBI investigation to Trump was important, and the one to Hillary proves that she's innocent. I just think that's laughable.
Here's real one quick question. This is so interesting to me. So it's the easiest hand wave of every single conspiratorial nonsense claim you just made. It's Trump's appointee to the FBI. If Trump is so confident that all of this malfeasance and horrible stuff happened, then why didn't he appoint somebody that would investigate it?
Because his strong suit that he claimed was putting good people around him is actually garbage. He put garbage deep state people around him.
Okay, so Trump is so absolutely fucking incompetent that he can't make good appointees. Like one of the most important jobs of the president. If you want to eat the fucking L on that, that's fine then. Fine. Then Trump is literally a walking fucking retard that can't practice one of the most important parts of being the president, which is nominating somebody. Like, okay. No, that's cool. If he wants to bite the bullet on that, go for it.
Destiny. Please don't use that word.
I didn't really hear anything about how George Soros was funding all of this, like during that thing. And
we haven't even talked about the Jews
yet.
Guys. Dan, can you let the big boys talk? You're not adding anything.
Guys, hold on. I mean, I thought George Soros funds all this stuff. No?
Can I be honest about
I thought
something?
we were hearing a lot of conspiracy theories.
I'll respond to Destiny, but if Joe wants to go, sure.
Yeah, can I be honest about something? Look, man, as much as I want to grill CTV about how he has no idea who Merrick Garland is, respectfully, I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about. So if I'm probably not alone here, and there is a lot of passion on both sides of this conversation, but maybe I feel like we should talk about something that's a little bit more less in a weird way of like participation. You feel me?
If I can, Joe, if I can real quick, I'll respond to Destiny and respond to, I think that it's troubling that you don't know about this, because the argument I make, I'm not a progressive, but I have plenty of friends that are progressive. I think they could be great people. I have friends on the left and right, no problem. I don't think that no matter what your issue is, regardless if you're progressive or conservative or anywhere in between, that your voice really matters if we have people like the FBI that are putting their thumbs on the scale of who they'll go after as a presidential candidate or as a president, and allowing them to point who they think should be in charge. So at the end of the day, all of the issues, I'm afraid you're going to realize if Joe Biden wins this election, that all of the issues that you're concerned about in the black community, many of which I think are important and need addressed, that he'll end up, as always, every 4 years, they talk about the problems of the black community, and then they'll basically do nothing. And we'll be back to supporting all of these wars that we see overseas, and we'll be back to supporting anything that gets these establishment people power.
Does the FBI favor the Democrats? Is the FBI after?
Yes.
Why did Comey come out and sink Hillary's campaign?
Because Comey admitted it in his book and in other places that he assumed that Hillary had it in the bag, like every other establishment.
So he came out and
person.
did negative attacks on her campaign when it was that close.
If you allow me to finish, he said that he assumed she would win, and he thought this would be an albatross hanging around her neck like the Benghazi thing for 2 years. So he figured that he would come out with it, say it wasn't a big deal, and then allow people to vote. And then Hillary would have been able to say, look, everyone knew about this when they voted for me. It's a dead issue. That's why Comey did it.
Crazy how that was always a reason.
Can I ask you a couple follow-up questions? No, I just because like I do want to like learn more, right? Like if I don't know about this, because like I find that I'm remiss, right? Just like a couple quick questions, because I'm interested in like what evidence is there for basically what you provided, and is any of it like not hearsay? Because that's usually the problem that I find with like a lot of these like kind of conspiratorial or like theories that are like painted as conspiracies. I'm not saying that inherently that they are, but like, is there any evidence that like there's any evidence to be able to show what you're saying, that like there is a deep state bias in favor of the Democratic Party and away from the Republican Party that's not just like hearsay and speculation?
Can I just to be clear? I have the same question as well. That's why I'm kind of just like,
can I address this?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, as somebody who worked for the state, obviously in very minimal roles, but at the same time, like I've seen some of these things that are basically like, why the fuck was I in Japan? I was in Japan because basically we have bases all over the world. Why do we have bases all over the world? Because we're trying to freeze, borders and the economy and, basically foreign countries and all that kind of stuff. Why are we doing that? Because we're a transnational globalist superpower, basically a fucking empire that's competing with socialist and fascist nations across the entire world. So this entire empire takes a shitload of fucking effort. You can't have a single fucking person like Donald Trump, who's not a member of the fucking deep state, show up and fuck it up in one day. He can do his best to fuck it up, but it's super fucking hard for him to fuck it up. We have trade, we have international trade deals, we have international arms deals, we have international logistics deals, we have, cargo containers that are shipping across the entire world right now that are completely reliant on American security and American military force in order to do this thing. Dan Carlin, the host of one of the history podcasts, I forget what it is, but he was actually invited in order to go sit on a fucking meeting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And basically in that meeting, James Mattis was talking about how do we get our weapons into a certain XYZ West African fucking country. So we have, not only are we selling the weapons and making money, but also we have like training and logistical cross compatibility so we can go ahead and stand up to China. So this entire system, whenever somebody starts throwing up in like an eyebrow, like, I don't understand what you're talking about with the deep state. This all sounds deeply conspiratorial. Donald Trump fucking it up can't be that big of a fucking deal. This thing is the motherfucking Titanic. And when you have names like Bush and Clinton and Biden and all that kind of stuff, they know how to steer the Titanic because they've been a part of it for decades. So when you kind of say, like, what's the evidence for the deep state existing and having entrenched interest, I would be kind of interested in the counter argument to that there is not a deep state that doesn't have an entrenched interest, that isn't like transnational and globalist and capitalist. I would be interested in that, kind of like counter argument.
I invite so many
like,
on this.
There's a couple. I mean, like, I have a couple things on that, right? I mean, like, so far that sounds like, I mean, you've taken a couple of facts, and it sounds like you're putting them together by speculation. I mean, like, there could be any of a number of things to be able to explain, like, the circumstances that you brought up. Also, North America, I don't actually know what your name is. I'm apologizing.
Rob.
I looked up.
No problem.
Rob. Okay, cool. I mean, like, you just sent me. What was the link that you just sent me, or that you posted in chat?
From the Daily Caller, it has actual links. We'll talk about one area of that when I get a chance.
Okay, but I mean, like, is that? I mean, I'm looking at Media's Bias fact check, and it says that it's like an extremely right-wing reporter. So I mean, like, is that like do you have any like more reliable sources for like what you're talking about?
If you go down, for example, if you go down, it actually shows the FBI 302s highlighted there. So this isn't hearsay from the Daily Caller. It's actually the FBI's official document of their interview with Mills and Abedin. And also, it's usually bad form. I mean, I don't think there's much of a debate could be had. I mean, if you cite something from the New York Times, am I going to say, oh, they're left-wing biased, they push the Trump-Russia thing? I mean, that doesn't seem to get us far. But if you would like, I could go through two of the claims I made there. For example, Mills and Abedin lying to the FBI, and I could go through Paul Combetta deleting subpoenaed evidence. Both of that there's definitive proof for. So we can go through it if you like.
Yeah, but what does that prove is my question, right? Like, I mean,
sure.
Like, go ahead.
It proves the FBI engaged in a double standard. That the FBI, when they went after Trump, went after any low-level crime they could find, tried to turn the screws on people, and then tried to go after Donald Trump. Because, as Counterpoints is saying, they have a preference, and they wanted an establishment person like Hillary Clinton as opposed to someone like Donald Trump. Chuck Schumer admitted to us that, quote, the intel community will find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at you. Therefore, the most powerful elected leader of the free world, Donald Trump, must be fearful of unelected bureaucrats because they would ruin his presidency. And predictably, that's exactly what happened. They went as soft as a touch as possible. We now know that there were actually intel agents that were concerned because there was credible evidence that Hillary Clinton concocted the entire Trump-Russia collusion story to deflect from the crimes and the investigation that she had about her server. So if you'd like, I could go through the evidence here from the 302s proving Mills and Abedin lied to the FBI and they weren't charged.
And I'd like to talk about protests.
Sure, we can change if you want.
We have 24 minutes left till I have to quit, and because I got other work I got to get done for like.
All right. Well, I mean, we can actually, like, I will want to talk to you, but I mean, like, right now, it just seems like you're drawing a conclusion that, like right now, it seems that you're able to conclude that, like, these specific things happen, but, like, the thing that you do need to prove that doesn't seem to be here is intent, right? Like, these things may have happened, but you can't tell us, like, why they happened. You can't peer into the mind of, like, the people conducting the investigations and tell us, like, why they took these certain actions. You can, all right, no, like, that's other, like, responding to the counterpoints, like, you may, like, again, like, it's speculation. Like, this is fundamentally, this would be inadmissible in court, right? Like, you can say that you believe things and this is your rationally based perception, but for you to say that this is what other people thought based on what they did, like, that would be inadmissible because you're not a mind reader, you know?
No,
like, you
give me a moment. Okay, I just need you to respond to chat, and then I'm gonna throw it over to Joe Lewis because we want to talk about the protests. Rich, responding to chat about stop platforming conspiracy theorists. I don't care if RGR and Joe believe in that the Earth is round. I'll still platform them, even if they're insane. I don't care. So please, Joe, you can continue.
Yeah. So all right. So we're dealing with it's not even the worst. We haven't seen the worst yet when it comes to these demonstrations across the country. My question is, I'll set up the scene and then I have a question with that. We're going to get a verdict of George Floyd, and not a lot of people are going to be happy. And I feel very deep pain in my heart that I feel like that's the eventuality, but I don't think people are going to like the verdict of that case. How is Donald Trump going to handle something like that?
Make it worse.
If you like, I'd give someone else a chance to talk, but I can respond if you like.
Whoever.
If no one else wants to respond, then yeah, Rob, you can respond.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to dominate from the right, conversation from the right side of it, but I think Donald Trump will respond. I actually think that he should have done better in being kind of more of what you would consider an authoritarian in response to this. I actually talked to Destiny about this as it was happening, and shockingly to me, Destiny admitted in March that people like de Blasio were actually allowing the riots to occur because they thought it politically harmed Trump. And so I think that Trump should have stepped in sooner and deployed the National Guard, even if someone like de Blasio protested, because it is horribly unethical, immoral, and and practically terrible for Democratic mayors to allow their police to stand down and allow these riots to occur. I think that's terrible. I think that the riots would occur no matter who was president. I think Joe Biden and Barack Obama would do more of what they always do, which is pander to minority communities and disparage law enforcement. I think that we need a more nuanced response to that, which I will fully admit to you, I don't think Donald Trump has been the best for. But I think that the idea that we should reject Donald Trump because a bunch of Joe Biden's voters are going to take to the streets and create riots if they don't get a verdict the way they want, or if they don't get an election the way they want, is nonsensical. I mean, I have people mocking me earlier, kind of suggesting that I would cry if Trump loses the election. I'm predicting Trump to lose the election, so why would I take that bet? I will go about my life as usual. I'll try to advocate for my side to win next time. That's what I'll do. I will not riot. We see that DC, Chicago, other places like that are boarding up their stores right now. They're not worried about Trump supporters. They're worried about Biden supporters if Biden loses. So the idea that we should embrace the mob and give in to the mob and say, my God, we have to vote for Joe Biden because we're fearful people will riot is insane. And the riots will only get worse until we combat them by throwing the people engaged in them in prison for lengthy sentences so we can encourage peaceful protest.
Something that I'm kind of caught up on there, and again, like I'm trying to approach this very calmly because this is a topic that's very near and dear to my heart, as I have people who are in jail right now for peacefully protesting. My concern is neither president may handle the situation properly. But something that I think is very interesting is Donald Trump's lack of talking to any individual who's on the ground, whether it be in Portland, Dallas, Atlanta, Newark, Trenton, California. So I guess maybe an approach could be that he actually talks to the people on the ground and actually tries to listen to their demands. I'm just trying to figure out what here.
Go ahead, get someone else.
Look, for me, like it comes down to a simple idea of understanding what the office of the president should or shouldn't be doing, for one, right? I think that all the conversations with regard to it should pretty much start there. And then when it comes to talking about, particular candidates, you pick out what they're strong with and what they're weak about, and you compare the pros and cons of that, right? Right now in this country, what we need is somebody who understands business and numbers and they can get the economy coming back for us, right? That's what we need. Right. So
want to stop BLM? Like if you want to stop the protests, you could pass police reform. Like that's overwhelmingly what it's about. And somehow we haven't.
Police reform is one of those issues that comes back to the root issue, which is the war on drugs. Right.
How is that really? I mean, like just pass like an excessive use of force bill. Like it's really simple. Say that you can only use deadly force in necessary circumstances and that you ban chokeholds.
Right.
Like it's relatively simple.
Yeah, that
I've listened to everybody.
That's literally what it caused. I mean, it was the death of George Floyd that set up all of this. All right. Honestly, if they passed literally anything, that's going to do a lot better than literally like stalling the bill in the Senate. Right. Like if they had put this before, like it's going to make it a lot better. All right, and I would say that anything that like persists past that would have a lot less of a justification, Yeah,
just to keep things a little bit more clear, Ahmaud Arbery predates George Floyd, but again, I would agree that the American zeitgeist of people understanding what happened was with George Floyd, because again, that situation was incredibly tragic. With that being said, I don't necessarily I agree with RGR here that having some type of police reform is one way of looking like you're tackling the injustice. And I say this all the time, that riots are the children of protest, and protest is the child of injustice. So for some reason, we feel like if we tackle, especially on the right, if you tackle these protests and these riots, that it's going to stop the injustice. And it's just not going to do that. We see this in practice. And again, I see the bubblings of this. The Breonna Taylor case did not go according to plan. We see that the George Floyd case probably won't go according to plan. And this looks very eerily like LA of '92.
If I may, respond, I think that there's good thought, and I like the discussion on this. I don't disagree that we probably do some sort of national order. Now, I think the particulars of it will be very difficult. I do not think that something like that would stop the riots, and that's because I think Black Lives Matter, not the individuals that are necessarily participating on the ground level, but the way that the organization's being ran. I think that it is misidentifying the problem, and I ultimately think that they're basically a terrorist political movement that are trying to use force to intimidate people to issue their Marxist decrees. So if I just real quick,
they use force. I mean, fewer than 220 reported demonstrations have even turned violent. Like it's lower than 7%. Like for saying it's a terrorist organization, it's pretty. For saying that it's a terrorist organization, that's a pretty bad terrorist organization.
No, if we had 220 instances of violence with the Tea Party, people would have been screaming their heads up to arrest anyone who was connected.
Except that we also see evidence that most of those instances are caused by police first instigating that conduct.
That's not true. That's
Yes,
not true.
it is.
And if
Yeah,
I
I
can take
can
that,
that
that's,
too.
that's not true.
problem,
That's
though,
not
right?
Yeah,
Because
it's totally true.
It all comes
okay.
down to the war on drugs.
Okay. Any counterpoints?
Give me a moment. So there's Turk and a counter. So I'm gonna give it to Turk first, and then counter afterwards.
Yeah, so I'm trying to see if Trump has a like legislation ideas towards criminal reform. I'm still looking that up. I know Joe Biden has stuff on his website about it. But at what point does it become the local municipalities' responsibility to ban these actions and for them to enforce these things? Because like what Rob said earlier, a lot of these incidents are happening in larger city environments, and the police forces are being told to back down in the riots. So it's like, at what point are the cities held accountable for their own police departments? Why do we have to rely on big daddy government to tell everyone what to do?
I can give some background on this from a legal perspective. I mean, again, I worked on this summer. So basically, like when we're looking at whether or not states and local, like usually what like police reform and police like use of force is governed by federal and state law, right? So like you have state law, which is governing what state law or state officers are able to do, in addition to like federal officers that are operating in state parameters, and then you have federal law governing what federal agents are able to do, right? Normally, passing like comprehensive police reform at a federal level is going to set a massive precedent in being able to get other states to be able to do that, because when you are researching like how to pass police reform, like from a like strategic legislative matter, usually you look at the precedent of other countries or other states, right? So like for Maryland, I had to draft a bill this summer, and I had to look at what everyone across the United States was doing, right? And really across the board, everyone was basically looking at the federal government and seeing what they were going to do, right? The federal government is the leader in all of this, right? So if you want meaningful police reform,
that's
no,
exactly
totally
right.
the way it is.
That's exactly right. I'm glad you're finally catching up, everybody, right? This has everything to do with the federal government. Whenever it first started the war on drugs, it built up its fucking infrastructure in the cities and started the fucking rounding up of people, right? They started that shit from the top and it came down. Reality is they shouldn't even have the fucking authority to do it anyway. But we're left here dealing with this fucking shit, and everybody wants to talk about everything that is a symptom of this fucking problem. But the real fucking problem is the war on drugs, because that addresses police reform. It addresses counterpoints point to the murder solve rate, right? Because before this, there was a lot more trust when it came to police versus what we have now. And now they have the ability to go get a motherfucking warrant for just any fucking thing, conduct a no-knock raid into your home, and now your fucking sanctity of your fucking house is done just because of this bullshit.
Okay, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with a lot. I think that we do need to have a look at the war on drugs and how it's implemented. But Riley, just a couple questions for you. What did you think about Tim Scott's bill?
Can you describe it to me? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, Tim Scott was a black Republican who put forth a police reform bill that would do a lot of things that activists have been calling for, but the Democrats roundly rejected it and wouldn't even discuss it.
Can I jump in here, because I think I can kind of address
written down. Counter, you can go, and then after that, we're gonna actually have to start going into closing statements.
Okay. So what I'm fearful of in a Trump presidency is the fact that, you know, the momentum of the Black Lives Matter movement and the momentum of, you know, basically police reform isn't going to get anywhere, and it's basically going to be wholeheartedly rejected, and all of this momentum is going to be for naught. That's what I'm worried about with the Trump presidency. With the Biden presidency, what I'm worried about is basically the political momentum that's coming from the Black Lives Matter movement is going to come in some like tepid, watered down bill that's going to have like two little things in it about police reform, and it's not actually going to do anything. So that, just to kind of say, like, I sent this in the message, but there's a website called 8 Can't Wait. Ban chokeholds and strangleholds, require de-escalation, require warning before shooting, require exhaust all alternatives before shooting, duty to intervene, ban shooting moving at vehicles, require use of force continuum, require comprehensive reporting. Now, half of this shit I would fucking reject as an ex-cop. I wouldn't want half of this shit anyways. But at the same time, at least these are actual proposals from somebody who's a police reformist, probably a progressive, probably a liberal. And these are ways that we can actually like forward this movement. I agree with CTV that like the drug war is probably the root problem. But right now we need to start chipping away at the edges of this issue and try to get serious things that will impact people's lives in a positive way. And I'm worried that the political momentum with Trump just is going to get exhausted by Trump.
Lost you there, buddy.
Yeah, lost him.
Lost you.
So I want to just say something quick.
Yeah,
none of these
then we got to go into closing.
Yeah, none of these proposals would have solved anything that happened in Philadelphia over the past week. So this isn't good enough.
And
Again,
what
with the-
counterpoints, dude? Look, I am so sick and tired. We've been dealing with this kick the can down the road fucking type of legislation. Oh, well, if we can just get this one thing right, then that's a meaningful step. Fuck that shit. We, the people, need to go demand that the government fucking end this shit because the power is in the fucking people. Not those fucking people sitting up there in their goddamn suits and they walk into the halls of Congress, right? The power is the fucking people.
You first.
Oh, I'm ready. Who wants to go? We can line this shit up.
Yeah.
I can already tell you how we need to actually shut down the infrastructure if you're ready to go. Right? But
okay, let's.
I'll listen to your plan.
Before we start a revolution with chat being so okay, suggestible. Let's go into closing statements. Okay, we're all gonna have about a 1 minute. I might let you go over it a little bit since we have 10 minutes left and we have 8 people. I'm gonna start in the top left-hand corner. This will be your outro and your ending statement. So you know, if you want to go last because you're still thinking about it, just say skip and I'll come back to you later. I'm gonna start in the top left-hand corner, like always, with RGR.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to do this. So basically, I would still maintain that voting for Trump would be bad. If we want to go like in consequent, like in order from like the arguments as we had them, starting backwards, going. Anyway, so like with police reform, it's really important to be able to understand that like I would maintain, and I don't like I hear everyone saying that like, oh well, if Trump passed police reform, then we wouldn't, then these riots would still continue. I mean, like all the evidence I've heard for that is just speculation, right? Like the response, like the protests and subsequent riots were in immediate response to the fact that there was police excessive use of force. There is a bill that has passed the House. It's at the Senate. Trump could go and talk to Mitch McConnell and be like, hey, pass this bill. And it hasn't happened. And I feel like there's like a giant degree of culpability there that is really hard to overlook, in my opinion. I was still like they mishandling of COVID. We didn't go into it too much, but I mean, we talked about it all the prior debate, so I would adhere to that. What else is there? And yeah, like climate change is still like a really big issue, and bringing it back in from the earlier discussion. I mean, we have someone who just does not agree with the science of global warming at all. Like I hear people be like, oh, well, we need to have more nuanced view. Oh, well, we need to have more nuanced discussion. Well, I mean, you can't really have a nuanced discussion between someone who does and does not believe in it, right? I would rather operate from a perspective of even if you want something that's more extreme. Yeah. Oh, and wrap it up. Okay. And also, I also want federal healthcare protection. That's nice to me, and I want that. My name is.
You are. Yeah.
Yep, we'll do that. Hi, my name is Riley Grace Rochong. I do political content on YouTube and Twitch. Google my name, and you'll find me. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I'm gonna give it over to the Turk.
Yeah. So basically, we can talk about all the points in other debates, but all I can say is that I think Trump is going to be a far better leader, and the leadership team, even though Joe disagrees. The country is in a good state from an economic standpoint, and that's really a big thing I'm concerned about. You know, COVID was a complete disaster across the board, across the world, and we're handling it as we get the information and all that. So, you know, to completely say that Trump has been a complete failure just because of, you know, a worldwide pandemic is pretty short-sighted. But anyways, I just don't think Joe Biden's a good candidate. I honestly don't think he's going to be around too long. And I really think his entire Democratic leadership is going to be not the thing people are voting for in next week. So I think that's pretty bad. As for shout outs, I'm Turk, the Turk. If you go to YouTube, I'm dropping a video tomorrow about the AMD and NVIDIA's latest graphics cards. So if you're into that kind of stuff, definitely hit subscribe.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Yeah, I'm going to focus this on just the Donald Trump angle. The three things that I mentioned from the start of it, it's his lack of response to the riots and demonstrations, the First Step Act being fucking terrible, and his cabinet. But I want to make something very kind of clear, because it kind of gets skirts a lot when we talk about the protests, and I kind of want to set the record straight. Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter Incorporated are two separate things. Black Lives Matter is a movement. Black Lives Matter Incorporated is an organization. So when you categorize Black Lives Matter as a Marxist terrorist organization or even Antifa, you're categorizing movements, not organizations, and you're putting these organizations that you think exist at the same level of actual extreme leftism, like the Weatherman Underground, and that's completely disingenuous because these were literally white folks that bombed fucking things. So with that being said, just don't say it's a terrorist organization. It makes you look like an idiot. But that being said, I'm Joe Lewis, and O's a zero. You can follow me on Twitch from that, and also if you want to argue on Twitter, we can argue on Twitter. I'm trying my best. I granted peace with liberals, so now it's shit on some right people.
Wonderful. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
All right, thanks everyone. Yeah, I had fun. Everyone here, I would be welcome to talk to again, and I think you all seem like nice people, even if we disagree. Real quick on Black Lives Matter, I understand the point you're making. Again, I'm not saying everyone who participates in it. I believe Black Lives Matter lowercase. That's why I'm against the ideology of Black Lives Matter uppercase, because I think the policies they advocate for will be terrible for the United States, especially inner city Black communities, which will suffer from a decreased policing and for destroying the structures of the nuclear family first and foremost. I think that I was able to prove in this debate that actually you see that Joe Biden is just a empty shell that will be the corporatist and the deep state candidate. That's why the wealthiest people endorse him. That's why they've supported him in the Democratic Party. That's why the FBI and the CIA, that, by the way, my friends on the left used to despise when they were lying us into the Iraq war. That's why all of a sudden they're against pulling troops out. That's why Donald Trump having historic peace deals in the Middle East aren't being talked about, because it is not in line with the military industrial complex that is supporting people like Joe Biden. Joe Biden will be a radical because he'll allow the radicals behind him to do things like suggesting packing the court, passing disastrous policies like the Green New Deal. And we could see how the media and the FBI and all these people have engaged in corruption and refusing to cover stories that people just say conspiracy. And I'll say I'm Normal America. You can find me at Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube, Normal America on D Live. I'm on Twitch, and I'm also on Periscope. I will be doing a 24-hour live stream starting Monday, 8 a.m. Eastern time before the election. So please come join me if you like what I had to say. Thanks so much, everyone.
Maybe I can talk to you on Monday. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
I'll send it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, so my name's Counterpoints. You can follow me on Twitter at Counterpoints, CONORPOINTS. You can also find my YouTube channel. I've had discussions, hope to have more discussions already in here. I did begrudgingly vote for Biden because I am worried, like Norm and Turk mentioned, that basically, he's going to die a month into his presidency. Kamala Harris is going to take over. She's going to push more aggressive gun control. Maybe some of the more progressive stuff will come out. But at the same time, I think there's really real concerns that need to be addressed, like Black Lives Matter as a movement needs to be addressed. We do need police reform. We do need to improve the material conditions in the Black community and minority communities. There's real issues here, and I'm actually really excited to see smart righties, smart lefties kind of taking each other on without calling each other dumbasses for an hour and a half. So follow me on my socials. Always happy to be here. It was an awesome conversation. Dan, you're still an asshole, but you do really good memes.
Okay. Next, it actually is Dan.
Mad cause bad. And mad because all you guys have are fucking shit Alex Jones tier conspiracy theories. It's always this fucking grand plot by a whole bunch of fucking like media coming out there with fake news and shit. I bet if I asked you guys how many people died in the Holocaust, you'd be like, well, I don't really know if that happened. Y'all are fucking off your goddamn fucking rocker. You guys are literally the equivalent of when I picture a Trump voter in my mind, we have the meme of people like wearing sunglasses and a giant grid. You guys fall so into that, and I don't understand why. There's no good thing going on here, okay? If I can vote for Biden, someone who's actually going to be affected by his fucking taxes, getting hurt financially, I don't understand what you guys are doing. Do you just hate immigrants that fucking much? Like, just move on. We're not in 1950s America where there's like white neighborhoods anymore. It's done. Okay? I get it. All right? Listen, Biden was going to cost me money, and I'll still vote for him because I understand that there's people less fortunate than me, and he's better. He's better when it comes to climate science. He's better when it comes to just being fair to people who have less. And I don't understand where all this is coming from. Just everyone wants to like hold people down, and it's fucked. Okay?
Gonna shout yourself out?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, cool. That was well enough. Next we have Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, it's all already been said. I mean, like, the Trump administration, the happiest I'll be when they're gone is to get rid of all these conspiracy theories about the deep state crazy shit. This deep state that's so unbelievably powerful that they can, like, shift everything that's going on behind the scenes in all of our intelligence agencies, but somehow still let Hillary Clinton lose the election, and potentially even throw the election for her by the statements that they made, namely Comey. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll be happy when Joe Biden is president, hopefully with a Democrat Senate, House, and presidency. Hopefully we can get some meaningful legislation passed in this country instead of just do nothing like Republicans have been doing. And, yeah.
Well, now I'm going to throw it over to CTV. To wrap us up.
All right, well, I guess I'll just wrap this up with what I kind of opened with. We didn't elect Trump to begin with because he was a virologist, right? And we, were expecting some pandemic and was going to have the best guy in office to be able to solve that particular problem. That being said, the initial failings with regard to the COVID response can be pointed directly at the CDC, right? And I would say that that's the people's attempt to try to control the issue of public health in any kind of way at the federal level, right? What we need to have in this country is 50 CDCs to be able to solve these issues, specifically with regard to public health, so it's closer to its constituents. With that being said, Trump is the clear option for the future, because what we need is a businessman to get in there and turn that economy back up so that we can continue to have the goods and services that we as Americans rely on a daily basis. And with that, I am Critically Thinking Veteran. I stream occasionally. I argue with people on Twitter. If you'd like to argue with me as well, you can find me at original_CTV.
Hey, oh snap! We have a last second guest. Suspect Sushi is gonna come in here. I'm just kidding. Okay, we're gonna wrap it up. I really appreciate you all coming by. Thank you for.
Can I say something real quick? Hey, counterpoints. When you talked about smart left and right wing people not calling each other names, I assume you didn't mean Dan, correct?
No. Dan thinks we're all retards, but it's okay.
Can we please not
is
all?
true.
Okay, second time stream. Please do not use that word. I'm gonna end it now. Okay. See you all
Sorry.
later. Jim, head out. Okay. Goodbye.
Have a good one.
Later, guys.
Okay, first time I talked to that one dude, the Normal America guy, I was not as knowledgeable about the things that he was talking about, but upon talking to him for a second time, and now being more knowledgeable about the specific things he's talking about, holy fuck, that dude is an insane conspiracy theorist. Fuck, that guy must have gotten away with so much crazy shit the first time I talked to him. Holy shit. Counterpoints guy seemed way dumber this time than before too. Oh, maybe, I don't know. I was strong opinion about him. If I want to like transmit, man, this looks ugly as fuck. Or I think the power in this game, I don't know how I feel about it. Or well, no, creating all these axles and everything is annoying as fuck. I guess I should just make like 30 of them or some dumb shit. I can't believe that this guy actually thought that like the deep state was all orchestrated by Hillary Clinton herself. Jeez. Hold on, let me play this. I got a lot of donations back then.
This game is disproportionately played on this channel, big boy.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Hi. Time to cat jam chat.
Good job.
What'd
you guys do to him?
You gnome fuck!
If she gets one friend in the call, you should too. Let Dan in Peeper riot.
1 sec. Oh,
Shut
this is
the
an
fuck
old
up,
donation.
all right? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Do you like Big Back? Do dee do do dee do do dee do 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 dee do do dee do do dee dee do dee do dee do dee da ah. Destiny, can you explain to me how you can stay so calm next to the congressional dude or Count Dankula who are proud of their misinformation? That JLP1v3 was hard to watch. Here's a tip for putting up that room.
You're a genius, dude!
Streamer Mansoy. Yikes. Yikes. Who is this? Diet Dr. K?
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Cat Jam.
You gnome fuck!
Might be in the minority here, but Steven, I don't think you and Anna should remain in contact.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Omega lol.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Rip Twitch sub. If she can't handle people trolling her, she shouldn't be on the internet. Next stream IT will be the simp gaslighting Anna and her therapist Bogu. Yikes. For me and your 3 other South African fans, Johnny is Nidudni his net QTxlcEJkmZE. I met you at the Lone Star Cup back in your competitive SC days. I stepped out for a quick toke and you bummed a cigarette off my body. I dropped my dugout and spilled some green. You joked about it and made me feel better. You have plenty of empathy.
You gnome fuck!
Funny, last time I watched the live stream there was the exact same conversation which ended on terminating contact. Now some time later I tune in and it's the exact same thing again. Thought it was a rerun first. Last thing missing is XQC coming after.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Smile.
Thank you, Steven!
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere.
You gnome fuck!
Just to be clear, empathy is the ability to understand / sense feelings, not to also feel them in that exact moment. And man, did I empathize with you right there. That was about as relaxing as a crisis hotline call. Love you.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Ooh wins. Just watched the JLP panel video. I'd how your head doesn't explode listening to those arguments.
You gnome fuck!
Here you go, buddy.
You gnome fuck!
Dan still doesn't vote.
You gnome fuck!
Watched stream for like 6 hours straight today. Guess you earned this bonus meme sub a club. It was a bit interesting to see you run around in circles on Minecraft when you were thinking hard AF on some points. Everyone don't forget to vote for Trump. Trump 2020 is the best thing that can happen to us. Vote Trump. 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 Lefties are retarded. I don't know how you can mock Anna for being mentally ill when 99.9% of chat is also mentally ill. Can I still call you a dark triad? Cause it's true. 2?
2? Hey, listen up, guys. This is important, okay? If you want to protect Western democracy, follow my Twitter. Here you go. Boom, boom, boom. And for you, the new guys in YouTube chat as well, okay? There you go. Also vote. You're just playing him to Destiny? Maybe at some point. I don't know. Riley talk went. She asked to chat with me. I just didn't have the chance to yet, but we probably will soon, eventually. Wait, what? Give me my... Wait, how much random shit have I put in here? Are you gonna delete the VOD? Wait, why would I delete the VOD? What the fuck does this table even do? Can I make normal shit in it? I don't think so.
You gnome fuck!
Hope you're doing well, buddy Teddy Pepe. Based omniliberal Nate Silver did an Ezra Klein podcast appearance earlier today if you were interested.
Wow.
You gnome fuck!
Woo.
Woo. I have to leave soon because I'm going out to dinner, but we'll do more of this Minecraft shit tonight. It's gonna be a boring stream tonight, okay? Just meme craft for a little bit. What do you think of people who don't vote for Biden because their state is guaranteed to be blue? I mean, you should still vote, I think. Destiny, the Lincoln Project called you out. LOL, they suck talking about Destiny.
Today it's not easy in America. Maybe it's destiny.
Good one. Discord before you go. What?
Good evening, sir.
What's up, Daniel?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Hold on 1 second.
Hello?
What?
Okay. Yeah, that was an interesting evening, man. I had a good time. I hope you did as well.
You were a beta male, Dan.
I tried not to be, but I was.
No,
getting
you were talking all this
more and
shit
more
earlier
tired.
that if Destiny wouldn't let you talk to Anna, you were gonna defriend him and leave, and now look at you.
Shut up, Mr. Milton. God damn it. Stop. Those were private conversations.
Hello.
What are you doing in here?
Yeah, what are you doing here? Age oneer.
Oh, boo. I'm an age twoer. I want chat to name my horse. Take a good look, Stephen.
I can think of a few good names.
Yeah,
No,
I
you're
would
not
call
allowed.
him fucking leprosy, okay? What are those spots?
Whoa, no bully. Come
You
on,
know
chat.
that Trainwreck messaged me and said that my take was incredibly based. He said 100% I fucking love you or something to that tier. Did you get that for any of your intros? No, I don't think so.
Good one.
Scuffed for real now.
Yeah, true.
This is the 2 weeks where Dan takes streaming seriously.
What? Why?
Twitch
Why?
for
I'm sorry.
2
I'm
months.
okay.
Here it is. Here it goes, everybody.
No, I'm not,
we're at that part of the year.
Why? Well, it's a rare appearance. Okay, I admit it's probably not likely that I will continue to do it. Okay, I admit this. Okay, but for now, I'm having fun.
True.
However,
I am
in a short period
actually
of
glad
time,
that you're
I'll
having
have-
fun.
No, you're not. You're
No, I
angry
am.
at me.
I'm not. I invited you to dinner. Why would I be angry at you? Think I'm
Wait,
gonna kill you at
he
dinner?
invited you to dinner? Did you not go out to dinner?
We're going tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, why would I go right now? It's 11.
Yeah, I just ate too.
Today we had the Anna thing that we had to watch.
Oh my God.
Oh, sorry, we can't talk about it.
If you want, you give your final thoughts or whatever now, but we're done with it after this.
We're done at I say at midnight Pacific time. We're done, but not
Sure,
yet.
if you
right?
want until midnight, sure, and then we're done forever.
Okay.
Final thoughts. I think someone is desperately trying to like clutch like some relationship with you out still, and it's pretty painful to watch.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I'm surprised that you didn't just say like I don't want a relationship with you.
Well, I mean, I
want you out of
did.
my
I
life.
literally said.
You did literally say that?
I said literally no contact, private or public.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
can't be any more clear
More,
with that.
yeah, you can't be much more clear. Yeah, I agree.
There'll be more Discord messages
done,
coming
but,
soon.
yeah.
How long? But quick bet. Granted, you have the power to lie,
Mm-hmm.
but how
I'll
about a
bet you, Dan.
No. This one. Well, you can get in on this. This is a side bet action. But Steven, how long before she sends you the next Discord message?
2 days max.
Yeah, that's what I'd say about 2 days probably.
I was gonna.
We were all gonna say 2 days.
I'm just gonna go under that, but yeah, damn, dude, there's no chance.
We'll see. I hope that. I hope she gets better. and-
You know what
yeah,
I'm
fuck
most
knows.
furious about? This motherfucker. He had 36 pages, and we didn't get to go through any of it. He like really did a lot of homework too, and we didn't get to go through it. And he stole my parting maneuver and gave me no credit. And I know he watched the whole thing too. That's exactly what I did at the end, and he thieved it from me.
Dude, you know what? Fuck that guy. I have no shit to talk about Anna. Fuck that dude. Like, on one hand, he starts off Anna's side. That's good for Steven, because if he gets him over to his side, that's fine. But that Drew dude was a fucking idiot and has no business doing this. Him and her psychologist are both doing harm by enabling her.
Wait,
okay.
Absolutely.
Wait, the Drew guy was pretty much mostly fine.
I
think
think
asked for a few.
I think that I disagree with how. I don't think he deserves that harsh a criticism. I kind
Yeah.
of disagree with how he did his shit. But also for her, a therapist, we don't know what she tells her therapist. The therapist can
No,
only go by what
exactly.
you tell them,
Absolutely.
so.
100%. I completely agree. But, like, this dude, there were just so many situations where it was like clear cut and dry. This is bad. You have enough contextual clues or experience to make an assessment of whether or not she's being genuine or not.
He
And
wasn't
gave-
there to
His
shit
goal
on Anna.
wasn't
He
there.
was-
Yeah, his goal
yeah.
wasn't there to resolve her conflict with reality.
No.
Her goal was just there to help her move on from everything. Essentially,
correct.
see if there was
That's
a
what he was
resolution
doing.
possible. Yeah.
Okay, I guess if we're not like...
He
like,
wasn't there
if
to pick a
there
side and say like, "Oh, Destiny, like you're right about this," and
Exactly,
like
yeah,
make
that
her
wasn't what
freak
he
the
was trying
fuck
to
out
do.
on stream. Yeah, that wasn't the goal. The goal was to like help her move the fuck on. Was I think the
Doesn't
goal?
seem
that
like it's
there.
been very
Yeah, but does
successful.
that help anyway? Like, because he sits there like Destiny kept saying, he's giving validity where validity is not deserved.
Yeah, sure, but that, again, that wasn't his goal, and he's in a weird spot too because we're doing something publicly that should probably be done privately as well, right?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I just felt like that was more harm to her than good.
The thing that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, and I wish that there was some sort of answer to it, is like the way that she characterized you seemed like you're very abusive, like you're a terrible person, etc., etc. But then for some reason, she also seems like really dead set on wanting to be friends with you. And I don't see that perspective. I would think that if I thought that someone was terribly abusive, was ruining my life, violated my boundaries severely, etc., that like I really wouldn't want to be near that person, or I really wouldn't want to be friends with them. But she seems like it seems really hard for her to be willing to let go of that relationship. And so because of that, I think that she's probably getting like validation from the attention or something that
Possibly.
like the stream gives her.
Are any of you guys streaming before I leave?
No.
Nope.
Losers.
You're leaving.
Where were you
already?
going to dinner at?
Some I don't want to say the name because I don't know if people like find me, but it's some nice steak.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Ooh, steakhouse.
Have a good dinner.
Okay, have fun. I'm hosting a League of Legends player. Good luck, guys.
Oh my
Yeah. Oh my god.
Back.
All right, love you guys. We're gonna cappuccino. I'll probably be back in like an hour and a half or 2 hours. We'll see. Bye. for a little bit. Bye.
Bye.